Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 The Poisonous Jealousy. With the blessing of the Flying Soul Guide, Lang Yan Yutao traveled for several days before returning to the Cheyenne Empire. Due to the Beast Tide incident thousands of years ago, the Numenon sect has been semi-retired on the mainland. Although the people of the sect are still active on the mainland and are constantly looking for geniuses who possess the martial soul of the original body, the name of the original body sect is no longer as loud as it was thousands of years ago. The current Numenon sect is located in the Cheyenne within the Cheyenne Empire, and ordinary people cannot find it at all. Lang Yan Yutao didn't waste any time and entered the natural chasm very easily. Along the way, many disciples with Numenon martial souls were talking. These are the future of Numenon sect. However, most of them are not very talented. The main body martial soul is powerful, but the martial soul can only be powerful if it is an important part of the body. However, the current disciples of the Numenon sect, even the elders, have basically no body martial soul that can reach the level of Silver Awakening level, let alone the Golden Awakening. The entire Numenon sect, that is, the Golden Awakening, will only occur if the sect leader cannot be poisoned to death. The two of them soon arrived at the usual training place of the Numenon sect leader. This is a pool with deep water. There is a waterfall above and a huge boulder under the waterfall. The huge force of the waterfall washes over the back of the person standing on the boulder, causing the pain on his back to rise. The skin flushed red. The master of the Numenal sect, Poison, stood beside the pool and looked at the young man being washed under the waterfall, with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Although Long Aocean's talent is not particularly top-notch, he can still cultivate to the level of Super Douluo, enough to succeed him. Sect Master, Lang Yan Yutao walked up behind Dubusho and saluted respectfully. Dubusho glanced at the young man under the waterfall, then turned around and looked at Lang Yan Yutao. When he saw the obvious injuries on Yutao's body, his eyes instantly condensed and he said in a deep voice, "Who was injured? Ontology." Sect's style of doing things is both good and evil, but he is very protective of his own people. After all, there are not many soul masters with the original martial soul. If someone in the sect refuses to come forward after being bullied, the original sect will have fallen long ago. Sect Master, you are the Teode of Poseidon Pavilion, Yutao. Had no teeth in his mouth and it was very difficult to speak, so Lang Ya simply spoke for him. Teode? That old thing is not dead yet, do. Busho snorted angrily. The aura on his body was as deep as the sea, and under his strong body it seemed that he had the power to destroy the world. The power. However, after cursing Teode, Dubusho also frowned. Although he had some conflicts with Shrek's Poseidon Pavilion, the old glutton still wanted to save face and not bully the second and third generation disciples of his Numenon sect. What did you do? How could that old guy Teode take action against you, do? Bushu asked in a deep voice. Hearing the question of whether the poison will kill him, Lang Ya's eyes flashed, and he was even more excited when he recalled Jiang Ming's terror. Sect Master, this has to start with a Continental Soul Master Elite competition in Starluo City. When we were watching the competition, we discovered a genius with the original martial soul. No, genius is not enough to describe it, that is a monster. Although Yutao on the side could not speak, he still nodded crazily. After all, he is someone who has fought Jiang Ming face to face once. Genius, evildoer? Dubusho's frown deepened. Then why don't you bring him back, Lang? Yu shook his head and said helplessly, Sect Master, it's not that we don't want to bring him back. In fact, he is now a student of Shrek Academy. Moreover, we have approached him before, but he refused. Hearing this, Dubusho's eyes narrowed. Rejected? Didn't you tell him that our Numenon sect is the most suitable place for Numenon spirit masters, Shrek? There are not many people there who understand Numenon spirit cultivation. Even Zhuangzi, that old guy, doesn't even understand the original martial spirit. Lang Ya smiled bitterly. Sect Master, I told him the advantages of our Numenon sect, but he was unwilling and almost beat me. And Yutao, hearing this, Dubusho's eyes showed a trace of surprise and astonishment. He almost beat you up? Tell me specifically, what happened, do? Busho is still very clear about the strength of Lang Ya and Yutao. Even if they are facing ordinary title Douluo, it is totally worthwhile for the two of them to join forces. I almost got beaten. Is it possible that the opponent could be a titled Douluo? The thing is like this, we were watching the Continental Soul Master Elite competition in Luo City. Master, you don't know, Shrek Academy's participating lineup this time is really too strong. Lang your side a little. Dubuashi's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of warning in his eyes when he looked at Lang Yao. Although the Ontology sect and Shrek are not mortal enemies, their relationship is not very confrontational either. Praising Shrek in front of his sect leader, is this to cause trouble for him? Sect Master, this generation of Shrek is really strong. Even though he was warned by the sect leader with a dangerous look, Lang Ya continued to speak. The strength of their pre-selected players is a bit unclear, but their main selection lineup is 4 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors. What? Du Bushu's eyes widened in an instant, his eyes full of disbelief. You must know that the entry age for the competition is under 20 years old. A Soul Master under the age of 20 who can reach the level of a Soul King is already a genius. The 20-year-old Soul Emperor can be called a genius among geniuses. As for the 20-year-old Soul Saint, he can almost be described as a monster. But as Lang Ya just said, Shrek Academy's main roster consists of 4 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors. How is this possible? Sect Master, I didn't believe it at first, but after the two of us watched Shrek's game, we believed it. They indeed have the strength of the Soul Saint Soul Emperor, Lang Ya said in a deep voice. Dubuashi wrinkled his face, a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. To a certain extent, their Numenon sect and Shrek still have a competitive relationship. Seeing so many geniuses popping up in his opponent's family, he felt that Long Aoshan, his direct disciple who was suffering the impact of the waterfall not far away, was not happy either. Did you say that you met a guy with the original martial soul? Talk about that guy, Dubuashi said very irritably. Lang Ya nodded and said, Sect Master, the person we found with the original martial spirit is Shrek's official member, and he seems to be the captain. What? Tell me carefully. Dubuashi was shocked. If he can be the captain of such a powerful lineup, then how strong this guy must be and how much potential he must have. Okay, sect leader. The man we found is called Jiang Ming. His true martial spirit should be the heart. Moreover, he has awakened for the second time and is gold level, Lang Ya's expression said seriously. Chapter 302, even if you grab it, grab it. What did you say? Gold second awakening. Dubuashi felt that he had said these 2 words the most today. In just a few minutes, he, a super Douluo with a cultivation level of 98, was shocked several times. Are you sure what you said is true? Is it really the second awakening of gold? I still can't believe it. As the leader of the Numenon sect, he is now the only one in the Numenon sect who has awakened his golden spirit for the second time. No one knows better than him how stringent the conditions are to achieve the second golden awakening. That is a road that almost requires death to succeed. He, the master of the Numenon sect, the Numenon of martial spirits. Only with the awakening secret method of Numenon sect and the resources of the entire Numenon sect can we carry out the golden second awakening. Even his current direct disciple, Long Aoshan, who has the body's martial soul skin, doesn't think he can have a golden awakening during his second awakening. As a result, you are telling me now that there is a Numenon martial spirit soul master out there who is not a Numenon sect, and his second awakening is a golden awakening? How is that possible? Sect master, it's true. Lang Ya could understand his sect master's disbelief. When he heard Jiang Ming say that he was golden awakened, he was also shocked. Can't believe it. But this is true. Sect master, let me tell you about his performance in the competition. Lang Ya knew that the sect leader would not believe him if he did this, so he simply told the truth about Jiang Ming's performance in the competition. Period. In the next few minutes, the master of the Numenon sect, with a cultivation level of 98 and one of the top powerhouses in the world, was continuously shocked. Even if he has lived for hundreds of years, he has never heard such an outrageous story. Yes, when told by Lang Ya, he felt like it sounded like a story. 20-year-old Soul Saint, 700,000 years Soul Rings, beat the heavenly evil Douluo during the competition. Do you think I should believe it? A dangerous smile appeared on Dubushi's face, which made Lang Ya feel a little confused. Sect master, I really didn't lie to you. I saw this with my own eyes on the field, and hundreds of thousands of people saw it, Lang Ya explained. The poisonous eyes flickered for a moment, and the depth of the old eyes suddenly appeared as deep as the abyss and the sea. If what you said is true, then this Jiang Ming, our sect master, has decided. Lang Yan knew that the sect master would react this way, but he still stepped forward to remind him. Sect master, Jiang Ming is now the inner academy of Shrek Academy. Shrek must be paying close attention to this kind of talent. Teodi from Poseidon Pavilion seems to be following him all the time. This is the most troublesome thing. If the Numenon sect wants to bring in Jiang Ming, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The elder of Shrek Poseidon Pavilion is not blind. A genius of this level would be the young master of the Numenon sect in the Numenon sect, and in Shrek Academy, he would be the heir to the Poseidon Pavilion. This is the hope of the future, the real Optimus Prime stone that can support an era. No one in Shrek Academy can let Jiang Ming out. Teodi? With Xuanzi's strength, he is still no match for me. Bushi is very confident. Although he and Xuanzi both have level 98 soul powers, his golden martial soul awakening and 300,000-year soul rings are not enough for Xuanzi's mere 100,000-year soul ring. Comparable. This Jiang Ming, even if we rob him, we must snatch him away. If Bushi was satisfied with his direct disciple Long Aocean before, then after knowing Jiang Ming's potential, his heart became a little swollen. Long Aocean's talent is also very high. Under the full training of the Numenon sect, it is not a big problem to reach the 7th level of cultivation at the age of 20. But Jiang Ming is the second awakening of gold. And in terms of combat power, 7th ring can compete with the long-famous title Douluo Shai Ansha Douluo. This is definitely not as simple as the second awakening of gold. Such a genius must be the next leader of his Numenon sect. Let people prepare. In a few days, we will go to Shrek. All those who have reached the 7th ring of cultivation will go. We must show the foundation of my Numenon sect. The emergence of a Numenon martial spirit soul master with such amazing potential, this god has given me the opportunity for the Numenon sect to soar into the sky. I must seize it. Jiang Ming, who is far away in Xingluo City, does not know that the Numenon sect is planning to rob people. Even if they are, he won't care. After all, after the game, he will not go back to the academy at all, but will go to the Sun and Moon Empire to continue lurking and furthering his studies in the Ming Hall. This is something to talk about later, let's not mention it for now. Starluo City. As the capital of the Starluo Empire and the largest city in the empire, the city has been crowded for several days in a row. The so-called urban congestion means that there are crowds of people on any street. The 2 semifinals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition have ended. From the moment the semifinals ended, a queue began to form outside Xingluo Square. Some people have even lined up for 2 days and 2 nights just to witness with their own eyes the grand finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition. Perhaps, this will be a major event that they will talk about in their lives. Although this final will be divided into team battles, individual elimination battles and 2-2-3 battles, it will all be held within 1 day. What a wonderful event this is. Even if it is a little harder, it is worth it. Moreover, this final will definitely be the most exciting one since the competition was established. The 2 sides in the competition are the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and Shrek Academy. This is a frequent visitor in the finals of competitions. In the past thousands of years, the 2 teams that collided in the finals were almost always these 2 academies. But this time, Maru Long, a 7th level soul instructor at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, took the lead and gave everyone a lot of surprises with the most perfect soul instructor tactics. Shrek Academy, needless to say. Soul Emperor. Soul Saint. 100,000-year soul ring. Let me ask, who can see Soul Saint participating in previous competitions? Who can see 100,000-year soul ring? Exclamation mark. All I can say is that after watching this final, you will be able to show off for a lifetime. If you don't watch it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The people in the entire Starluo City went crazy. They were selling out the gold soul coins as if they were free, just to get a ticket. In order to maintain order in the imperial capital, the Starluo Empire urgently dispatched 10,000 elite troops to the city to maintain order, and all shops in the city extended their business hours. In order to supply the sudden increase in the number of foreign residents, various resources were urgently allocated from surrounding cities. For a time, the prosperity of Xingluo City has reached an unprecedented level. There is no doubt that the economic benefits brought to the Starluo Empire by this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition are inestimable. No wonder the major empires competed to host the competition, but in the end they had to compromise with each other. Each competition was held with the country as the host. Not to mention anything else, the amount of gold soul coins generated in this final has reached tens of millions. Amidst this bustling atmosphere, Jiang Ming quietly came to the underground black market. Shrek Academy's early performance was unbelievable, so Shrek's odds in the underground black market were pitiful. Especially when Jiang Ming said he wanted to bet 100 million gold soul coins, the underground black market collapsed. Just stop playing. Shrek's odds are low, but even if it's 1 in 100, if it's 100 million, that's still 1 million gold soul coins. Not to mention that almost no one is betting on the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. This is a proper loss of money. End of this chapter, Chapter 303, The Decadent Ming Jiang. Not to mention that the original sect Du Bushite is preparing to gather all the strength of the sect to go to Shrek to rob people, nor to mention that Jiang Ming spent 100 million gold souls on the gambling market in Luo City's underground black market. The coin was smashed. In Shanshou Xinghuang Hotel, Ming Jiang, who had been silent for several days, finally came out of the room. When Ma Rulong and others saw the figure coming out of the room, they were all stunned. The previous Ming Jiang reached the late Soul Emperor stage at the age of 20, and was also a 7th level Soul Master recognized by Ming Dadang, and had even touched the edge of an 8th level Soul Master. This kind of genius is so high-spirited. But after Ming Jiang was ridiculed and beaten severely by his elder brother Jiang Ming, especially when he learned that he was only 20 years old, he clearly had the opportunity to participate in the competition, but regretted that he missed it when Ming Jiang's mentality completely collapsed. For several days, he hid in his room. Whether it was Mr. Ma, Xiao Hongjian, Meng Hongjian or others calling, Ming Jiang would just answer. This silence is worrying. And when Ming Jiang came out of the room, his messy hair, bloodshot eyes, and beard that almost turned him into a middle-aged man, made everyone think that they had recognized the wrong person. Especially Meng Hongjian, her eyes almost widened, trying to see something about brother Ming Jiang's majestic appearance from this slovenly man. But she looked left and right. Looking down, you can't tell what this man has in common with Ming Jiang. Everyone, how is the situation of the competition? Ming Jiang's voice was very hoarse, with an extremely deep loneliness and dejection, without any arrogance. Brother Ming Jiang, what are you? Meng Hongjian's face was full of worry, and he wanted to get close to Ming Jiang, but he felt that Ming Jiang was a little strange at the moment, so he didn't dare to get close. Why are you doing this, Mr. Ma sighed, a little disappointed that Ming Jiang had turned him into this. However, he could also understand the pain in Ming Jiang's heart. After all, Jiang Ming is his eldest brother. It must be extremely painful for Ming Jiang to be ridiculed, beaten, and deceived by the people he is closest to. Otherwise it wouldn't have turned into this slovenly appearance in just a few days. Ming Jiang shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, I'm fine. How is the competition going? It should be the finals now, right? Have we entered the finals? Ma Rulong took a step forward and nodded. We have successfully entered the finals. The next game is against Shrek Academy. Hearing the words Shrek Academy, Ming Jiang's body trembled obviously. A trace of uncontrollable anger flashed in his bloodshot eyes. Shrek seeing Ming Jiang's appearance, Mr. Ma frowned and looked at Meng Hongjian. Meng Hongjian, take Ming Jiang to tidy up. How much energy can you bring up like this, Meng? Hongjian nodded quickly, took Ming Jiang's hand and headed directly towards walk outside the room. As the highest-rated hotel in Luo City, Star Emperor Hotel naturally has functional areas for haircuts and washing. Meng Hongjian took Ming Jiang to the barber area and called the best barber here. It is worth mentioning that in the Star Emperor Hotel, even the barber is a soul master. And Wuhan is just a pair of hair scissors. It can only be said that Wuhan is so all-encompassing. Sir, what kind of haircut do you want? The barber was a tall woman with a soft voice, but the bright scissors in her hand looked a bit scary. Whatever. Ming Jiang sat on the chair, looking at his decadent appearance in the mirror, and closed his eyes indifferently. When the beautiful barber heard the word casual, the smile on her face froze. She is not afraid of high demands from her customers. After all, as the chief barber of the Star Emperor Hotel, she has quite a lot of experience in barbering, and she can do any hairstyle. But whatever, it's very uncomfortable. If she is not satisfied after the cut, then she will be finished. You know, The contestants who are still staying at the Star Emperor Hotel are the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and Shrek Academy. She can't afford to offend anyone. Just cut him like this. I said. Brother Ming Jiang won't blame you, Meng. Hongjin pointed to hairstyle in the barber's room. If Ming Jiang's previous hairstyle was more mature, then this hairstyle was more youthful and handsome. Paired with Ming Jiang's sunny face, the effect is a sunny and cheerful boy. That's probably what it means. Okay. The barber took one look at the hairstyle pointed by Meng Hongjin, nodded, and started dancing with the scissors in his hand. And Ming Jiang, who had already closed his eyes, now has his consciousness sinking into our world. In our world, as Jiang Ming's cultivation level improves, the space here becomes more and more stable. Those spirit beasts that were moved and have now adapted to the environment here, and have formed territory divisions. Forests, glaciers, rivers, lakes, mountains, plains, these places are full of vitality. I believe that as time goes by, a world will truly form here. As for Jiang Ming, whose consciousness has entered our world, his focus at this time is not on these. Not far away, a soul cannon was suspended in the air. In the space, bits and pieces of energy are poured into the soul cannon, submerging into the soul cannon shell, quietly improving the quality of the soul cannon shell material. The groundbreaking cannon, the 9th level core array, and the 8th level materials mean that such a powerful soul guiding cannon can only be an 8th level soul guiding device. However, with the improvement of the world power of our world, it won't be long before the material quality of this soul cannon can be upgraded to level 9. When the time comes, this will be your level 9 energy gathering soul guide cannon. In contrast, there is another soul guidance device in the air. The gun that lifts the sky. The opposite is true. The Kingshan Spear is an 8th level peak soul tool made by many senior soul masters from the soul guidance department of Shrek Academy. It contains the core array of the 8th level pinnacle, but it uses 9th level materials. If Kingshan Gun wants to upgrade its 9th level soul guide, it needs a 9th level soul engineer to supplement the most critical core array inside. Actually, Jiang Ming is able to do this now. After all, there is a 9th level soul master in our world who has become a tool. But Jiang Ming did not do this. He wanted to complete the most critical 9 level core array in Kingshan Spear by himself. He believes that it won't be long before he becomes a 9th level soul engineer. After checking the situation in our world, Jiang Ming returned to consciousness with confidence. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a sunny, handsome, top-notch face appearing in the mirror opposite. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, If I lure Jiang Ming away, can I fight him? This Ming Jiang looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar face in the mirror, and couldn't accept it for a while. How about it, brother Ming Jiang? This hairstyle suits you very well. You're so handsome, Meng. Hongjin stood behind Ming Jiang, a small spark flashed in his bright eyes. Little love. Obviously, whether Ming Jiang likes this hairstyle or not, she likes it very much. You are so young, handsome and cool. Don't act like that bastard brother of yours, pretending to be an adult all day long, Meng. Hongjin didn't forget to step on Ming Jiang's current appearance when he praised him. A kick from Jiang Ming. When Ming Jiang heard this, what did he say? He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Forget it, praise and scold, offset it. It's just that I'm really not used to this hairstyle. He was used to being domineering and arrogant, but now he has become handsome and handsome, which always feels a little weird. I'm going to take a shower, Ming. Jiang stood up and went to the bathroom next to him to take a shower. In less than 10 minutes, Ming Jiang came out wiping his wet hair with a towel. As we all know, when a beauty takes a bath, it has a very powerful lethality for men. According to the principle of equality between men and women, when a handsome man takes a bath, he is also very lethal to women. At least, when Meng Hongjin and the barber saw Ming Jiang coming out wiping his hair, their eyes turned into starry eyes. Keep doing it, faster, Ming Jiang put the towel aside and said to the barber. He also has a plan to tell everyone at the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. When the barber heard this, he did not care to appreciate Ming Jiang's appearance. The blush on his face due to shyness had not dissipated, so he quickly said, okay. Sit down and don't move, I can just move myself, huh? Ming Jiang felt something run over his face, which felt weird. The barber behind him had already begun to fix his hairstyle, but her face looked a little excited, and the blush that had not yet dissipated seemed to be getting stronger. It was said to be faster, but the barber obviously delayed his time. The whole process took half an hour to get Ming Jiang done. Dignified guest, you are ready, Ming. Jiang glanced at himself in the mirror, nodded, reached out and brushed the storage soul guide on his body, and took out a gold soul coins. It's not necessary for VIPs. Our service is free, the barber quickly declined. Ming Jiang didn't force it, nodded, and went upstairs with Meng Hongchen. It is worth mentioning that when the two of them went upstairs, because the rooms they lived in at Shrek Academy and the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy were very close, they met Mazaya Ateo and others who were coming down to eat. When they saw Ming Jiang's current appearance, Mazaya Ateo and Ling Luchen were very surprised. Even Zhang Lexun opened her mouth slightly, more or less shocked by Ming Jiang's appearance. Period. What are you looking at? Before Ming Jiang could say anything, Meng Hongchen hugged Ming Jiang's hand and glared at Shrek. Everyone who saw Meng Hongchen's move turned their attention to Zhang Lexun. The expression on Zhang Lexun's face did not change at all. Instead, she led everyone downstairs to eat as if nothing had happened. Mazaya Ateo and others thought Zhang Lexun didn't care, but during the meal, several sets of bowls and chopsticks in Zhang Lexun's hands were broken. The crackling sound made everyone in Shrek's heart skip a beat. Oh, after Ming Jiang and Meng Hongchen returned to the room, Meng Hongchen, who had just attacked Shrek's group, breathed a nervous sigh of relief. Whether it was Zhang Lexun, Mazaya Ateo or Ling Luchen, she was completely defeated in her aura as a soul master and in her aura as a woman. No way, age is here. Compared with a 20-year-old girl and a 25-year-old sister, the aura of a 15-year-old girl will indeed be suppressed. You don't have to help me kill them, Ming. Jiang glanced at Meng Hongchen helplessly. HMPH, I just can't see them bullying you, brother Ming Jiang. This is because your annoying brother is not here. If you were here, I would do the same. Meng Hongchen said half of the sentence, and then closed it a little sincerely. Mouthed. Jiang Ming's aura is really terrifying. Even if she is the granddaughter of Hall Master Ming, she really can't hold back that ferocious aura. Yes, in Meng Hongchen's heart, Jiang Ming's aura is vicious. What do you know? Ming Jiang looked at Meng Hongchen and raised his eyebrows. Brother Ming Jiang, you, eh? Blush appeared on Meng Hongchen's face, and he quickly walked 2 steps into the conference room. Ming Jiang shook his head and walked in. Hey, you look pretty good like this, you are half as good as me. Xiao Hongchen saw Ming Jiang like this and quickly took the opportunity to step on him. Meng Hongchen hid behind Xiao Hongchen, his face was rosy and he did not dare to look at Ming Jiang. Well, I feel more energetic this way. Mr. Ma sat at the head of the conference room, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at everyone in the conference room. The next step is the final against Shrek Academy. Let's talk about it. What do you think? Everyone was silent. After seeing the terrifying strength of Shrek Academy, they had long given up on their desire for the championship. Not to mention others, it is impossible for them to defeat just Jiang Ming. Thinking of Jiang Ming, everyone subconsciously turned their attention to Ming Jiang. It all depends on what I do. Is there a way for us to win? Written on my face, Ming Jiang said lightly. Everyone looked away, but the conference room was still quiet. They really don't have the idea of the finals. If you can't beat them, this is an absolute gap in terms of hard power, and there is no hope of winning. Ming Jiang looked at everyone in the conference room. Even Xiao Hongchen, a guy who had always been proud, the morale was very low. Huh? If I hadn't been only 15 years old, Xiao Hongchen said unconvinced. Even if you are 20 years old, even if you have the soul sync cultivation level, can you defeat Jiang Ming? That is a pervert who fights with a referee of a title Douluo on the competition stage. Marulong said angrily. Xiao Hongchen wanted to refute, but couldn't. Yes, even if he is 20 years old, even if he is also a soul saint, even if he is a 7th or even 8th level soul master, he dare not say that he can beat Jiang Ming. This guy is so perverted. The conference room fell into silence again. Mr. Ma scanned the crowd, and then fixed his gaze on Ming Jiang. Ming Jiang, do you have any ideas? Others also looked at Ming Jiang. They really had no choice. Jiang Ming's existence is too cheating. Ming Jiang did not speak directly, but after looking around at everyone, he slowly said, Is it because of Jiang Ming that you have no idea? Everyone nodded. Jiang Ming's presence directly defeated all their desire to fight. Ming Jiang raised his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "What if I lure Jiang Ming away so that he cannot participate in the finals? Do you have any ideas? Can you fight?" Chapter 305 It Shouldn't Kill Me. What? Everyone in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy stared at Ming Jiang with wide eyes. Mr. Ma on the side was also extremely surprised. Leave Jiang Ming away? Not let him participate in the finals? Ming Jiang nodded and said in a deep voice, "If I lure Jiang Ming away, do you have the confidence to fight Shrek? You know, even if Jiang Ming is gone, there are still 3 people on Shrek's side. 1 Soul Saint and 3 Soul Emperors." This everyone looked at each other, but there was a glint in their eyes. "Give me a word, yes or no." Ming Jiang's tone became a little more serious. Captain Ma Rulong's eyes flickered for a few times, and then his eyes became firm. "If there is no Jiang Ming, even if Shrek has 3 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors, we still have the confidence to try our best, but how are you going to lure Jiang Ming away? But in the final, Shrek will definitely let Jiang Ming play. Yes, this is the final. Who doesn't want to shine in the final? It's just for the final championship honor!" Exclamation mark. "You don't need to worry about this. I have a way to prevent Jiang Ming from appearing on the competition stage tomorrow. You just need to discuss how to deal with other people." After saying that, Ming Jiang stood up, left the conference room. Everyone in the conference room looked at me and I looked at you, and they were all a little confused. Ming Jiang's strength is indeed not weak. With the 6th ring Soul Emperor and the 7th level Soul Mentor, his strength is even much stronger than Ma Rulong. Dan Jiang Ming. This is a monster. Ma. Marka looked at Mr. Ma with some hesitation in his eyes. "Let's discuss how to deal with tomorrow's final. Just make arrangements according to the situation that Jiang Ming will not play in the game tomorrow." Ma. Lao said in a deep voice. Ma, do you really believe that Ming Jiang can lure Jiang Ming away?" Another team member said hesitantly. Ma Lao's eyes flashed and his face was serious. "Believe in Ming Jiang, and Ming Jiang and Jiang Ming are brothers. If he said there is a way to lure Jiang Ming away, then there should be nothing wrong." In everyone's mind a shock. Yes, Jiang Ming and Ming Jiang are brothers. If it was Ming Jiang, it might really be possible to drag Jiang Ming away. But wouldn't this be a little bit? If Jiang Ming is here, do you dare to fight? With just one sentence, the opposition can be suppressed. Went down. Yes, if Jiang Ming is here, will they dare to fight? You know, Jiang Ming took action in several games. Xiangshan Academy Captain Yi King was still dizzy when he left, and Dowling Academy's lone bamboo sword's legs were weak when he left. Even Princess Jiujiu almost died. If there wasn't a strong title Douluo guard in the competition stage, it's really hard to say what would have happened. If Jiang Ming were here, they might be scared right after they come on stage. Okay, let's start discussing tomorrow's battle plan. Ma interrupted the conversation among the team members. After he glanced at the direction Ming Jiang was leaving, he began to target other members of Shrek Academy. Several people showed their abilities and arranged the battle. At night, Ming Jiang wanted to enter our world to practice, but he heard a knock on the door. Ma. Ming Jiang was a little stunned. "Go in and talk." Ma walked into Ming Jiang's room. Compared with the last time he came in, Ming Jiang's room was filled with a depressing feeling. Even the light is a bit dim. "How do you plan to lure Jiang Ming away?" Ma asked directly. Ming Jiang's eyes narrowed and he shook his head. "I can't say, and it's true. It should be a secret between you brothers to prevent Jiang Ming from participating in the finals. I won't ask." Mr. Ma seemed to have expected it and did not go into details. "But I still want to ask, is it dangerous?" Ma looked at Ming Jiang with his deep eyes. Ming Jiang hesitated for a moment, with a trace of struggle in his eyes. For a long time, he breathed a sigh of relief. "There is a certain danger, but he probably won't kill me." Hearing this, Mr. Ma was shocked. Not killing Ming Jiang. This sounds light and easy, but this is the worst result. Don't do it. It's too dangerous. Ma frowned. He could imagine that Ming Jiang wanted to lure Jiang Ming away, and there would definitely be a price to pay for Jiang Ming not to participate in the finals. But when he encountered the word death, it was still a bit beyond his imagination. "No, I want to do it, Ming." Jiang shook his head firmly. You have seen their state, Mr. Ma. If Jiang Ming stands on the competition stage tomorrow, they will have no morale at all, then. You can't die either. Ming Jiang smiled and said, Mr. Ma, who told you that I was going to die? Didn't I tell you that he wouldn't kill me? And apart from doing it for them, this also has some selfish motives on my part. Said as he looked, Ming Jiang's eyes flashed with strong unwillingness and anger. He cheated me out of participating in the competition, so I will prevent him from participating in the finals. A few minutes later, Mr. Ma left Ming Jiang's room. When he left, there was some complexity in his eyes. The next day, before the morning sun appeared, there was no one in Ming Jiang's room. When everyone went downstairs to Xingluo Square to prepare for the finals, everyone from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy discovered Jiang Ming is not on the Shrek Academy team. Seeing this, everyone in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy showed a smile on their faces. Sure enough, Ming Jiang lured Jiang Ming away. Only Mr. Ma and Meng Hongqian still had worried looks on their faces. Meng Hongqian was worried that her elder brother Ming Jiang would be bullied by that bastard Jiang Ming. As for Mr. Ma, after the conversation with the Ming Jiang last night, he knew what Ming Jiang would face today. Hopefully, it won't be the worst outcome. While the two of them were worried, Jiang Ming had already arrived at an empty plain outside Xingluo City. And in front of him was the still sloppy old Zhuan. Xiaoming, are you sure you want me to take full action? In a rare move, Mr. Zhuan put away the chicken legs and wine gourd. Jiang Ming nodded and said, Mr. Zhuan, my soul power has reached level 79 now. If I want to break through, I need strong pressure. Moreover, I will go to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy with a miserable appearance. You can attack me as heavy as possible. As long as the little spirit is here, I can't die. Hearing this, a trace of unbearability flashed across Mr. Zhuan's old face. Xiao Ming, do you really want to fight so hard? Jiang Ming's eyes were firm. Mr. Zhuan, how miserable I will be later, how safe it will be if I return to Ming Hall after the competition. Hearing this, Mr. Zhuan sighed slightly. My child, I'm sorry for you. After saying that, Mr. Rising. Mr. From now on, Qi and blood have been raised to the limit. At the same time, his hair grew long in the wind and came in several colors. Green symbolizes life, bright yellow symbolizes light, black symbolizes darkness, and earthy yellow symbolizes the earth. It turned out to be four elves merging at the same time. In an instant, the aura on Jiang Ming's body surged to a level comparable to that of a 95th Super Douluo. The golden battle body was activated, and Jiang Ming's body instantly expanded into an inhuman body of nearly 3 meters, with the golden light all over his body. Not only that, Jiang Ming also had a gun to hold the sky in his hand. Zhuan Lao's eyes suddenly widened. Good boy. Chapter 306 Jiang Ming fights against Mr. Zhuan. Mr. Soul Rings, this kid has 900,000 year soul rings in total. With 900,000 year soul rings, 200,000 year soul bones, and the golden awakening of his own martial soul, Mr. Zhuan had no doubt that Jiang Ming's strength had reached the level of a title Douluo. But what Jiang Ming is erupting now is not just the aura of the title Douluo level. This is a Super Douluo above level 95. It's not even level 95, it's almost reaching the aura of a level 96 Super Douluo. Mr. The gun instantly dyed Qingshan's gun black and white. The first shot of the 9 spears of the god of war, go forward indomitably. The Qingshan spear instantly burst out with extremely sharp spear intent, as if all obstacles before this shot could not be overcome block. This is a marksmanship that Jiang Ming learned based on his previous life and death crisis in the far north. 9 spears of the god of war. Of course, Jiang Ming has not perfected the 9 spears yet. Even the number 9 spears is just that he thinks the number 9 is more powerful. You actually have marksmanship? Well done, Zhuan. Lao's eyes flickered, and yellow light burst out around him, lighting up almost half of the sky. Facing Jiang Ming's shot, Mr. Zhuan did not dodge, but chose to be tough. Just kidding, he is also a level 98 Super Douluo, one of the top experts in the mainland. If Jiang Ming, a 20-year-old junior, has to dodge attacks, where can he put this old face? Boom. The yellow light in old Zhuan's hand suddenly hit the tip of the sky-raising gun, and a terrifying energy wave suddenly exploded, forming an energy wave that spread hundreds of meters. Boy, your shot is pretty good, but it's not enough to deal with me, eh? Smile appeared on the corner of Mr. Zhuan's mouth. The power of Jiang Ming's shot is enough to threaten the lives of ordinary Super Douluo, but for him, it is far from enough. Zhuan Lao punched out, and the terrifying force directly knocked Jiang Ming back several hundred meters. In terms of power, Jiang Ming's golden heart strengthened his body extremely amazingly, but Mr. Zhuan was also a tyrannical being with a Tao de martial spirit. In head-to-head strength, it is impossible for Jiang Ming to overwhelm Mr. Zhuan with his current strength. Mr. The next moment, the sky-high gun in his hand exploded with even greater power. The second shot of the 9 spears of the god of war, defeat the 3 armies, the gunlight flashed, and Jiang Ming turned into a bolt of thunder, wrapped around the sky-raising gun, and rushed towards Mr. Zhuan with thunderous momentum. Wind and thunder suppresses the prison beast's soul-bone skill, turns into thunder. The skill of transforming thunder not only makes you immune to physical attacks, but also enhances elemental attacks. Thunder itself is the most violent elemental power in the world. Countless thunderbolts wrap up the sky spear, as if countless soldiers and generals are guarding the commander-in-chief in the middle. The sky spear is like the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, calming the 3 armies. This move is a bit interesting, Mr. Zhuan smiled and slowly raised his withered palm. The next moment, this withered finger, which was no different from an ordinary old man, suddenly became plump, as if it were dozens of years younger. Broken, Mr. And the moment he clenched his fist, there was an explosion in the air. Jiang Ming didn't even see Mr. Zhuan's fist clearly before he felt a terrifying force bombarding the sky spear. Buzz! The sky gun let out a mournful cry. Even if it is made of the materials of the 9th level soul guide, it is still extremely difficult to confront a strong man of Zhuan Lao's level. In fact, if Mr. Zhuan really takes action with all his strength, the sky-high gun may be directly smashed. This shocked Jiang Ming. He quickly exited the state of transforming thunder and put the sky gun into a world. This thing was a gift given to him by so many high-level soul masters in the soul guidance department. If it broke, he would have no place to cry. Xiaoming, are you careless? Mr. Zhuan's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. The next moment, Jiang Ming felt like he was hit hard in the abdomen and spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Ming was blasted several hundred meters further. After the smoke and dust cleared, he held his stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hissed, Mr. Zhuan, you don't follow martial ethics. Mr. Zhuan stood high in the sky, looked at Jiang Ming below, and said with a smile, Xiaoming, this is a battle, you can't relax. Jiang Ming nodded, and then the first soul ring on his body flashed. Heart shock, Zhuan. Lao felt that his heart seemed to be a little out of control, but as powerful as he was, he directly relied on his terrifying cultivation to suppress it. The blood of gold, the power of diamond, the other 2 soul rings on Jiang Ming's body flickered, and the already terrifying energy and blood power increased again. Then a meteor that seemed to be made of gold directly penetrated the space and hit Mr. Zhuan hard. Lao Zhuan didn't adapt to Jiang Ming's surge in strength, and was directly knocked into the clouds on the horizon. Jiang Ming did not stop. He spread out a pair of blue and purple wings behind him and rushed into the clouds. Boom! There were violent explosions in the clouds, and the golden yellow light kept flashing, almost turning the clouds in the sky into auspicious clouds. In this large layer of auspicious clouds, those who are close can still hear angry voices coming from inside. Mr. It's a dream come true, Mr. Zhuan, come again, come again. The collision in the clouds continued. Zhuan Lao and Jiang Ming were still in the testing stage at the beginning, and the moves and strength they used were not that strong. Of course, it is relative that this is not that strong. If that giant power Douluo or heavenly evil Douluo came over, he would be crippled within a few minutes of fighting at this level. And Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan fought hard for half an hour. And during the battle, Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan both started to turn over their cards. Mr. Zhuan used the martial spirit avatar. Jiang Ming merged with Xia Fang's power again, and his aura surged to the peak of level 96. Both sides did not use the kind of soul skills that can induce celestial phenomena, but used the purest power to fight against each other. This kind of confrontation consumes very little soul power, and it is also long enough to fight. A whole large cloud layer was dispersed by the violent shock wave of power. The sky was clear, but the space had become a forbidden zone. Whether they were wild beasts, soul beasts, or humans, they all stayed away from this area in fear. Chapter 307 Finals. Ho Yu Heo, this is a high-end game. Jiang Ming and Mr. the Strong Men in Luo City basically did not notice their battle. Moreover, compared to the outside of Xingluo City, the inside of Xingluo City obviously needs more protection. Hundreds of thousands of spectators, the emperor and ministers of the Star Luo Empire, the teams of Shrek Academy and the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, no one can have the slightest surprise. The Xingluo Square was buzzing with people, and the shouts of the audience almost dispersed the clouds in the sky. The players from Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy who were in the waiting area also started gearing up. The glory of the championship is a very precious thing even for Shrek Academy. After all, the glory of the #1 Soul Master Academy in the mainland lies here. In the waiting area, Hou Yuhao was a little nervous. After all, today he is going to participate in the finals with 6 regular players. Opposite, there is a Soul Emperor with a 7th level Soul Master, leading a group of Soul Kings with a group of 5th level Soul Masters. On their side, there are 3 Soul Saints, 3 Soul Emperors, and he is leading a 2nd level Great Soul Master. How to say it, Hou Yuhao felt a little unworthy. In this high-end game of Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, he, as 2nd level Great Soul Master, looks weird. If this was accidentally targeted, wouldn't it be a direct comment? Yuhao, don't be nervous, just stand behind me and provide me with the increase of ultimate ice, Ling. Luochen seemed to notice Hou Yuhao's nervousness and comforted softly. Actually speaking, she did not agree with Jiang Ming letting Hou Yuhao participate. After all, his cultivation level is too low. If it were Bibi or Su Sanchi, not even the 7th person, the 6 of them could still win. But there was no way. Jiang Ming wanted to put more pressure on them, so they could only listen. Yes, Yuhao, just stand beside me and Luo Chen. With us here, you will never be hurt at all, Guang. Yang Mo on the side he also comforted. Hou Yuhao nodded, and the tension in his heart eased a little. He listened to the roaring cheers from the surrounding mountains, and the blood in his heart was aroused. Unintentionally, he looked towards the city head. At first glance, he saw His Majesty the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire standing in the middle of the city, and Princess Jiujie to the left of His Majesty the Emperor. The next moment, Hou Yuhao's body suddenly shook, and his originally calm heart suddenly surged into turmoil. It was a middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a golden armor, without a helmet, showing his regular facial features, deep-set eye sockets, and a pair of blue eyes. The pupils shine. His face looks a little thin, but his whole person has a metallic texture. He is handsome, resolute, upright, and has an iron-blooded temperament, standing next to Emperor Xingluo. Yes, it's him. Seeing this person, Hou Yuhao's newly relieved mood suddenly became turbulent again. Yes, Duke White Tiger, who guards the western frontier of the Star Luo Empire, returned before this final. Not only because this is the final of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, but also because his eldest son is participating in the battle. Hou Yuhao saw the White Tiger Duke, and Dai Yuheng naturally saw it too, and his eyes could not help but ignite with excitement. Looking at his father on the top of the city in the distance, he clenched his fists. Duke Dai Hao of the White Tiger just nodded slightly to him, with a hint of encouragement in his eyes, and then stopped looking at him. But just this glance made Dai Yuheng, who had followed his father as his role model since childhood, full of fighting spirit. Having reached the 7th ring Soul Saint before he was 20 years old, he has been the #1 genius in the White Tiger Duke's palace for 1,000 years, no, even 10,000 years. Even his father, whom he regards as a role model, would be proud of himself. Emperor Xingluo saw that both team members had entered the rest area, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded to the White Tiger Duke next to him. Quiet. The competition is about to begin. Please speak, Your Majesty, Dai Hao shouted in a deep voice. He did not use the amplifying soul guide, but his voice was heard far away. Going out, the sonorous and powerful aura of iron and blood suddenly filled the air from the top of the city. Kill, kill, kill. All the soldiers present to maintain order raised their weapons and shouted. Suddenly, the entire Xingluo square was filled with the smell of murder. It can be seen that the eyes of these soldiers are full of fanaticism. At this moment, they only see the commander standing at the top of the city. The White Tiger Duke's dominance in the military is even greater than that of the emperor to some extent. Emperor Xingluo did not show any dissatisfaction on his face because of this, he was still smiling. The people in the audience also fell silent under this chilling atmosphere. Emperor Xingluo smiled and said, "The last time I witnessed the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition in Xingluo City was 20 years ago. At that time, both I and Brother Dai Hao were just young people. Times have changed, and today, 20 years later, I am already the leader of a country, and Brother Dai Hao has also become the first commander-in-chief of the empire. We will witness another showdown between the strongest young people on the continent. I am very excited. I hope that the players from both sides can dedicate a wonderful game to every spectator. As usual, the winner of this final will be rewarded with 3 soul bones and 1 million gold soul coins. I have selected 10 soul bones from our country's treasure house for selection by the final champion. I originally wanted to ask Brother Daihaoxin to host today's game in person, but on the Shrek Academy side, one of the main players is his eldest son. In order to avoid suspicion, the referee of this game is still the Jiang Douluo. I won't say any more. Now I invite you all to watch with me this duel that will definitely be recorded in history. As Emperor Xingluo finished speaking, a ray of light flashed across the city in an instant, and the next moment it appeared in the center of the competition stage. It was Jiang Douluo Wang Jingsu. When he saw that there was no Jiang Ming on the Shrek Academy side, Jiang Douluo breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. With this guy gone, his pressure as a referee has been reduced by at least 90%. Exclamation mark. But, why did Jiang Ming miss such an important final? You know, this is the last game. Even if Jiang Ming is conceded, it is still an honor to participate in the finals. Not to mention that as long as he is here, Shrek Academy will definitely win the championship. Jiang Douluo couldn't understand, but he quickly recovered and said in a deep voice, "In the final of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, I, Wang Jingsu, will be the referee of the final. Now I will announce the rules of the final." Although the players on both sides are already familiar with the rules of the competition, according to the order, they still have to make an announcement. The final is divided into team competition, individual knockout and 2-2-3 battles. 2 out of 3 battles among them. In the team competition, each side sends 7 players to play. After the team battle, both sides have one chance to change the participating players. In the subsequent individual elimination rounds and the 2-2-3 tactics competition, both sides can only be participated by a fixed 7 people, and any form of replacement is not allowed. The team that finally wins the 2 major games is the champion. Both sides can do whatever they want during the game. The referee is responsible for the safety of the players on both sides. Once the referee discovers that one party may die, he will intervene in the game and the party that benefits will be eliminated. However, due to the rapid changes in the game, the referee cannot guarantee the absolute safety of the participating players on both sides. I hope both sides will exercise restraint during the game. Next, both sides prepare. 1 minute later, the players participating in the team battle will come on the stage. If Jiang Ming were here, Jiang Douluo would not dare to say the words "let go" and do it, although, after these days of competition, Jiang Douluo still hasn't figured out what level Jiang Ming's strength is. But he can be sure that he is definitely better than himself. If he lets it go, he will definitely not be able to stop it. With the announcement of the rules of the competition, the atmosphere in the entire Xingluo Square suddenly became tense. Hundreds of thousands of people became silent at this time, just waiting quietly. Everyone's eyes widened. Even if the game hadn't started yet, they were unwilling to give up anything on the field. A hint of change. Zhang Lexun stood up, faced everyone at Shrek Academy, and said solemnly, "Everything will go according to the original plan. Shrek will win. Shrek will win." Everyone stood up at the same time, with extremely strong confidence in their voices. Although Shrek Academy was also a regular in the finals in previous years, this year's lineup is unprecedentedly powerful. Even Shrek Academy has never fought such a rich war in 10,000 years. On the other side, the team members of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy have also stood up and listened to Mr. Ma's final arrangements. Ming Jiang really did it. He lured Jiang Ming away so that Jiang Ming could not participate in the competition. Then they cannot live up to Ming Jiang's efforts and must make this battle more impressive. 1 minute passed quickly. The team members from both sides are on stage. Jiang Douluo calculated the time carefully and did not extend it by a second. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, 7 people immediately came out. The one walking at the front was none other than Captain Marulong. What followed closely behind Marulong was Xiao Hongjin, and then Meng Hongqian. Next was Mika, the 5th level soul master whom he had met in the semifinals. The next 3 are also 5th level soul mentors. Based on their appearance, everyone in Shrek can name them. They are Xiao Xiafen, Chen Fei and Lin Zai. Except for Meng Hongqian, all the team members are male. Seeing these 7 people appear on the stage, everyone in the Shrek team was not surprised at all, because these were the same people they predicted last night. Although his captain was the deputy leader of the opposite team, Jiang Ming did not reveal any information. It would be a bit shameless to cheat even though we already have this lineup. Moreover, Zhang Lexun and Wang Yan are not vegetarians. Without Jiang Ming revealing the information, they can still judge the personnel who will fight in this game based on the previous battles of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. The opponents have already walked towards the competition stage, and the Shrek Academy side naturally did the same, with 7 people walking out. However, a scene that surprised the audience in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy appeared. Among the 7 people who came out of Shrek Academy, there are 6 familiar regular players who are no problem. But what is the obviously much younger reserve player going to do? Even if Jiang Ming is not here, there should be those who look older. Although this little guy who came on stage once released the terrifying scene of 700,000-year soul rings during the knockout round. But after research by various forces, they have long concluded that the 700,000-year soul rings are fake. Why? Because compared with the 700,000-year soul rings displayed by Jiang Ming, Hou Yuheo's 700,000-year soul rings are too weak. Jiang Ming actually fought against a title Douluo level Xianxia Douluo on the competition stage. As for Hou Yuheo, even if he instantly killed his opponent in the knockout round, compared with Jiang Ming's performance, he was still too weak. Compared with the opponents in the knockout round, the several Soul Sex Soul Lords, and Xianxia Douluo, a title Douluo, there is really not much comparison. Sister Xia Ateo, I can. When they came on stage, Hou Yuheo quietly said something to Ma Xia Ateo. After listening, Ma Xia Ateo raised her eyebrows. Yes, but you still have to put your own safety first. If you are injured, Jiang Ming will not let us go. Hou Yuheo nodded. I will protect myself. In the auditorium, there was a commotion among the audience who did not see Jiang Ming's appearance. Among them, it can be said that more than half of them came to see Jiang Ming. After all, who doesn't want to witness those 700,000-year soul rings, the excitement, the feeling, the invincible attitude of fighting with a title Douluo referee? But unfortunately, Jiang Ming just didn't show up. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire on the city wall also frowned slightly. Why isn't Jiang Ming coming? No, he's not in the waiting area. What's going on? Where has he gone, Your Majesty? What's wrong? Who is Jiang Ming? Duke Nihao of the White Tiger just came back from the border yesterday and is not very familiar with the situation of the previous game. Brother, you don't know, this Jiang Ming is an absolute monster. When Shrek Academy played against our Star Luo Royal Academy in the last game, this kid didn't fight with our students, but went to find Senior Xianxia Douluo competes, the Emperor of Xingluo Empire introduced. What? Hearing the words of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Daihao's tiger eyes suddenly widened. Hit the referee during the game? Or the referee who beats title Douluo's cultivation? Exclamation mark. This is unscientific. While they were talking, the team members from both sides had already appeared on the stage, divided into 2 lines, and stood around the referee Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu. I have announced the rules of the competition just now, so I won't go into details again. Both sides retreat and prepare to start. The game ends until no one on one side can continue fighting. Hou Yuheo held his breath and concentrated. Followed by the others and slowly retreated. While retreating, he glanced at the White Tiger Duke on the city wall, and the emotions in his heart suddenly surged. The spirits of both parties are in a state of high concentration. The moment they reach the edge of their respective competition stages, Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu shouted, "The competition begins." End of this chapter. Chapter 308, Fight for Mingjiang. When the referee announced the start of the game, all participating teams from both sides released their martial arts spirits immediately. The 7 soul rings of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy flickered. Except for Maru Long, who had 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black soul rings flickering, the other 6 people all had 5 soul rings. On the other side, the soul rings of everyone in Shrek Academy also rose. The 3 attack-type soul masters standing at the front had their soul rings flashing. Chen Zifeng had 2 yellow, 2 purple and 2 black soul rings, while Dai Yuheng and Ma Ziaotao had 2 yellow and 2 soul rings. 7 purple, 3 and black soul rings flickered. The White Tiger Duke on the city wall saw the 7 soul rings flashing on Dai Yuheng's body, and a smile flashed across his serious and majestic face. 20-year-old soul saint, this is a genius that has never been seen in their White Tiger Duke lineage. Even thousands of years ago, when the Dai family was still the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, there had never been such an astonishing genius. Behind the 3 attack-type soul masters, Ling Luchen's 6 soul rings rose up, and Hou Yuheo's ultimate ice power increased, turning her into a soul emperor who controlled the ultimate ice. In a small team of 7 people, the ultimate fire and the ultimate ice coexist, which is unique in the 10,000-year history of the competition. Next to Ling Luchen, Zixie's 6 soul rings flickered, surrounded by thunder and lightning. She does not need to attack in this game, she only needs to protect Ling Luchen, Gong Yangmo and Hou Yuheo. As for Gong Yangmo, at this time, he had no reservations. As a top-level martial soul rainbow dragon soul master and a 7-ring soul saint, he went straight to full firepower. He directly activated the martial soul's true form. Under the true form of Wuhan, his auxiliary abilities will be upgraded to a terrifying level. It is no exaggeration to say that Gong Yangmo's current support ability is more than enough to assist a title Douluo. With the help of Gong Yangmo, the auras of everyone in Shrek instantly surged. To put it bluntly, even without Jiang Ming, they can still have a fight with a Shyensha Douluo on the side. The 7th ring of ultimate fire, the 6th ring of ultimate ice, the 7th ring of top support, plus several others, this lineup is truly capable of challenging title Douluo. Shyensha Douluo, anyone can hit me? Gan. Among the 7, the most inconspicuous one is Hou Yuheo. After all, he is too young. And the teammates around him are too strong. All of them are either 6 or 7 rings, top support or ultimate fire. In comparison, Hou Yuheo doesn't have much that stands out. But, is this really the case? Hou Yuheo could clearly see the smile of the White Tiger Duke on the city wall when he saw Dai Yuheng displaying 7 soul rings. For some reason, a feeling of unwillingness and anger emerged in his heart. So, after all 6 teammates released amazing soul rings, he started to show off. The red soul ring appears again. 100,000 years. 1, 2, 3 Just like the knockout round at the beginning of the competition, Hou Yuheo once again transformed 700,000 year soul rings. And this time, after being guided by Xianming Iceworm and familiar with the Ice Emperor's aura, these 700,000 year soul rings looked really scary. At least judging from the aura of this 100,000 year soul ring is really the same as the 100,000 year soul ring that Jiang Ming showed before. On this point, Shyensha Douluo, as the referee, has the absolute right to speak. But he doesn't want to speak at the moment. Another 700,000 year soul rings, another 700,000 year soul rings. Can you give me some normal competition? The feeling of Shyensha Douluo, my trigeminal nerve hurts so much. What does Shrek want to do? First there is Jiang Ming, and here comes Hou Yuheo. Are you sure he is here to play a game, not for him? Shyensha Douluo's old face twitched again and again, and he quietly moved to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. With this lineup, he really didn't think the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy could win. What he has to do now is to ensure the safety of the 7 people from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy after the fight begins. Although it is normal for 1 or 2 people to die in this kind of competition, if there are too many deaths, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will also get into trouble. Hou Yuheo's goal was achieved. The White Tiger Duke on the city wall looked at him. He could feel the surprised gaze of this father whom he had not met for a few times, and he felt a little bit of relief in his heart. But soon, this feeling of pleasure disappeared. What's the point? Shrek's 3 attack-type soul masters rushed forward directly. The hot breath of the ultimate fire spread in the air, and the cold breath of the ultimate on the ground continued to spread. The oppression from the White Tiger Soul Saint and the soul-chasing Sword Soul Emperor was extremely terrifying. On the other side, the Sun and Moon team remained in place. 4 soul mentors, sufficient distance is the most beneficial for them to display their own strength. They tried their best to raise the fighting spirit in their hearts, but when they saw the almost domineering momentum on the opposite side, everyone looked very ugly. Even if Ming Jiang lures Jiang Ming away, everyone in Shrek Academy will still be so terrifying. Especially the 7 blood-red 100,000-year soul rings made them feel as if Jiang Ming was still here. Even though they knew that Toyuheo's 100,000-year soul ring was definitely fake, but that kind of 10,000-year spirit ring made them feel as if Jiang Ming was still here. The powerful oppression of the 10,000-year soul ring was still something they could not ignore. And this is one of the reasons why Toyuheo released 700,000-year soul rings. He knows that he is only a second-level soul master now. In such a high-end game, it is impossible to confront the opponent head-on. But he also has his own abilities. The Ultimate Ice attribute can upgrade Ling Luchen's Ice to the Ultimate Ice. Sharing mental detection allows teammates to accurately grasp the combat timing in the game. And these 700,000-year soul rings simulate the aura of Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings. It can be said that Jiang Ming not only destroyed the confidence of other college contestants in the previous games, but also cast a heavy shadow on them. And now, even if Jiang Ming does not participate in the competition, as long as he releases the aura of Jiang Ming's 100,000-year-old soul ring, even if the opponent knows it is fake, the suffocating sense of oppression will never weaken. Exclamation mark. Everyone in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy looked at each other and decided to go ahead. The momentum of Shrek Academy is indeed terrifying, but they must not admit defeat. You know, Ming Jiang took great risks to lure Jiang Ming away for them. If they give up, they would be so sorry to Ming Jiang. Battle. No matter how powerful the opponent is, they must fight. Everyone at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy suppressed the panic in their hearts, their eyes full of determination. Captain Ma Rulong took a deep breath, and the 7th level soul tool on his chest shone with light. Everyone, fight for Ming Jiang. Chapter 309. You are not the only ones with soul guides. Countless light balls condensed from soul power and released through the soul guide were instantly released on everyone in the Sun Moon team, like a peacock opening its tail. These light balls first quickly flew to both sides and in the air, and then went straight to Shrek Academy with an astonishing speed and a harsh roar. The light balls flying in the air are still accelerating and gathering. Judging from their trajectories, these light balls will all fall on the 7 people of Shrek Academy without any waste. The Soul Masters of the Sun and Moon team are all at least level 5 in cultivation. Even if their soul power is enhanced through various medicines and secret methods and cannot be compared with real Soul Masters, their soul power cultivation is real. The power of a soul guide activated by the Soul King level soul power is even greater than the soul skills directly used by the Soul King, let alone so many 5th level soul masters performing their skills together. In the previous team battle against Jiao Academy, Team Sun Moon used this all-round soul guidance device to powerfully suppress their opponents. With continuous attacks, they forced Jiao. The Academy team was kicked off the competition stage. Facing Shrek Academy, they still used similar tactics at first. They did not seek to kill the opponent, but at least suppressed the opponent first and prevented everyone from the Shrek team from getting close. The opponent has an attack-type Soul Emperor and 2 attack-type Soul Saints. If they are approached, they will be suppressed instantly. However, at the same time that a large number of soul guide light balls on their side rose into the sky, a white light also rose into the sky among the 7 people lined up in Shrek Academy. This white light soaring into the sky lit up a white crescent moon in the sky, and then, it instantly turned into countless white lights and poured straight towards the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Although the density of those white lights is worse than the light balls released here, the timing it chooses is excellent. Just when the light balls of the soul guide here began to gather in the center after being released, these white lights suddenly fell from the sky. The attacks from both sides almost collided in the middle of the competition stage. Jiao Heng's 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. He is a soul saint, and with Gong Yangmo's assistance, this 4th soul skill is far more powerful than the attacks launched by a large number of level 5 soul guides on the opposite side. When the 2 sides collided in the center of the field, the initial collision instantly evolved into a full-scale collision and explosion. The shock wave of the explosion swept across the entire competition stage instantly. Shrek Douluo did not dare to blink, for fear that someone would suddenly die in such an intense competition. Faced with this explosion, everyone in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the defensive soul guidance devices on their bodies. Compared to them, the 3 attack-type Soul Masters of Shrek Academy were closer to the center of the explosion. But they who have been reprimanded by Jiang Ming are no longer stunned now. You are the only ones with defensive soul tools. A red light flashed in Ma Xiaoteo's eyes, and a fiery red shield rose up, blocking her in front of her. The explosive energy on the competition stage was unable to break through the 7-level protective shield, and was completely blocked. Not only Ma Xiaoteo, but also soul shields appeared in front of Dai Yuheng and Chen Zifan. Originally, they did not prepare these soul shields. After all, based on their cultivation, the soul shields must be at level 6 or 7. Purchasing a soul shield of this level requires a certain amount of time and opportunity. This kind of thing usually only appears on the black market or high-end auctions. But who made Jiang Ming the soul master? Jiang Ming made some of the 6th level soul shields when he was trapped at level 69. Although there are not many, there are still 4 or 5. As for the 7th level soul shields, including those made in Mingdadang, Jiang Ming only made 4. The first one was given to Zhang Lexuan. Of course, when there is a good thing, he will think of his wife as soon as possible. The second one is being used by himself, although it is not very useful. After all, with his current strength, if he can deal with opponents who are very difficult to deal with, the 7th level soul shield is basically useless. But in Mingde Hall, as a soul engineer, you always need to have a soul guidance shield to make you look less obtrusive. As for the other 2 7th level soul shields, one is used by Ma Xiaoteo and the other is at Guang Yangmo's side. Guang Yangmo said that he would raise money for Jiang Ming and not prostitute Jiang Ming's soul tool in vain. But Ma Xiaoteo didn't express anything. She already owes Jiang Ming a lot of gold soul coins. To put it bluntly, the essence of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower that purified her evil fire into the ultimate fire. If I had to calculate it hard, it would be astronomical numbers. In this case, let's continue to owe it. Oh no, they also use soul guides. Ma Rulong was shocked. He thought that due to the pride of Shrek Academy, he would not use soul tools in the competition. This is also an important factor in their ability to persist a little longer and even look for opportunities to win. But now, this factor is gone. The overall strength of Shrek Academy on the opposite side is already crushing their side, plus these advanced soul tools, what can they use to defeat them? Iced for thousands of miles, after the explosion, Ling Luchen, who was at the rear, was the first to take action. The breath of ultimate ice quickly spread across the competition stage, and in just a blink of an eye, it forced the 7 people from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy to the edge of the competition stage. Seeing this, the 2 siblings Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen looked at each other, and both saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Ma Rulong's eyes glared, and a dense number of soul guides suddenly emerged from his body. The 7th level soul guide on his chest was fully charged. Besides the 3 of them, others are also frantically pouring out the power of other soul tools. In just 3 seconds, the soul guiding rays and soul guiding cannon-like attacks released by several 5th level soul masters directly covered the space on the competition stage. Not even Dai Yuheng and Ma Xiaoteo can ignore this terrifying firepower. Of course, the firepower coverage that can make these 2 soul saints feel troublesome is also costly. After these 3 seconds, the 4 5th level soul masters at the Soul King level all exhausted their soul power. Brothers and sisters Ma Rulong and Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen also completed the final preparations within these 3 seconds. A golden light blasted out from Ma Rulong. This is the power of a 7th level soul guide. The target is not the 3 attack type soul masters from Shrek Academy who are rushing to the front, but the 4 Ling Luchen who have been behind. At the same time, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen were also ready. A beam of light rose from their bodies, and the shadows of their martial spirits also appeared in the air. The martial spirit of Xiao Hongchen, the 3-legged golden toad. Meng Hongchen's martial spirit, Zuqing Bingchen. The light beam condensed in the air and turned into the shape of a huge toad. The strangest thing is that when all the light condensed on the toad, the color changed. The golden color of the 3-legged golden toad and the icy blue color of the Zuqing ice toad have completely disappeared at this moment, leaving only a red color that exudes metallic luster. The red golden luster renders this huge 5-meter-high toad extremely gorgeous. Its eyes are as black as the abyss. Open its big mouth, and in its mouth, there is a faint red gold vortex spinning violently, as if it may spit out at any time. End of this chapter. Chapter 310. The competition is over. Ming Jiang is dying. Martial soul fusion skill. Everyone in Shrek Academy stared at each other, and their faces immediately became serious. Even the two attack-type soul saints, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuhang, also no exceptions. After all, things like martial soul fusion skills can really make a comeback. Don't move, I will block this blow. Gong Yang Mo looked at the golden light flying towards them, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he, an auxiliary soul master, rushed directly to the front. Just try this 7th level soul shield, Guang. Yang Mo stood in front of Ling Luchen and Hou Yuhao very confidently, and a colorful light rose in front of him. The light was brilliant, blocking him and the people behind him. This thing was designed for him by Jiang Ming himself. It is a 7-level protective shield. Unless it is attacked by an 8th-level soul guide, it is almost impossible to break this shield. Sure enough, when the golden light hit the rainbow-colored shield, although the rainbow-colored shield was constantly trembling, it was still strong. Seeing this, Gong Yang Mo also breathed a sigh of relief. Produced by Big Devil, it's really a masterpiece. When Ma Rulong saw that all his 7th-level soul rays had been blocked, the hope in his eyes dimmed instantly. But even so, he did not give up completely. The martial soul fusion skills of Xiao Hongchen brother and sister have been used, and the target is Chen Zifan, who is already approaching. If the soul fusion skills used by 2 soul masters with soul king cultivation were used against 2 soul saints, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yuhang, the effect might not be very obvious. But if it were against Chen Zifan, it would be possible to eliminate him directly. At least, they must eliminate at least one of the other party. Originally, according to the opponent's lineup, it seemed easiest to eliminate Hou Yuhao. But the position where Hou Yuhao stood was too safe, and they really didn't dare to try the 700,000-year soul rings. The swirling red gold light turned into a torrent and poured down. The red gold light was filled with a clang of metal and the coldness of ice. What is even more terrifying is that when it appeared, it actually caused the air to distort violently due to its blazing heat. A variety of contradictory factors come together to form a kind of madness that is almost twisted and hysterical. The entire competition stage seemed to have turned into a sea of magma amid the red gold shine of worldly love. Good guy, are you here for me? Chen Zifan was a little stunned, and then quickly ducked away. He is not stupid. The martial soul fusion skills performed by the 2 soul kings are also a huge threat to him. Hide? You can't hide. The red gold torrent rushed down suddenly, directly covering Chen Zifan's figure. Chen Zifan, old Chen, others in Shrek Academy exclaimed. Taking this opportunity, Ma Rulong exhausted all his soul power and used all the available soul tools. The overwhelming firepower appeared again. Ma Rulong's full firepower output was even more powerful than the full firepower output of 4 level 5 soul masters. Under the obstruction of the sky-wide firepower, no one in Shrek could rush to help Chen Zifan immediately. Chen Zifan's figure was completely shrouded in the light of worldly nostalgia, and he could no longer see where the others were. Xianxia Daluo frowned, but still did not take action. This level of strength and martial soul fusion skills is not a fatal threat to Soul Emperor in his prime state. And after a few seconds, the firepower dissipated, and everyone from Shrek rushed to Chen Zifan's position immediately. I saw that where Chen Zifan was, a bloody light shield perfectly enveloped his figure. Invincible shield. When the love of the mortal world faded away, the bloody invincible shield also turned into little bits of blood and dissipated. My invincible shield, a trace of pain flashed across Chen Zifan's cold face. The disposable invincible shield is fun to use and has great defensive power, but it's so fucking expensive. This time, there are tens of thousands of gold soul coins. It hurts. It hurts so much. Even for him, who is a student of the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy, he feels extremely distressed. Even though Jiang Ming is so rich, he can even spend 100 million gold soul coins. But in the entire Shrek Academy, Jiang Ming is the only one who can spend such a large amount of money. Others, if they can come up with hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins, it's already pretty good. You know, the gold soul coin rewarded to the winning champion of this competition is only 1 million gold soul coins. Invincible shield. After using the martial soul fusion technique, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen looked at Chen Zifan, who was safe and sound, with very ugly expressions on their faces. Shrek Academy has almost never used soul tools in previous games, and it has never seen any defensive invincible shields. But in the last scene, 4 of the 7 of them actually used defensive soul tools. And these levels are all level 6 and level 7. The strength of the soul masters has already suppressed their side, and now they are using soul guides, So how can they fight? Xiao Hongjin and Meng Hongjin still wanted to try, but Ma Rulong immediately signaled the referee to admit defeat. When everyone in Shrek Academy took out their defensive soul tools, he already knew that there was no hope at all. They don't even have the possibility of eliminating one person from the other side. The first game of the finals, a team battle, Shrek Academy won. According to this situation, the next individual competition can be pushed directly. But Zhang Lexun shook her head. Jiang Ming discussed with the competition officials before and changed the positions of the individual competition and the second, and third competitions. Hearing this, Wang Yan's face was full of confusion. Change positions? Why do you do this, Zhang? Lexun looked at the people in the reserve team. In the individual competition, Xia Ateo and the others are here to take care of the situation. You guys, go and play the second and third competition. The All-Continental Soul Master Elite Competition is a continental event. It would undoubtedly be an honor to be able to participate in the finals of such an event. Under the condition of ensuring victory, Jiang Ming wanted to involve everyone in the reserve team. The second and third competitions have begun. The order of the two competitions has been changed. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy has no objections. After all, it is meaningless. But when they saw that Shrek Academy actually used members of the reserve team to compete in the second and third games, they felt insulted. We can't beat your regular players, how can we beat your reserve players? Exclamation mark. Even though they had just consumed a lot of soul power, it was still not something that the reserve team could contend with. For the 7 members of the Shrek reserve team, this was a difficult and exciting game. However, there is no pressure on them. After all, the main team members are too strong, so strong that there is no possibility of losing in the individual competition. So, what they are thinking about is whether they can solve the opponent in the second and third games. After all, the other party's soul power was so intensely consumed in the last game that he would definitely not be able to recover much now. The 2-2-3 game, the first game. He Keitao and Xiao Xiao came on stage. And their opponent is Ma Rulong. Only Ma Rulong. But even if Ma Rulong consumes a lot of soul power, it cannot be solved by He Keitao, a 4th-level soul mentor, and Xiao Xiao, a 3rd-ring soul master. Under Ma Rulong's powerful firepower, He Keitao and Xiao Xiao quickly lost. Everyone at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is excited. Since the beginning of the competition, Shrek Academy has lost 2 few games. In the second game, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy sent 2 5th-level soul engineers. On Shrek's side were Su Sanchi and Jiang Nanan. 2 5-rings versus 2 4-rings. Moreover, the Soul Master has the ability to suppress the Soul Master before the 7th ring. Can you win? Su Sanchi told everyone what the power of love is. No, what is the power of licking a dog? When facing the 5th-level Soul Master, Su Sanchi did not hesitate at all and directly used Jiang Ming displacement to replace one of the 5th-level Soul Masters who looked easy to bully to Jiang Nanan. Before the 5th-level Soul Master could react to the sudden situation, Jiang Nanan struck him with a waist bow, hit him and threw him, and gave him a full-body fracture massage. It hurts. It hurts so much? Are level 5 soul mentors powerful? Of course it's awesome. But that's only if you can maintain a sufficient distance and fully release your firepower. If the Soul Master cannot use the Soul Guidance device, a pure Soul Master, even a 5th-ring Soul Master, will not be able to block the attack of a 4th-ring attack-type Soul Master. So, the first level 5 Soul Master was forced to be eliminated within 10 seconds of the start of the game. Facing Su Sanchi and Jiang Nanan who were erupting at full strength, a 5th-level Soul Engineer really didn't pose much of a threat. In the second game, Shrek Academy wins. The third game was the first match point of the final. Shrek Academy, Bibai, Hoyuheo, Wang Dong Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Mika, Xiao Hongjin, Meng Hongjin. In terms of strength, Mika can't beat Bibai who explodes with all his strength. The outbreak of the Golden Holy Dragon cannot be suppressed by a 5th-level Soul Engineer. Therefore, the final decisive victory lies with Xiao Hongjin and Meng Hongjin. They used the martial soul fusion skill in the last game, and their soul power has not been recovered yet. The game started soon. Hoyuheo still used the scare tactics, releasing 700,000-year soul rings, which brought strong psychological pressure to the opponent. Bibai used all his strength from the beginning. The Golden Holy Dragon awakened and attacked Xiao Hongjin. He didn't go to fight Micah. Everyone saw Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen's martial arts fusion technique used in the last match. This is the biggest variable. As long as one of Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen is eliminated, their chances of winning are very high. But Micah is not stupid. How could he let Bibi get close to Xiao Hongchen brother and sister? The familiar soul guidance armor appeared on Micah's body, and the soul guidance thruster ejected light, blocking Bibi directly. The soul guide ray emits red light and is aimed at Bibi. Bibi was surrounded by thunder, and he flexibly avoided Hou Yuheo's mental detection sharing. But this is not a one-man game. Brothers Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen not only have martial soul fusion skills, they are also 5th-level soul mentors. Bibi had just escaped a soul guiding ray fired by Micah when she was covered by the soul guiding rays of Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. Wang Dong's gorgeous light goddess butterfly martial soul flashed with light, and the light balls flew towards those soul guiding rays one by one. Hou Yuheo accurately intercepted those soul guiding rays during the sharing of mental detection. Explosions continued, and the game became intense as soon as it started. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, Bibi could only retreat temporarily. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen almost didn't hesitate at all. After forcing Bibi back with firepower, they directly used the martial soul fusion skill again. If they win this game, they will win one of the 3 games in the finals. That's enough. Shrek Academy's lineup is too strong. Even if they win this game, they have no chance at all in the individual knockout rounds. Now, defeat the opponent and win. Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen only had this belief in their hearts at the moment, and Micah on the side had a similar idea. Micah stared at the 3 people opposite him, not daring to relax. He needs to ensure that the martial soul fusion skills of Xiao Hongchen brother and sister can be released smoothly. To do this, he needs to use all his strength. When Hou Yuheo and Wang Dong saw this, they looked at each other and instantly understood what the other meant. Isn't it just martial soul fusion skills? It's not like they don't have them. The two embraced each other, their souls connected, and a beam of light rose. Come on, Micah used all his strength, and several of the soul tools on his body were overloaded with red temperature, but he still kept attacking Bibi with crazy eyes. Bibi also released his strongest ability, thunder spread all over, dragons roared, and he struck countless soul guiding rays with an extremely domineering attitude. In the end, Micah ended sadly. But Bibi had also spent a lot of soul power. He attacked Xiao Hongchen and his sister, but was easily intercepted. Boom! A soul-guided cannon struck, and the power of the 5th-level soul-guided cannon was about to bombard Bibi. Shrek Douluo appeared in time and blocked the shot. Bibi, who had consumed most of his soul power and was seriously injured by various soul-guiding rays, could never withstand this blow. The next step is the competition of martial soul fusion skills. Hou Yuheo's current soul power is level 30, and Wang Dong is also a soul master. But their opponents, Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen, are now soul kings. Moreover, Xiao Hongchen brother and sister have already seen the true strength of Hou Yuheo and Wang Dong from the energy fluctuations produced by the martial soul fusion technique. They are going to win this round. Brother and sister Xiao Hongchen thought at the same time. Sure enough, when their mortal love met the golden road opposite, the red storm suppressed that golden road. But Hou Yuheo and Wang Dong still didn't give up, and even used another martial soul fusion skill. The Hammer of the Emperor of Heaven. When this hammer came out, Crimson Storm was actually blocked. The next moment, another beautiful figure appeared. Neon clothes of light. A beautiful figure with a majestic trident mark on her eyebrows appeared, and she defeated the red storm with force. In the 3rd game, Shrek won. There is no need to compete in the individual elimination rounds. Shrek has already won 2 of the 3 games. The final champion of the competition is Shrek. Even though this is the ending that everyone already knew when they saw Shrek's powerful lineup, but now that they see it with their own eyes, they still can't contain their excitement. Especially the final 3-on-3 match, Martial Soul Fusion Skills versus Martial Soul Fusion Skills. The 2 people from Shrek Academy used 3 Martial Soul Fusion Skills at once. Value. This ticket is so worth it. Although Jiang Ming, who frightened all the contestants, did not play in the end, the final was still worth the price of admission. The Shrek Reserve team is full of glory, and the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is very frustrated. They had already expected to lose, but they never expected that they would also lose against Shrek's reserve team. Everyone in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy lowered their heads, with disappointment in their eyes. And when they returned to the Star Emperor Hotel with this emotion, this loss turned into anger. Because Ming Jiang is back. But he is dying. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. What does death feel like? Jiang Ming has felt it many times, but this time it is not among them. But this kind of trauma looks miserable, but in fact it is not life-threatening at all. In the end, it was Jiang Ming himself who forcibly merged with his 6 elves and made his body look like it was about to explode, creating a real feeling of dying. Of course, with Xiao Ling protecting him, although he is on the verge of death, there is no risk of dying at all. Brother Ming Jiang, Meng Hongchen looked at Ming Jiang who was lying on the bed, wrapped like a mummy, with a look of disbelief in his big eyes. Did Ming Jiang go to lure his eldest brother Jiang Ming away? How could it be hurt like this? Exclamation mark. How is he doing, Meng? Hongchen couldn't believe it, but Mr. Ma had talked with Ming Jiang before. He knew the danger of Ming Jiang's operation. Ming Jiang also said that Jiang Ming should not kill him. But in this situation, there is no need to prepare a coffin for Ming Jiang. The external injuries were serious, and the internal injuries were even worse. He was almost hanging in a breath. It should be because of his martial spirit. His martial spirit should be a plant with very strong vitality and healing effects. With this martial spirit, he can't die, but the recovery time will be very long, the healing soul master of the Star Luo Empire said with a heavy expression. To be honest, this healing soul master, as a servant of the royal family, is not particularly interested in the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. After all, when the Sun and Moon Empire prepares to go to war in the future, these people will become the sharp daggers wielded against the Star Luo Empire. But now the two countries have not completely separated themselves, and people still need to be saved. Mr. Ma nodded, feeling relieved in his heart. As long as it's not life-threatening. He did know that Ming Jiang's martial spirit was a chrysanthemum-shaped plant with very strong vitality. It is fortunate that his martial spirit is this, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Mr. Ma sent the royal healers of the Star Luo Empire away. In the room, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy looked at Ming Jiang who was lying on the bed and tied into a mummy, with anger on his face. I'm going to find Shrek Academy, Xiao. Hongchen had a bad temper and immediately went to Shrek Academy's room to find Jiang Ming. Marulong quickly reached out and grabbed him, his expression ugly. Can't go. The anger in Xiao Hongchen's eyes almost burst out, and he said angrily, Ming Jiang was beaten like this by that Jiang Ming, and you just watched like this, Ma. Rulong grabbed Xiao Hongchen's hand and didn't move at all. He said coldly, so what reason did you use after running over? Ming Jiang went to find Jiang Ming by himself. And why did he go to Jiang Ming? Xiao Hongchen, you think about it carefully. Hearing this, Xiao Hongchen's expression was stunned, and then he came to his senses. Yes, speaking of it, they initiated it. Ming Jiang took the initiative to find Jiang Ming and held Jiang Ming back so that he could not participate in the finals. If we get to the bottom of it, they will be the only ones at fault. Then Ming Jiang was injured like this, can we just let it go? Xiao Hongchen was still unwilling to give in, but he had calmed down. They are in Xingluo City now, and with Jiang Ming's fighting prowess, the possibility of him being beaten in the past was higher than the possibility of being reasonable. Don't go. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in the room. Everyone's eyes turned to the figure lying on the bed. Ming Jiang's eyes had opened a gap, and his exposed mouth was touching up and down, making a weak sound. Brother Ming Jiang, Meng Hongchen, who had been watching by the bed, suddenly widened his eyes and leaned over with a cute little face. Xiao Hongchen, don't go, Ming. Jiang said again. It's just that the voice was very hoarse, even a little painful, as if saying this sentence would take up most of his strength. While saying this in a difficult tone, Ming Jiang couldn't help but secretly marveled. Too cruel to yourself. Forcibly fused with 6 elves, the terrifying power directly destroyed most of his meridians. Friendly reminder, self-mutilation is not advisable. The main reason is that Mr. Zhuan was too cruel, and he hit his face so hard that he was not human anymore. But I was so stunned that I couldn't do anything because of the internal injuries. Especially if the fight is to a point where he is about to die, Mr. Zhuan just won't do it. It makes him have to harm himself. It hurts so damn much. Brother Ming Jiang, please stop talking. Take a rest and recover from your injuries. Meng Hongzhen's face was full of worry, and his eyes were full of water. 14 the 5-year-old girl almost cried. Well, don't go looking for Shrek and those people. I'll rest for a while first. The level of worship in the treatment room of the Star Luo Empire is still acceptable. Although it is not as good as Mr. Zhuang, it stabilized his internal condition and stimulated the body's functions to slowly recover. And he himself also asked Xiao Ling to quietly release a little life force and slowly recover. Soon, Ming Jiang closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. On the other side, in the room of Shrek Academy's regular players and reserve players, plus the two team leaders Wang Yan and Zhang Lexun, are exercising their perseverance to remain calm despite the collapse of the mountain. They forcefully control the corners of their mouths and facial muscles, trying their best not to smile or to make a sound. This is a test of perseverance. After all, Mr. Zhuan in front of them looks really funny. Moreover, Mr. Zhuan's face was also bruised and purple, and there was even a spot of bruises that spread around his eyes, making him look very happy. Laugh if you want to, Mr. Zhuan snorted angrily. He could naturally tell that these little brats were holding back their laughter, and he himself knew that his current state was a bit funny. Really, that kid Jiang Ming is so evil. Did it accidentally hit him in the face? I actually threw my fist directly into my face to say hello. It's so disrespectful of martial ethics. Mr. Zhuan said secretly in his heart. Ahem, what, Mr. Zhuan, did you get this injury from fighting with any top powerhouse, Zhang? Lexun coughed lightly, a smile flashed across her face, and she asked softly. When the others heard Mr. Zhuan say that they could laugh whenever they wanted, they could no longer control the expressions on their faces. Some people covered their mouths and chuckled, while others laughed heartily. Even Hou Yuhao and Wang Dong laughed quietly. No, it's just that something went wrong during cultivation. The soul power went backwards in the meridians, making my face swollen, Zhuan. Lao said seriously. After hearing this, Wang Yan couldn't help but have several big question marks on his head. As a teacher of Shrek Academy, he naturally knew about the issue of retrograde soul power. But this is the first time he has heard that retrograde soul power will cause the face to swell. He has a strong curiosity about many problems encountered by soul masters. This is the attitude that a good teacher should maintain. Mister, if you have questions, don't ask more. Chapter 312 Return, Hidden Crisis. Mr. Zhuan very directly avoided Wang Yan's thirst for knowledge. After all, these bruises on the face are not the result of the retrograde soul power at all, but the masterpiece of Jiang Ming, a boy who does not respect martial ethics. As the second most senior person in Shrek Academy, Mr. Su still needs a little respect in front of the disciples of the Inner Academy and the students of the Outer Academy. But speaking of it, is Jiang Ming's current strength so scary? He is clearly only at the 7th ring. Jiang Ming of the 7th ring, after merging with the elf, was able to explode with strength comparable to him. Even if this explosive strength can only last for a short time, it is still extremely terrifying. Jiang Ming, 7-ringed soul sage. He is a level 98 super Douluo. Such a gap between the two of them actually made them equal in strength within a short period of time. This is crazy. Alice. I am getting old. Mr. Zhuan obviously felt that he was old. The world now is really dominated by young people. Ha ha ha, the laughter hasn't stopped yet. When I go back, I will practice twice as much? No, 3 times, Zhuan. Lao suddenly said. In an instant, everyone proved a truth with practical actions. Smiles are conserved. When Mr. Zhuan said such cold words with his 36-degree mouth, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly, and then appeared on Mr. Zhuan's face. Okay, let's take a day off in Xingluo City today, and we'll go back to Shrek tomorrow, Zhuan. Lao said. Mr. Zhuan, Hou Yuhao raised his hand and looked at Mr. Zhuan. What happened, Mr. Zhuan still values Hou Yuhao very much? He has the original martial soul plus the ultimate ice martial soul, and has a powerful soul mentor talent. To a certain extent, Hou Yuhao's importance is only a little lower than Jiang Ming, but higher than that of Ma Zia Ateo, Dai Hang and others. Will Instructor Jiang go back with us, Hou Yuhao asked. Jiang Ming's strength in the competition was really amazing. He also wanted to ask Jiang Ming some questions after he went back. He won't go back. He has a very important mission and will not return to the academy for a long time in the future, Zhuan Lao said in a deep voice. He won't go back to the academy for a long time. Could it be that he is going to Sun and Moon? Ho! Yu Hao seemed to have thought of something, but Mr. Zhuan frowned. Yu Hao, there are some things that you shouldn't think about, and don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Regarding Jiang Ming's intention to lurk in the Sun and Moon Empire, he and Mr. Mu actually meant to hide it from Zhang Lexun and the others. This is too dangerous after all. Once Jiang Ming is discovered by the Sun and Moon Empire, even if Poseidon Pavilion wants to save people, they may not be able to arrive in time. However, Jiang Ming said that he trusted Ma Ateo and the others, as well as Ho Yu Hao and the others, so he directly exposed the identity of Jiang Ming and Ming Jiang as the same person during the competition. Understood? Ho Yu Hao's expression suddenly condensed and he said firmly. And just when Shrek and everyone were preparing to leave tomorrow, everyone from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was dragged down. They need to stay in Xingluo City for a few more days, at least until Ming Jiang recovers enough to move around. Fortunately, the chrysanthemum-shaped martial spirit in Ming Jiang is very powerful. It seems to be a top-notch healing martial spirit. In just 3 days, with the cooperation of the healing soul master sent by the Star Luo Empire, he recovered to the point where he was able to move. On the bed, Ming Jiang struggled to get up, with Meng Hongchen supporting him. Xiamen, don't hold me, I can walk on my own, Ming. Jiang looked at Meng Hongchen, his face was pale, and he said softly. Brother Ming Jiang, it's okay, I'll help you, Xiamen, I'm not disabled yet. A flash of light flashed across Ming Jiang's face. Displeased, Meng Hongchen puffed out her cheeks aggrievedly and let go of Ming Jiang's hand. Ming Jiang walked step by step, faltering, like an old man in his twilight years. He walked very slowly, but no one in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy showed any impatience. After all, Ming Jiang was beaten like this to help them lure Jiang Ming away, and they all felt ashamed in their hearts. It took Ming Jiang half a minute to walk from the bed to the door, at a snail's pace, but there was a smile on Ming Jiang's face. With this recovery speed, it is estimated that we will be able to use the Flying Soul Guide in 2 days. On the side, Mr. Ma nodded. As long as Ming Jiang can use the Flying Soul Guide, they can return to the Sun and the Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. 2 days later, when Ming Jiang carried a lightweight Flying Soul Guidance device and successfully activated it, everyone in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy officially embarked on their return journey. Xingluo City is still far away from the Sun and Moon Empire. Even if you use the Flying Soul Guide, it will take several days to return to Mingdu. Moreover, they still need to be wary of some people while flying back. You know, they spent more than 100 million gold soul coins in Xingluo City to buy the Soul Beast embryo. Although the Soul Beast embryo had been escorted back through the Sun Moon Empire's secret channel in Star Luo City on the day it was purchased, it was inevitable that some less well-informed people or forces would come to fight. Their group's idea. Ming Jiang, there may be a fight next. You are still injured, so be careful to dodge when the fight breaks out, Mr. Ma controlled the Flying Soul Guide and came to Ming Jiang beside him, a deep voice reminded him. Ming Jiang nodded, but frowned. Mr. Ma, isn't there anyone here to pick us up? If we meet a titled Douluo level master, we might not be able to stop them. This is actually a bit euphemistic. Sun and Moon among the team of the Royal Soul Master Academy, the one with the highest cultivation level is Mr. Ma, who is only an 8th level Soul Master and only has an 8th ring Soul Master. Among the others, the ones with the highest cultivation levels are Ming Jiang and Ma Rulong. Only the Soul Emperor has the highest cultivation level. If there really is a titled Douluo who wants to rob Dao, they really can't stop it. You don't have to worry too much. After all, we are here to participate in the competition in Star Luo City. Even if it is for the sake of the Star Luo Empire's face, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire will not let us be robbed in the Star Luo Empire. What we really need to pay attention to is when crossing the border, all kinds of monsters will probably come out at that time, Mr. Ma said softly. Ming Jiang nodded. Indeed, they are definitely safe within the Star Luo Empire. As long as the Star Luo Empire does not plan to break up with the Sun and Moon Empire now, the safety of these people in the Star Luo Empire must be guaranteed. At least, his mental power was able to detect that there were at least 2 titled Douluo following them nearby. There was no hostility, just seemed to be following silently. The speed of the flying soul guide was still very fast. One day later, the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Sun and Moon Empire appeared in front of everyone. Ming Jiang could clearly feel that the tidal Douluo behind him was gradually moving away. And ahead, there are many powerful auras lurking. Chapter 313 Jing Hongjian arrives. Ming Jiang was a little nervous. To be honest, he really hadn't thought of this party before. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy took a picture of the Soul Beast embryo. This news was deliberately spread by the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, and many forces knew about it. But normal people should know that this thing cannot be in the hands of people like them. How could a treasure worth more than 100 million gold soul coins be so ostentatious on the market? But those powerful auras in front don't seem to be fake. Is there really such a stupid strong man? Maybe. After all, the Star Luo Empire has the crouching dragon of Jili Douluo, so I can't guarantee that there will be a few phoenix chicks in other places. Everyone, pay attention. Mr. Ma looked at the borderline, which was only 1 kilometer away, with a solemn expression on his face. Mr. Ma, how about we wait and see first? Wait until the hall master sends someone to pick us up, Ming Jiang said tentatively. In order to push himself to the point of death, he was really ruthless. If a tidal Douluo really came to mess with him, he wouldn't be able to do it without exposing something in his current state. No need, we just leave. These guys want to take advantage of soul beast embryos, they are not worthy. Mr. Ma glanced at the special soul guide in his hand, and from the solemnity that appeared on his face instantly disappeared. What replaced it was a touch of confidence. Is this someone from Mingdodang? Ming Jiang looked at Mr. Ma's changed expression and suddenly had a guess in his heart. If there are a few 9th level soul masters from Mingde Hall, then they really don't have to worry. Let's go. The flying soul guide on Ma Lao's back spurted out a strong light, and the huge power took him directly to fly in the direction of the Sun and Moon Empire. Ma Lao's flying soul guide is as high as level 8, and can cross a distance of 1 kilometer in the blink of an eye. When Ma Lao crossed the border between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the surrounding environment did not change at all. It was as if the possible ambush they just mentioned did not exist at all. I'm pretty calm, Mr. Ma snorted softly, and the power of the flying soul guide weakened. After skillfully adjusting the angle of his body, Mr. Ma was suspended in the air. There is no ambush, so come here too. Ming Jiang's eyes narrowed, and then he took the lead in activating the flying soul guide and quickly flew in the direction of Mr. Ma. When all of them crossed the border, an accident happened. 2 powerful auras emerged from the horizon in the distance. Ming Jiang frowned slightly and quietly adjusted his position, while also forcing Meng Hongjian, who had been following him, away. Brother Ming Jiang, Meng Hongjian looked at Ming Jiang blankly, wondering why he suddenly flew towards her. But a bloody red light suddenly appeared, shooting straight towards the airspace where Jiang Ming and Meng Hongjian were originally. Just when the students of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy were panicking, a ray of orange-yellow light accurately collided with a bloody ray of light from another direction. Boom! The moment the 2 rays of light collide, energy waves are generated and quickly spread into the surrounding space. Ming Jiang took Meng Hongjian back and adjusted the angle to avoid being hit by this energy wave. At this time, a figure appeared from the direction of the orange light. The visitor is not tall, but very fat. He is wearing a gorgeous black robe with gold embroidery. His hands were clasped behind his back, and the expression on his face was a little cold. Finally couldn't bear it any longer, when Xiao Hongjian and Meng Hongjian saw this figure, their eyes were filled with joy. Grandpa! Grandpa! Other students were overjoyed when they saw the figure appearing. This person is none other than the master of Mingde Hall, Jing Hongjian. In the direction from which the bloody light came, the eyes of 2 soul masters in black froze. It's Jing Hongjian, run! The moment they saw clearly that it was Jing Hongjian, the 2 of them didn't even have the slightest idea of taking action, they just ran away. The 2 of them are only at the 8-ring Soul Douluo level. They can deal with the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy team, but they have absolutely no chance against Jing Hongjian. In fact, as long as Jing Hongjian wants to, it is easy to kill them. The Master of Mingde Hall, the 9th level Soul Master, is not a wasted name. Run? If you can run away from me, I will give you what you want, Jing. Hongjian's eyes were fixed, but he didn't see any movement. The space rippled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the 2 black-clothed contras, who were dozens of miles away from Jing Hongjin, were instantly frozen in place. What's going on? The man in black, who had a slightly lower cultivation level, had a look of panic on his face after his body was immobilized. He felt as if the space around him had been sealed. Even if he exerted all his strength and used all the strength of Contra, he could not move even half an inch. The face of the man in black with higher cultivation level was already pale. Being targeted by Jing Hongjin, the leader of Ming Hall, before they could escape, one can imagine the consequences for the two of them. Run, why don't you run? Jing Hongjin was in the air and walked slowly towards the two black-clothed Soul Douluo. His steps seemed very slow, but with one step, he seemed to be able to travel through space, spanning a large distance. Soon, he walked to the side of two black-clothed Contras. Jing Hongjin Contra in black with higher cultivation level stared at Jing Hongjin. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you can stare me to death, Jing? Hongjin smiled, and then asked softly, tell me, which force is it from? I can give it to you, leave a whole body. Neither of the two men in black spoke. The space was imprisoned by Jing Hongjin's level 9 soul tool. Even if they were Contras, they could not escape at all. The power of a 9th level soul guide used by a 9th level soul master. Don't talk? Okay, there's a place where you can talk. I don't want to waste time with you. I still have something to do. You two, just sleep for a while. After saying that, Jing Hongjin waved his hand, and the two imprisoned Contras fell into unconsciousness past. Immediately afterwards, Jing Hongjin called Mr. Ma to his side, and a transparent but extremely delicate soul guide appeared in his palm. This soul guide is diamond-shaped, and its transparent appearance looks very gorgeous. You can even see the other side through the transparent case. Take him and take these two guys back to Ming Hall. I also want to go to Shrek Academy, Jing Hongjin said in a deep voice. Mr. Ma's body was shaken, and he took the transparent 9th level soul guide from Jing Hongjin's hands with great care. Level 9. 9th level soul guide. He is only an 8th level soul engineer now. Ming Jiang, come here. After handing the two Contras to Mr. Ma, Jing Hongjin suddenly looked at Ming Jiang. Chapter 314 Shrek is about to reach his peak. Ming Jiang walked up to Jing Hongjin, his face still pale from a serious injury, and he looked like a weak and handsome boy. Hall Master, there was a trace of exhaustion in Ming Jiang's eyes, and even his voice did not have much strength. Jing Hongjin looked at the young genius in front of him, stretched out a hand from under his robe and put it on Ming Jiang's shoulder. With his cultivation level, he could feel the injuries in Ming Jiang's body in just a moment. The meridians are disordered and broken, the energy and blood are weak, and only a touch of vitality in the heart is constantly repairing Ming Jiang's poor body. This kind of injury has already been treated and repaired. You can imagine how serious the injuries Ming Jiang suffered before. Alice Jing Hongjin sighed, patted Ming Jiang's shoulder gently, and said solemnly, thank you for your hard work. In just 4 words, Ming Jiang could hear something different in Jing Hongjin's tone from before. Is Jing Hongjin finally letting go of her guard against him? Ming Jiang was happy in his heart, but he did not dare to show any trace on his face, otherwise all his efforts during this period would be in vain. Master, I'm fine. It's just that we lost a bit miserably this time. There was a hint of helplessness and bitterness in the corner of Ming Jiang's mouth, as if there was a lot of unwillingness in his heart, but he had no choice but to take it to his heart pharynx. This kind of performance, if left in modern times, would definitely win an Oscar. It's so true. Jing Hongjin looked at Ming Jiang, nodded slightly, and comforted softly, it's okay, I already know the situation. You have made your best efforts, and this is enough. After saying that, Jing Hongjin looked in the direction of Shrek Academy, with a deep look in his eyes. You guys go back to Mingda first, I have to go to Shrek's place. The space rippled and Jing Hongjin's figure disappeared. Ming Jiang looked at the direction in which Jing Hongjin was leaving, his bright eyes flashing with light, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, his face looking thoughtful. Ming Hongjin glanced at the direction Ming Jiang was looking at, and came over curiously and asked, Brother Ming Jiang, what are you thinking about? Ming Jiang raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, it's nothing, I'm just thinking about what the Hall Master is doing in Shrek Academy. Shrek, there are many strong people, and it may be dangerous if the Hall Master goes there. When Ming Hongjin heard this, a playful smile appeared on his face. Grandpa is very powerful, and he is the master of Ming Hall. As long as Shrek doesn't want to break up with our Sun and Moon Empire, he won't do anything to my grandpa. When Ming Jiang heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Look, a little girl of 14 or 15 years old can understand this kind of thing. Those two black contras have really lived in vain for so many years. He even came out to rob them. It was really okay. The enemy hidden in the secret has been controlled by the Hull Master. Let's go back to Mingdu as soon as possible. Ma holding the diamond-shaped 9th level space soul guide in his hand, the veteran summoned everyone to continue flying to Mingdu. Although the enemies here have been defeated by Jing Hongchen, it does not mean that they will not encounter danger in the future. Only by reaching Mingdu as soon as possible can they feel at ease. While Ma Lao and his party were experiencing an ambush, Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao also started fighting with their classmates in the Shrek Academy. The Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition is a grand event for the entire Soul Master world and the Soul Master world, but in Shrek Academy, even in the Outer Academy, the competition between individuals and the confrontation between classes are also a common meal. Of course, Hou Yuhao and the others have seen big events now. Even in Shrek Academy, participating in the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite Competition is an extremely rare experience. Having this experience has greatly improved their own strength and changed their mentality. Therefore, in the first class confrontation between Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, they defeated Dai Huolbin, Zhi Huanyu, and the others without any suspense. The whole battle process was so smooth that even Mu Jin, the teacher, Du Weilin, the dean, and Yan Xiaos, the dean, were very surprised. After all, according to the information they received, Hou Yuhao's 3-person team actually did not play a few games in the entire competition. Except for the first knockout round and the second and third matches in the final, the reserve team almost never played. And just relying on these extremely limited games, they can make such huge progress, which shows their understanding. Of course, what Yan Xiaos didn't know was that Hou Yuhao's reserve team seemed to have only played 2 games, but these 2 games gave them huge confidence. In the first knockout match, under the spotlight, they withstood the huge pressure and defeated their opponents in the strongest way. On what can be said to be the most dazzling stage, after enjoying the glory that attracted everyone's attention, they have already been covered with the glory. Especially in the crucial finals, they also defeated Shrek Academy's longtime rival Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. This makes the glory they already achieved in the knockout rounds more solid and more real. With the glory added to him, he was like a soldier wearing a military uniform, like an emperor wearing a yellow robe, and the confidence in his heart suddenly grew. Having fought on a chaotic battlefield, and then faced with gangsters fighting with weapons, there was no pressure at all. In the dark corner of the stands, the teaching director Du Weilin looked at the backs of Hou Yuhao and the other 3 who had defeated and left, and couldn't help but sigh. Dean, in recent years, our Shrek is about to reach a peak. Yan Xiaos nodded, deeply touched by Du Weilin's words. First there's Zhang Lexuan, then Jiang Ming's terrifying potential, then Ma Xiaotao's ultimate fire, Gong Yangmo's rainbow dragon, and Dai Yaohang's white tiger. Dai Yaohang cannot enter the Poseidon Pavilion due to his status, but even so, the Poseidon Pavilion will be able to welcome several super powerful people in the future. Not to mention, there will be Hou Yuhao, the ultimate ice and true martial spirit. If it were before, they might have to struggle with the choice of the next head of the Poseidon Pavilion, but now, Jiang Ming is the only candidate. Zuanzi, come out here. The voice didn't sound loud at first, but after it rang in the ears, there was a rumbling sound. It was like thunders appearing in my mind one after another. What's even more terrifying is that this voice enveloped the entire Shrek Academy. A few simple words actually made Shrek Academy feel like dark clouds were closing in on the city. Yan Xiao's expression changed drastically and he said in a deep voice, "No, a powerful enemy is coming. Wei Lun, you immediately order all students to return to the classroom and not go out. I'll go first." Chapter 315 The Background of the Top Power. At this time, Hou Yuhao had just walked not far away. He was startled when he heard the sudden sound. The strange sound made his spiritual sea tremble. He couldn't help but said in shock, "Such a strong spirit, who is this?" "He seems to be here to see Mr. The golden light flashed slightly. Compared with the 2 of them, the other students around them were even more unbearable. Their faces were all pale, and those with weaker cultivation levels were even on the verge of collapse. "You Hao, be careful. The owner of this voice is on the same level as the old man in the Poseidon Pavilion. He is very powerful. Jiang Ming's voice is rare and serious, not only him, but also Ice Emperor and Electrolux. They all woke up. Hou could even feel that there was a tense atmosphere in his own spiritual sea. At this moment, a soft white light floated over, covering Hou, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. Don't resist, I will take you to Shanghai Island. Yan Xiao's voice rang in the ears of the three of them. The next moment, they felt as if they were soaring in the clouds and mist, and their bodies were surrounded by white. Zhou Yi and a group of students who were originally with them just felt a flash of white light, and Hou and the others disappeared. Only Zhou Yi heard Yan Xiao's voice. Zhou Yi hurriedly said, "Don't panic, everyone, follow me back to the classroom immediately." Where is the safest place in Shrek Academy? There is no doubt that it is the Poseidon Pavilion, the core of Poseidon Island. Old poisonous monster, is that you? At this moment, Mr. Zhuan's rich voice sounded in the sky above Shrek Academy. A bright yellow light rose into the sky, and the dazzling brilliance enveloped the entire academy in an instant. Not only that, but vaguely, within Shrek Academy, waves of extremely tyrannical momentum suddenly burst out, like waves of air rising into the sky. Good, what a Shrek Academy. Why? Do you want to bully the few with more people? Then let's compete, outside. Shrek Academy, thick flames shot into the sky. Suddenly, there were at least more than 20 rays. Each ray of light that rushed into the air was condensed and never dispersed, especially the frontmost one of the dark green light pillars. It was extremely thick, and its rays of light even overshadowed other light pillars behind it. It's like it's all covered up. Mr. Zhuan stood in the void above Poseidon Island. At this time, he still did not forget to take a sip of wine and said coldly, "What? Mr. Poison, are you planning to start a war with our Shrek Academy?" In the distant green light, a figure slowly appeared. It was a tall old man with long dark green hair hanging down behind him, but what was funny was that he had no hair on the top of his head and was actually bald. The old man's face was as rosy as a baby's, without even many wrinkles. The only thing that showed his age was the age in his eyes, which were also dark green. More than 20 light beams were lined up behind the old man, and they gradually revealed their figures. They had different shapes, but they were all capable of being suspended in midair by virtue of their own cultivation. They were all top experts. Behind these pillars of light, there are still a large number of soul masters emerging. These soul masters are all 7-ring soul saints. Dubuashi came here to demonstrate the strength of the Numenon sect this time, and in order to demonstrate his strength, he brought most of the 7th level and above soul masters from the entire Numenon sect. He left a title Douluo in the Numenon sect's headquarters, which could be said to have emptied the Numenon sect's family fortune. Of course, it is also because the location of the Numenon sect is very secretive, otherwise they would not dare to do this if they were not poisoned to death. If his home was robbed, he would have no place to cry. The momentum displayed by the Numenon sect is extremely powerful and terrifying. On the entire continent, the power that can mobilize such a number of powerful soul masters, except for a few major empires, will never exceed one hand. Faced with a terrifying power erupted by many powerful men of the Numenon sect, Shrek Academy did not give up at all. One after another figures flew out from Shrek Academy, confronting many powerful men from the Numenon sect in the air. After a rough calculation, the disciples and students in the inner and outer courtyards of Shrek Academy discovered how profound the students' background was. There are only more than 20 light pillars on the Numenon sect side, but there are more than 30 light pillars on the Shrek Academy side. Zhang Lexuan, who is only 25 years old, is also in these more than 30 beams of light, and the aura she bursts out is not even the weakest. At the front of these light beams is Mr. Zhuan, whose bruises have dissipated. Faced with the menacing appearance of the Numenon sect, Mr. Zhuan didn't panic at all. As early as during the competition, after the 2 disciples of the Numenon sect discovered that Jiang Ming was the Numenon martial spirit, he had already made preparations for Dubashu to bring people to the door. After all, Jiang Ming's talent is so terrifying. This kind of genius monster, as long as he is not blinded by the poison, it is impossible to let him go. Not to mention, these people from the Numenon sect are more domineering than the others. In order to hunt down the 100,000-year soul beast, they were able to lead the entire sect's strong men into the Stardao forest to hunt down the 100,000-year soul beast. Beasts, triggering a terrifying tide of beasts. It is not impossible for Douluo to bring many strong men from the Numenon sect to cause a stir in Shrek. Mr. Zhuan's tone was very cold. Old monster poison, what do you want to do by putting on such a big show today? Your Numenon sect is going to re-enter the mainland. Will you be the first to find our Shrek Academy, old? Zhuan asked knowingly. He knew that the Numenon sect was here to find Jiang Ming, but once the hat was slapped, they would be justified in a fight. As soon as the 3 words ontology sect came out, some of the younger teachers suspended behind Mr. Zhuan all looked stern. No wonder the other party who dared to attack unscrupulously turned out to be a strong man from the Numenon sect. The green-haired old man who was called the poisonous old man by Mr. Forgot? Mr. Zhuan snorted coldly, his old eyes flashing with yellow light. Those 2 brats dared to attack our Shrek disciples, but in front of me. If I can let them go back alive, it's all for the sake of you, old guy. Hearing this, Douluo became furious instantly. He roared angrily, and a strong dark green light suddenly rose into the sky, dyeing half of the sky dark green. Its body suddenly expanded sharply, enlarging it more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. The dark green skin bulged and turned into huge muscles like granite. Only a pair of shorts on the lower body protected the vital parts. Of course, those shorts are obviously specially made, otherwise they would be burst by his huge body. The most terrifying thing is the soul ring on his body, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black and 3 red. There are actually 300,000-year soul rings. With this full release of his martial spirit, the overwhelming arrogance seemed to shatter even the air. Mr. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. The thick yellow light also held up the sky above Shrek. Yellow and green are distinct in the sky. However, compared with a poisonous old monster, his soul ring is inferior. There are 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black and 1 red. At the level of a 100,000-year soul ring, he only has a total of 1. This also means that at least in terms of 100,000-year soul bones, he will have 2 fewer soul bones than the poisonous old monster. Chapter 316. There is nothing I dare not do, and there is no one I dare not kill. At the level of Super Douluo, especially when Elder Zhuan and Douluo are both level 98 title Douluo, once they attack with all their strength, the changes caused will be extremely huge. Under the strong yellow light, a deep muffled sound spread in the air, and the group of Numenon sect powerhouses brought by Douluo all retreated 100 meters. When the yellow light spread at its peak, Mr. Zhuan had already transformed into another person. A monster with the body of a sheep, eyes in the armpits, tiger teeth, human claws, and a pair of huge horns appeared out of thin air. It is more than 30 meters long, and in terms of size, it is even more majestic than the poison immortal. Intense yellow light burst out, and the 9 soul rings turned into apertures, hovering up and down between the pair of giant horns 5 meters away. Yan Xiaozi has brought Hoyuheo and the others to Poseidon Island. In the entire Shrek Academy, Poseidon Island is the safest. In today's outer courtyard, the importance of Hoyuheo and the other 2 players is self-evident. They are the seed players of the future. When Yan Xiaozi wanted Hoyuheo and the others to enter the Poseidon Pavilion, Mr. Mew's gentle voice appeared quietly. No need to enter the pavilion. Just watch from the door. Hearing this voice, Yan Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief, bowed deeply in the direction of Poseidon Pavilion, then tapped his toes and formed a line. The white light instantly rose into the sky. As the Dean of the Martial Arts Department, the dignity of Shrek Academy has been challenged. How can we miss him at this time? Mr. Mew quietly appeared from the Poseidon Pavilion and came to Hoyuheo and the others. After answering some questions from Hoyuheo and the others, Mr. Mew looked at Hoyuheo and said softly, "The main purpose of Douluo's visit this time is Jiang Ming, and then it should be you. Jiang Ming's child is now in the Sun and Moon Empire, and Douluo can't find where to go. As for the Numenon sect, I asked him before, and he chose to stay. You how, what do you say? I believe that they will have a way to awaken your spirit eyes for the second time and make your spirit eyes stronger. If you choose to leave, the academy will not blame you. If you choose to stay, you should be able to see that the academy will do its best to cultivate you. In terms of cultivating the ultimate martial soul, the academy should have an advantage where to go. You need to give me an answer so that we can decide how to negotiate with the Numenon sect." About the Numenon sect, Mr. Mew did talk to Jiang Ming before, more than once, but Jiang Ming still chose to stay, and Jiang Ming is indeed very up to date, even if it is without the help of the secret method of the Numenon sect. I successfully completed the second awakening of the Numenon martial soul, and it was still a golden awakening. Facts have proved that the road has been trodden by those who have gone before. The road out is easy to walk, but although the road you take yourself is hard and dangerous, the rewards of opening up Wasteland are also huge. Like Jiang Ming, Ho Yuheo also expressed his wish to stay at Shrek. In fact, as long as you are a normal person, you will not make the second choice in this situation. After all, Ho Yuheo has been in Shrek for more than a year. He has his brother Wang Dong here, teachers from the Soul Guidance Department, and everyone from the Tang sect. As for the Numenon sect, everything is a strange environment, and the importance of the Numenon martial spirit and the ultimate martial spirit can be said to be equal. In this case, why should he go to the Numenon sect if he is emotionally bound? Moreover, the Numenon sect led many strong men to Shrek Academy to rob people. If he turned around and defected to the Numenon sect because of his own martial soul, this would be surrendering to the enemy. This kind of person, no matter how talented he is, will leave an extremely ugly impression in front of everyone. Mr. Mu received a positive reply from Ho Yuheo, a trace of relief flashed in his eyes, and his voice became more peaceful. Jiang Ming has grown up, and Yuheo is here. Shrek has a successor. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly exploded in the sky, and Dubuishi and Mr. Zhuan had already started to take action. For 100 miles, the entire sky changed color because of their battle, with one side being deep yellow and the other side being domineering dark green. The two colors each occupy one side of the sky, and the position where the two colors intersect is turbulent with the battle between Zhuanlao and Dubushu. In mid-air, I saw the Teodi Divine Bolt transformed by Mr. The Dark Green Giant transformed by the Poisonous Immortality ran in the void with long strides, and faced it boldly without flinching. With a loud noise, the two collided in mid-air. At this moment, whether it was Shrek Academy or Numenon sect, all the strong men who were originally suspended in the air quickly fell back to the ground. The terrifying pressure fell from the sky instantly and lasted until it was 100 meters close to the ground before dissipating. This is not beyond the power of the two powerful men in the air, but the result of their deliberate control. After all, no one wants to affect their own people. Furthermore, it seems that Poisonous has no intention of fighting to the death with Mr. Zhuan. In mid-air, the violent collision between the two powerful men made the sky seem like a burst of fireworks. The dark green light behind Dubusa suddenly formed a large vortex. The yellow light behind Mr. Zhuan instantly formed countless huge yellow light groups, turning into large meteor showers and crashing into the dark green vortex. Poison is indeed powerful. The huge dark green vortex formed a funnel shape in the sky, but it remained unmoved despite the impact of the terrifying meteor shower. When the yellow light enters, it disappears instantly like a mud cow entering the sea. The two powerful men in the middle were also confronting each other at this time. The big hands of the Hulk transformed by the Poisonous Immortal tightly grasped the huge pair of horns of Zhuanlao. The two sides seem to be competing. But no one can do anything to anyone. The light on each body also flickers on and off. Their bodies are in a semi-static state. Beside the two of them, black lights flash continuously. From the black light, the brilliance of stars can be faintly seen. Those are clearly space cracks. As the two people competed for longer and longer, the frequency of the black light appearing became faster and faster. Gradually, a circle of black surrounded them. And there are signs of spreading outward. Poison will not kill you. You are really a madman, Zhuan. Lao's voice rang in the air. Dubuishi laughed and said, "You are the madman. I don't want to die with you. Let's withdraw together and come back again." In mid-air, a harsh tearing sound sounded, and all the black suddenly collapsed, turning into countless black lights and scattering around. Wherever the space-torn black light passed, whether it was Zhuanlao's yellow meteor or the huge dark green vortex of poisonous death, they all disappeared for a moment when the black light flashed. The black light flew far away before gradually disappearing. In the Shrek Academy below, whether it is the teacher, the disciples in the inner courtyard, or the students in the outer courtyard, they are all watching the shocking battle in the sky without blinking. The peak showdown between the 98th level Super Douluo, the Numenon sect and the Poseidon Pavilion, this kind of scene is not something you can see all the time. Dubushu and Mr. Zhuan had also separated at this time. They were thousands of meters away, and their strength reconsolidated into a confrontation between yellow and dark green. "I haven't seen you for so many years, Zhuanzi. You've made a lot of progress." Dubuishi snorted. "Mr. Br. Fart, how could I die? You still call me old? How many years younger are you than me? No more than 20 years old. You are not dead. Why should I die? 20. Age. If Jiang Ming were here, he would definitely feel that Du Bushu was bullying the small. Du Bushu felt that the 20-year age difference between him and Xuanzi was not that big. That was because both of them were already hundreds of years old. When the timeline of life stretches long enough, some relatively small gaps are easily overlooked. For example, 70 and 90 years old are both old people. But if you put it at the age of 20, then this is bullying the younger. With the strength of Du Bushu's original martial soul, if Xuanzi had been 20 years old, Du Bushu, who was 40 years old, would have already been a titled Douluo. Through this calculation, Du Bushu is indeed bullying the small with the big. The confrontation between the two extremely powerful men continued. Not only did the two attack and confront each other in body language, but they also faced tit for tat verbally. The main theme is a person who is not weak to others in front of his own strong ones. Judging from the current situation, Mr. Above all, there is also an extremely obvious gap. Mr. Zhuan is not an invincible opponent. Du Bushu laughed extremely proudly and said, Xuanzi, although you and I have the same cultivation level, your soul ring is inferior to mine after all. This sect leader is even more blessed with in terms of body martial spirit, you are still a little behind. Just give up. If I were not afraid that there would be one less opponent like you in the world, I would have done it right now, Zhuan. Lao Fei flew out. It took him 1,000 meters to stabilize his figure, and the green color faded. On the surface, it seemed that he had not changed much, and even his momentum was not weak. But there was some impatience in his eyes. If the poison doesn't kill you, stop saying nice words. Do you dare to fight to the death with me? Even if I die, I will make you my backer. At least I will make you unable to take care of yourself. Du Bushu said coldly, why don't I dare? If I kill you, I will only be seriously injured, and you don't have the ability to die together. But don't forget, this is the territory of your Shrek Academy. If you fight to the death with me, hey, I'm afraid Shrek Academy will be expelled from now on, Zhuan. Lao's expression changed. How dare you? Facts have proved that the power of speech is always in the hands of the powerful. Under the threat of poisonous death, Zhuan Lao's momentum has been suppressed. Du Bushu said proudly, in this world, there is nothing I dare not do, and there is no one I dare not kill. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. But poison does have the ability to be arrogant. Du Bushu said calmly, promise? It's been too long, I don't remember it. I broke it, what can you do, Zhuan? Lao curled his lips and said, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Although he said this, he was shocked in his heart. Hearing the meaning of poison, the Numenon sect this is about to be born. Moreover, I'm afraid it was premeditated. Du Bushu said, okay, let's fight. Our Numenon sect still has some kind of incestuous relationship with your Shrek Academy. The birth of this sect is not against your Shrek Academy. I'm here today. In addition to asking you for an explanation, there are more important things. Return the people of our Numenon sect to me, and I will turn around and leave. It shows the strength of the Numenon sect. After gaining great strength, the true purpose of the poison finally revealed itself. The Soul Masters are all disciples of our sect. Don't you know this? Where's Jiang Ming? Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Don't forget what my name is. If I release the poison of my body and destiny, how much can you stop me? When the time comes, your Shrek Academy, After going in such a big circle, isn't it just to demonstrate? I also tell you that if you dare to release the poison of your life, at least half of the people from your Numenon sect who came today will stay here, including yourself. Du Bushu's eyes changed, revealing his fierce power. Xuanzi, do you think I really don't dare to attack your Shrek Academy? So what if we risk everything for the sake of the inheritance of our sect? Desperate? The smile on Mr. Zhuan's face suddenly became gentle. Old monster, strength is the basis of your words. Do you think that your Numenon sect can really threaten our Shrek Academy? Du Bushu said tit for tat, what? Do you think you can stop me? Hand over the person quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for going in to find the person directly. The method will not be like this peaceful. He does have some scruples about Shrek Academy, otherwise, with the strong style of the Numenon sect, he would not have been entangled with the Mr. Zhuan here for so long. Although Mr. Zhuan's cultivation was half a step behind him, the gap was definitely not big. If he really had to fight to the death, The consequences would be something that Dubushi was not willing to bear. Xuanzi can't stop you, what about me? At this moment, a gentle voice sounded quietly, and then, a soft halo suddenly appeared from the bottom of She released from Lake Academy, to be precise, released from Poseidon Pavilion. The spread of soft golden light seemed to be slow but fast, and it had already rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. Whether it was Mr. Zhuan or Dubushu, their momentum disappeared under the golden light, and the pressure in the sky also collapsed. The soft golden color not only enveloped Shrek Academy, but also Shrek City. At this moment, Shrek City directly turned into Golden City. Mr. Mew takes action. Jiang Ming was my disciple 7 years ago. Why, you want to compete with me for the successor, Mr. Mew's voice was gentle, but the powerful aura he released made him everyone in Numenon sect was shocked. If Dubushi faced off against Mr. So when Mr. Mew took action, he faced Dubushu, and he also bullied the younger in terms of strength and age. End of this chapter. Chapter 317 Jing Hongjin, do you think I'm easy to bully? Exclamation mark. In the air, when Shrek City was covered by the light of Poseidon, Dubushu's expression immediately changed. Poseidon's light? How is this possible? How can anyone in Shrek be able to cast Poseidon's light? Immortal, I haven't seen you for many years. It seems that you have forgot me. See, his voice sounded again, but it only reached the ears of one person named Dubushi. You are, Dubushi looked at the Poseidon Pavilion below, which was emitting brilliant golden light in surprise. For a moment, beads of sweat broke out on his dark green forehead. Mr. Mew said lightly, I still remember clearly what my brother gave me back then. You and your brother have exactly the same temper. Impulsiveness is the devil. If it hadn't been for your brother's gift back then, impulsive, maybe, he should still be in the world now. Hearing this, Dubushi was shocked when he finally confirmed his guess. You are not dead yet? How is this possible? Didn't you already, Mr. Mew said lightly, if I die, you will bully our history. Are you at Lake College? A simple sentence, but it was like an invisible giant hammer, striking at the poisonous body. The strong golden light in the air flashed instantly, and the poisonous dark green body suddenly became 1 meter shorter, and the intense green light also overflowed from the body. I'll say it again, Jiang Ming is already my disciple. If you want to rob me, you can give it a try. Of course, if you fail, your Numenon sect may not be able to bear the price. Mr. Mew's voice he was still gentle, but the strength in his tone made Dubushi swallow his saliva. If someone else said this, he would kill them on the spot. But this dragon god Douluo, if the current Numenon sect is targeted by this extreme Douluo, it will be really very dangerous. Even if he uses the foundation of the Numenon sect, he may not be able to stop this old man who seems to be in his twilight years. Extreme Douluo, the pinnacle of human beings. Such a being, no matter how old-fashioned he behaves, must not be looked down upon in the slightest. The expression on Dubushi's face changed one after another, and the powerful aura on his body had weakened. If his duel with Xuanzi just now showed how powerful he was as the leader of the Numenon sect, then it would be meaningless in front of this dragon god Douluo. Dubushi took a deep breath. Dragon god Douluo, for your sake, let's forget about today's matter. If people don't do secret things, I have to do it too. Let me tell you, Jiang Ming, our Numenon sect cannot give up. In terms of age, you are older than me. You should know that at our age, our deadline is not far away, and our Numenon sect does not have a legacy yet. People, Mr. Mew said in surprise, how come there is no inheritance person? Isn't the inheritance seed of your Numenon sect in your body? Dubushu said with some annoyance. However, no new member has appeared in this sect for nearly 20 years. Furthermore, do you think that anyone can pass on the inheritance seed? That's it for today. I can't touch that kid in your Shrek Academy. But after leaving Shrek Academy, I won't believe it even if you are still alive. My elder brother didn't leave anything behind on you. I am not your opponent, but if you want to kill me, the price you pay will definitely not be small. Shrek Academy's opponent is not just our own body. Zong. The green mountains will not change and the green waters will flow forever. After saying this, the dark green light on Dubushi suddenly burned, burning a hole in the golden color of the Poseidon's light. After flying out, he waved his hand in the air, belong to the Numenon sect. Retreat. Dubushi came with great power and strength, but at this moment he had to retreat. If Xuanzi of Shrek Academy is the strongest, Dubushi is confident that he can snatch Jiang Ming away. In a head-to-head encounter, Xuanzi is no match for him, and he also has his own poison as a threat, so he is not afraid that Shrek will not hand over Jiang Ming. But now that Dragon God Daluomon has come out, he has no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, if there is a real fight, their Numenon sect will most likely bury all their family wealth here. And the person he mentioned as the inheritance person before, in fact, the person he chose as the inheritance person at the beginning was his disciple Long Aoshan. After all, among the current Numenon sect, the one with the highest talent is also its Long Aoshan. Although it is unlikely that Long Aoshan will be at the gold level after his second awakening, there is no way to choose a taller one among short ones. But when Duduashi learned the news about Jiang Ming, his mentality changed. There are soul masters who have awakened their original martial soul for the second time, and they awakened themselves, and they are still gold level awakened soul masters with their original martial soul. What is this? This is the chosen young master of their Numenon sect. You must know that even in the Numenon sect, with the cultivation of sect resources and the assistance of secret techniques, most of the disciples have awakened for the second time in black iron and bronze. Silver awakenings are already rare. And Jiang Ming he is bound to win. At worst, he will outlive Dragon God Daluo. Dragon God Daluo is older than him, and when he had a duel with his brother Duduashi, with his brother's strength, even if he was defeated, he would definitely leave something for Dragon God Daluo. What injury? As a result, Dragon God Daluo's lifespan will definitely be affected. When Dragon God Daluo dies, and he comes again, who can stop him then? The poisonous little abacus was very good, but he ignored one thing. That is, on the day when Mr. Mew dies, will Jiang Ming's strength be something he can rob at his word? Shrek Academy, Poseidon Pavilion. After Duduashi left with many strong men from the Numenon sect, everyone in Shrek Academy and Shrek City started talking about it. How many years has it been? How many years have no forces dared to come to Shrek Academy to show off their power? Although the powerful men with extremely terrifying auras left, the people eating the melon were still very curious. For a time, everyone in Shrek City and Shrek Academy speculated about this matter, and even caused a certain amount of panic. In the Poseidon Pavilion, Mr. Mew asked Yan Xiaos to appease everyone in the Academy in Shrek City, while Ho Yuhao and the other three were brought into the Poseidon Pavilion by Mr. Zhuan. Ho Yuhao, come here, Mr. Mew waved to Ho Yuhao. Yes, Ho Yuhao hurriedly took a few steps forward and came to Mr. Mew respectfully. After some conversation, Ho Yuhao officially accepted Mr. Mew as his teacher under the advice of Mr. Zhuan. From today on, you are my close disciple. I have never paid attention to those common etiquette. From now on, you don't need to kneel down, just bow. Yes, although Mr. Mew did not pay attention to etiquette, Ho Yuhao was still very respectful and his joy was beyond words. If Mr. Mew and Mr. Zhuan weren't there, he might have jumped up with excitement. By the way, Jiang Ming and Yan Xiaos, the dean of your martial arts department, are also my disciples. From now on, you can just call them two senior brothers, Mr. Mew softly said. Huh? Ho Yuhao was a little confused. He already knew how powerful instructor Jiang was. As for Xiaos, as the dean of the martial arts department, he had a high status. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for him to call him senior brother? Moreover, Sister Xia Ateo is a disciple of Dean Yan Xiaos. In this case, I become Sister Xia Ateo's uncle? From now on, I will be called Sister Xia Ateo, and Sister Xia Ateo will call me Junior Master Uncle? This generation is a bit chaotic. Ho Yuhao was stunned for a moment, and just for a moment, Wang Dong relied on his martial soul fusion skills with Ho Yuhao to get involved with a close disciple of Mr. Mew. And Xiao also became Mr. Zhuan's close disciple. However, when Ho Yuhao and the other two men completed their apprenticeship, Mr. Mew's cloudy eyes flickered. Just after Duduashi left, another friend came unexpectedly. It seems that today is really a good day. Mr. Zhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a sharp light in his eyes, and he was about to take action. Mr. Mew raised his hand, stopped him and said, "The visitor is a guest, just invite him in." Mr. Zhuan said in surprise, "Come in Poseidon Pavilion." Mr. Mew smiled calmly, "Yes, enter the Poseidon Pavilion." Although Mr. Zhuan was surprised, he would not disobey Mr. Mew's wishes. However, in his memory, no outsider had ever entered the Poseidon Pavilion. In a flash of light, Mr. Zhuan disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he arrived outside the Poseidon Pavilion. He looked into the distance and said coldly, "Now that you're here, Don't be sneaky. Come out, He said this, he grabbed hold of his right hand in the air. Suddenly, a large crystal yellow hand appeared in the air. The big hand opened and grabbed in one direction. Suddenly, countless tiny black space cracks appeared in the air in that direction. Although these cracks are far from comparable to when he fought against poisonous death, they are still real. Mr. The grasping hands of Wen and Zhuanlao were offset at the same time, and a figure emerged from that direction. The visitor is not tall, but very fat. He is wearing a gorgeous black robe with gold embroidery. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Mr. Zhuan with a smile. Isn't he the head of the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and the real person in charge of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy? Is it you? Jing Hongqian, Mr. Jing Hongqian chuckled and said, Mr. I was really happy at that time, but I don't know why, but your college finally changed its mind. As he said this, Jing Hongqian suddenly changed his mind. His eyes narrowed and he looked towards somewhere in Shrek Academy below. From the moment he appeared, he felt as if he was locked by the soul guide. This made him feel strange and a little unbelievable. In his impression, Shrek Academy's research on soul tools is not very good. Even if they are stronger than the three empires of Xingluo, Xianhan, and Daoling, their strength is limited. And these soul tools that made him feel locked were definitely 8th level soul tools. And it's not an ordinary 8th level soul guide, it's almost a level 9 soul guide. Has the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy made such great progress in recent years? So was he right to come to Shrek for communication and cooperation this time? Many thoughts flashed through Jing Hongqian's mind. But this time they came to Shrek Academy to submit a flow of cooperation, which they had already planned. As long as there is no big accident, this plan must be implemented. Mr. Zhuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this the purpose of your visit this time? Jing Hongqian smiled and nodded. Zuanzi, take him to the second floor, Mr. Mu's gentle voice sounded, and Jing Hongqian's eyes suddenly froze, and even his body trembled instinctively. Although he did not appear with the Numenon sect before, he clearly saw the fight between Mr. Elder Zhuan is not the strongest person in Shrek Academy. The owner of this voice is even more powerful than Elder Zhuan. Jing Hongqian said in a deep voice, Mr. If I am attacked, the power of these 3 level 9 soul tools is enough to level the entire Shrek city, and it cannot be stopped by any force, despite his age, he said. Xiao's is similar, and it is normal for Elder Zhuan and Elder Mu to be commensurate with their predecessors. At this time, he revealed his abilities, which was obviously a sign of weakness. This is Shrek Academy, and as far as Jing Hongqian knows, there are probably more than 5 Super Douluo here. No matter how powerful his soul tool is, his cultivation level is only level 93. At close range, there is no way he can be the opponent of so many Super Douluo. However, he did come prepared, and he also believed that Shrek Academy would not really take action against him. That is not in line with Shrek Academy's usual guidelines. Mr. Mu said calmly, when you enter my Poseidon Pavilion, you are a guest. If I really want to touch you, your so-called 9th level soul guide may not be able to exert its power. Jing Hongqian did not refute, but showed a bit of relief and smiled. Hongqian is deeply honored to be a guest of Poseidon Pavilion. Under the leadership of Mr. Zhuan, he quickly arrived at the second floor. After meeting Mr. Mu and Hou Yuhao, Jing Hongqian looked at Hou Yuhao very familiarly and started talking to himself. In the information he had, Hou Yuhao showed 700,000 year soul rings in the knockout and finals. Although they were fake, the ultimate martial soul was real. This little guy's potential is not as good as Jiang Ming's, but he is already a genius on the same level as his grandchildren. Unfortunately, Hou Yuhao ignored Jing Hongqian. With a provocation from the Numenon sect strongman just now, he has no good impressions of these outsiders. Jing Hongqian's words did not receive a response, but he was not annoyed. Instead, he looked at Mr. Mu, bowed slightly and said, a few months ago, Shrek Academy sent a letter to me. Our school, Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and Shrek Academy are both top academies in the mainland. I think this exchange is very necessary and can greatly promote the integration between the two parties. Study, Mr. Mu said lightly, exchange and study are fine. But can you guarantee the safety of my students? Also, what can we, Shrek's disciples, learn when we arrive at your academy? Jing Hongqian seemed to have thought of this question a long time ago and answered without hesitation, safety can definitely be guaranteed. I guarantee you with the honor of Ming Hall. During my study at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, your students in the college will receive the best guidance. If they have enough ability, they can even be admitted to our Ming Hall, Mr. Mu said. There is no basis for what you say, Jing Hongjin said. If you are still worried, you can send teachers from Shrek Academy to follow. You can send more than one. Mr. Mu shook his head and said, that's not necessary. Exchange and study are fine. You send Xiao Hongjin and Meng Hongjin from your academy to Shrek. Then pick up the disciples we sent. I can guarantee that they will be allowed to enter the inner courtyard of our academy. Study. After the exchange study period is over, you will send our students back in person, and then pick up your students. Jing Hongjin immediately shook his head and said, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. But it's better to be a villain before being a gentleman. What if when I send someone back, Shrek, Mr. Mu smiled lightly and said, what do you think? Jing Hongjin said, the exchange is not in a hurry. How about this, we will have this exchange again 2 years later. The exchange and study is regular for 3 years. At that time, the next All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition will start. When the time comes, we can invite teachers from your institute to watch the ceremony. How about we pick up the students from your institute and send our students back at the same time? Mr. Zhuan couldn't help but say, how do you solve the same problem? Jing Hongjin's method is almost the same as what Mr. Mu said before, except that the subject and the object are in different places. Jing Hongjin said, the Sun Moon Empire held a continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, which attracted the attention of the mainland. Under this situation, if we take action in private, we will definitely I am ridiculed by the world. I am willing to come to Shrek Academy before the competition begins and personally serve as a hostage until the competition is over and the students from your academy return. Of course, if there is anything wrong in the competition, it has nothing to do with our Ming Hall. Okay. It's a deal. Today, 2 years later, you bring people here. I will ask Xuanzi to send people to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy at the same time, including Hou Yuhao, Mr. Mu immediately the final word. This condition is already very equal and fair, and it is also a result that satisfies both parties. But Jing Hongjin did not agree immediately. Instead, he spoke again, Mr. Mu, this junior has one more request. Can Hou Yuhao be replaced by Jiang Ming from your college? Hearing this, Mr. Mu and Mr. Zhuan's expressions suddenly changed. There was a trace of anger in old Mu's old voice. Jing Hongjin, don't you think I'm easy to bully? You kidnapped our Shrek and Ming Jiang, and you want to take my disciple Jiang Ming also turned around. As he spoke, an extremely bright light flashed from Mr. Mu's body, and the terrifying aura shocked Jing Hongjin. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, Be Well When You Come. This unknown old man in Poseidon Pavilion is so terrifyingly powerful. Even Jing Hongjin has a feeling that if this old man really takes action against him, even the 9th level soul guide on his body will not be able to save him, and he will really die here. Mr. Mu, if that doesn't work, then forget it and don't get angry, Jing Hongjin said with a sneer on his face. In fact, the talent levels of his grandchildren and Hou Yuhao are basically the same, but compared with Jiang Ming, they are a bit inadequate. Jing Hongjin proposed this with the intention of giving it a try. If a genius like Jiang Ming can study it in advance, it will be of great benefit to some things in the future. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't succeed. Hou Yuhao's talent is also very good. Mr. Mu, since the matter has been agreed upon, I will leave first. This trip, Jing Hongjin basically came to promote the exchange between Shrek and the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Originally, he was not too anxious before. After all, in his view, as a pure Soul Master, the strength of the Soul Master is not as good as that of the Soul Master. Just like now, if Mr. Mu doesn't take action, he, a titled Douluo with only 93 levels of cultivation, is capable of running away in front of Mr. Zhuan. Even when he and Mr. Zhuan were far enough apart, he could still cause considerable damage to Mr. Zhuan with the numerous level 9 soul tools in his hands. But after this competition, he felt a real crisis. Shrek's previous lineup for the competition was basically Soul Emperor and Soul King. This time, 4 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors. And it was not improved by drugs. He knew that Shrek Academy would not use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to forcibly improve his cultivation like their Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. And if he hadn't used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to improve his cultivation, such a Soul Master's cultivation ability would have really exceeded his expectations. Moreover, his grandchildren's Soul Master talent will not be included in the next competition with Jiang Ming. This is one of the reasons why he wants to quickly promote exchanges with Shrek Academy. For the cultivation of Soul Masters, no one can compare with Minged Hall, and for the cultivation of Soul Masters, no place can compare with Shrek. After finalizing the plan, he had to go back quickly to make the next deployment. Wait a minute, Mr. Mew stopped Jing Hongchen. Jing Hongchen paused and frowned slightly, but still turned around and smiled. Senior, do you have any other advice, Mr. Mew smiled lightly and said, in many years, you are the first outsider to enter the Poseidon Pavilion. It's not like anyone can come here if they want to. You can leave if you want. Leave a level 9 soul tool behind and explain how to use it. It will be your ticket to enter the Poseidon Pavilion. Ticket. Jing Hongchen stared at Mr. Mew dumbfounded. He never expected that this mysterious and terrifying powerful man would actually make such a request. This was obviously naked blackmail. Moreover, the tickets are too expensive. Senior, you are bullying the small with the big, Jing Hongchen said with a wry smile. If he hadn't seen Mr. Mew's terrifying aura before, he might have been tougher. But at this time, in his territory, in this unpredictable Poseidon Pavilion, he really didn't dare. Mr. Mew smiled and said nothing, but looked at Jing Hongchen calmly. But Jing Hongchen was shocked to find that the walls, floors and roofs all around him began to emit a faint golden light, as if an invisible hand was holding his throat. In an instant, Jing Hongchen realized that if he didn't leave something behind today, he might not be able to leave. Of course, he could also go head-to-head with the 2 ceiling-level Soul Masters in front of him in the Poseidon Pavilion, Shrek Academy, and fight to the death. But there is no doubt that no matter how far he goes, he will definitely die. The 9th level Soul Master is very powerful, and the Minged Hall Master is even more powerful, but his strength has not yet reached the ceiling level. Especially because this is their home field. The Numenon sect was so arrogant just now, but they still ran away in despair. He didn't feel that his strength could be compared with the entire Numenon sect. Taking a deep breath, Jing Hongchen nodded and said, in this case, then Junior just follow the senior's orders. It was indeed my fault for entering Shrek Academy without permission. Junior left a soul guide as a gift, said. Jing Hongchen raised his head. He touched his chest with his hand, and a thin-looking metal piece appeared in his palm. This piece of metal is round in shape and looks as thin as paper. It exudes a soft golden halo. The most peculiar thing is the open work on it. The open carvings are fine and regular, but full of creativity and imagination. There is no soul power fluctuation seeping out of it, but it is just there, but it has a special texture as thick as a mountain. There is a faint golden halo flashing above it. The light is not strong, but it is extremely eye-catching. Jing Hongchen introduced, this soul guidance device was made by myself, and I named it Hongchen Blessing. It is a trigger-type defensive soul guidance device. Put it on the chest and it will automatically fit into the Soul Master's body, absorbing the Soul Master's soul power and becoming one with it. Once the Soul Master is attacked, it will sense and advance and defend itself. Can be turned off and on with your thoughts. There are several aspects of Blessed by the Red Dust that I am quite satisfied with. The first is that it does not limit the user's cultivation. Even Soul Masters with only 1 or 2 rings can use it. Its defensive effect is equivalent to the user's strongest blow without concentrating all his soul power, without activating any soul skills. However, the soul power consumed was only 1/5 of the strongest blow. It is suitable for Soul Masters of any level. If it is in the hands of a title Douluo, it can have Super Douluo level defense. At the same time, it also has a special way of stimulating. By actively activating the core array, an invincible shield that lasts for 15 seconds can be generated. The defense power reaches 3 times the user's own cultivation level. Being able to become a level 9 soul guide depends on the ability of this invincible shield. However, this special stimulation only needs to be recharged once it is used. There is no need to deliberately charge it. During the user's natural cultivation, it will gradually be filled with the required soul power. This process takes about 3 days. Of course, active charging can also be carried out. In that case, it will take about 1 day and 1 night of meditation to continuously pour all the soul power into it. Mr. Mu nodded. Jing Hongchen only felt a light touch in his hand, and Hongchen Blessing had arrived in front of Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his hand to take it, and said, with the ability to bend and stretch, "It's no wonder that Ming Dedang can thrive under your leadership. You go. Next time if you plan to break in without telling me, I hope you will be absolutely sure. Otherwise, the ticket would not be a level 9 soul tool." Jing Hongchen also had a wry smile on his face. After bowing slightly to Mr. Mu, he turned around and left. After leaving the Poseidon Pavilion, he immediately stood up, a pair of dark golden wings spread out from behind, and disappeared in an instant. He was not willing to stay in Shrek Academy for a second longer. When he saw the soul guides he had arranged in advance, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Before entering Shrek Academy, he arranged 8 custom-made soul tools about several thousand meters away. 4 of them are level 9 and 4 are level 8. And now, it's all gone. It was fine when I came, but when I was leaving, I lost 4 level 8 custom-installed soul guides and 4 level 9 custom-installed soul guides. There is also a piece of protection from the world of mortals. Rao Shijing Hongchen is the master of Mingde Hall, a 9th level soul master, and wealthy. At this moment, he feels that his heart is twitching crazily. It hurts. Asshole. Jing Hongchen looked in the direction of Shrek Academy and couldn't help but curse. But after cursing, he had no choice. These soul tools have already passed into the hands of Poseidon Pavilion. Can he still go back and snatch them? Mr. Mu just said that going in is not something that can be solved by using a level 9 soul guide as a ticket. This loss can only be endured. End of this chapter. Chapter 319. Boys understand boys better. Jing Hongchen was defeated at Shrek Academy, and far away in the Mingdu of the Sun and Moon Empire, his granddaughter Ming Hongchen almost lost the money. Except for intercepting and killing the 2 Han Contras they met on the border between the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire, the group's journey back to Mingdu went smoothly. Not only did he not meet other powerful Jidao, but even some gangsters who originally existed went to meet their wife in advance. The ones who did it were several 8th level soul masters and a 9th level soul master from Mingdedang. This lineup, as long as no big force is targeting this group of people, can basically guarantee unimpeded access. After returning to Mingdu, Meng Hongchen couldn't wait to use his connections and authority to bring the best treatment environment to Jiang Ming. Actually, with Meng Hongchen's ability, she cannot achieve this step. After all, she is only Jing Hongchen's granddaughter. Although her potential is amazing, she can only rely on her grandfather for the time being. However, before Jing Hongchen left, he had already told some people in Mingde Hall that he could open a convenient door for matters related to Ming Jiang. Moreover, everyone in Mingde Hall has already known about Ming Jiang through some channels. Some people despise what Ming Jiang did. After all, on the eve of the game, it is unkind to divert the opponent's strongest combat power away to increase his own chances. Of course, some people admire Ming Jiang. The strength of Jiang Ming from Shrek Academy is really terrifying. When the news came back before, no one among the senior soul masters of Mingde Hall believed it. Forget it about a 20-year-old soul saint. 700,000-year soul rings can still unleash a fighting power comparable to title Douluo. This is more nonsense than a novel. Even in Douluo, the most popular storytelling novel on the market, the protagonist in it, Tang Sam from 10,000 years ago, was not so cheating. But believe it or not, the news comes from many aspects. When the information is completely spread, it has already been verified by many parties. You know, there are hundreds of thousands of spectators watching the game in Xingluo City. After these information channels have verified the accuracy of the information, even if everyone in Mingdedang no longer believes it, they must accept this fact. After accepting this fact, they began to worry about the contestants of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Fighting against such a terrifying guy, the pressure you will face is despairing just thinking about it. Especially their Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy has been competing with Shrek Academy for the past few thousand years. At this time, Ming Jiang risked his life to transfer Jiang Ming away. Even if he still lost the game, at least, it was not as ugly as the loss. At least, these contestants from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Taoist heart is not broken. From this perspective, Ming Jiang has done a great thing. The meridians in your body are slowly healing themselves, but remember not to fight with others in these few months, otherwise the newly healed meridians will break under the impact of soul power, a highly respected healing soul master in Mingdal said in a deep voice. Then, he released a healing soul skill on Ming Jiang, which enhanced the vitality of the blood, meridians and bones in Ming Jiang's body, speeding up the healing process. Meng Hongjin, I told you I'm fine, no need to bother, Ming. Jiang sat on the edge of the bed, his pale face slightly rosy, but he still had no energy. Recover. Brother Ming Jiang, you were injured because of us, why are you in trouble? Just lie down and rest. I'll go to Grandpa's treasure house to see if there is anything I can do to help you recover quickly. A treasure of heaven and earth, Meng. Hongjin brought the prepared medicine to Ming Jiang, and blew the soup in the spoon thoughtfully, and handed it to Ming Jiang's mouth. Ming Jiang, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself. The corner of Ming Jiang's mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly snatched the spoon and soup bowl from Meng Hongjin's hands. To be honest, this kind of feeding action has only been done to him by Sister Lexuan. While dreaming of the red dust sister, why are your elbows turned out now? If Grandpa knew that you were planning to take advantage of his treasure house, he would definitely scold you, Xiao. Hongjin, who was standing next to the light bulb, smiled. He looked at the scene in front of him with an annoyed face and said speechlessly. To be honest, he has never enjoyed this kind of treatment from his sister since he was a child. This Ming Jiang deserves to die. But since he risked his life to lure Jiang Ming away, forgive him for now. Xiao Hongjin muttered in his heart. How could it be? This is to help brother Ming Jiang recover as soon as possible. Grandpa will not tell me anything, Meng. Hongjin saw a little disappointment on his pretty face when she saw that Ming Jiang had snatched the soup bowl and spoon from her hand. She also wants to get closer to brother Ming Jiang, but brother Ming Jiang really doesn't understand the style, haha, laughing at Hongjin's smile. As he spoke, Ming Jiang drank the soup quietly. The hot soup poured from his mouth directly into the mouth of a certain soul beast in our world in one breath, making the poor soul beast have tears in its eyes with gratitude. The medicinal power contained in the decoction suddenly increased its cultivation by 10 years. The hot and bitter feeling made it unable to help but beat on the ground and thank the world. It is medicine with 3 parts poison. The materials used in this medicinal soup are indeed very good, but for Ming Jiang, this thing is not as useful as Xiaoling's little life force. After watching Ming Jiang take the medicine, Meng Hongjin wanted to stay in the room to take care of Ming Jiang, but Ming Jiang righteously refused. Not only did Ming Jiang refuse, Xiao Hongjin, the older brother, also immediately pulled his sister away. Just kidding. It's too dangerous to let your lovely and charming sister stay in the same room with this guy Ming Jiang. Out of the room, Xiao Hongjin took his sister Meng Hongjin and walked for a long time. Then Xiao Hongjin said seriously, Sister, I know you like Ming Jiang, but you must know that you are still young. Even if you like Ming Jiang, you must always be careful not to get too close to him. Meng Hongjin puffed up his cheeks slightly and crossed his arms. I didn't listen at first sight. Sister, when Xiao Hongjin saw his sister like this, his face became a little ugly. Oh, brother Ming Jiang is not a bad person, what can happen? Meng Hongjin frowned and said. Xiao Hongjin finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He also knew that it was probably not feasible to directly separate his sister and Ming Jiang. But, sister, you have to know that for a man, what he can't get is the best. If you keep clinging to him like this, he won't like you, and he may even find you annoying. Do you know? Xiao Hongjin followed suit, while Meng Hongjin's big eyes flickered, revealing a trace of thought. After thinking for a while, Meng Hongjin asked tentatively, Really? Xiao Hongjin was sure immediately. Of course it's true. Sister, brother, I am a boy, and boys understand boys better. You believe me, as long as you care less about Ming Jiang these days, when he finds out that you are no longer by his side, you will feel empty and longing, and when the time comes, he will take the initiative to talk to you, and you can. Xiao Hongjin is like a battle-hardened warrior, imparting precious knowledge to his sister experience. As Meng Hongjin listened to her brother's words, she imagined in her mind Ming Jiang looked at her sincerely, with a sincere tone, and a deep light in his eyes that could not be ignored. As bright as the endless starry sky. Xiaoming, I can't live without you, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? She blushed with shame, but her little head nodded gently, like a ripe strawberry, waiting for her sweetheart to taste it. When Ming Jiang saw that she had agreed, the excitement on his face could not be suppressed. He directly picked her up and spun her around in the air several times. Then, Ming Jiang put her down, lowered his head gently, and explored her girlish green lips. And just when Ming Jiang's hot and charming breath was blowing on her face, she felt a little drunken and in a trance. "Sister, what are you thinking about? Your face is so red." End of this chapter. Chapter 320. The conspiracy succeeded. I don't know why, but Meng Hongzhen's mood towards me has dropped a lot recently, and she no longer clings to me all day long. I even feel a little bit distant from her towards me. Oh, this is really good news. Ming Jiang sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, and the aura on his body alternated between strong and weak. Previously, most of his meridians were broken due to a forceful combination that exceeded his body's endurance. After this period of recovery, these broken meridians have recovered a lot, and you can feel that the broken meridians in his body are the indestructible level 80 bottleneck. Seems to be beginning to waver. Boom. Ming Jiang's body made a roaring sound of qi and blood. The powerful power of qi and blood gathered together and brushed the body along the meridians, further washing the already flawless body. The power of qi and blood starts from the heart, travels along the meridians throughout the body, and then returns to the heart. Ming Jiang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Level 80 is really not that simple after all. He could feel that the bottleneck at level 80 had begun to shake. This may be due to the long-range ability he displayed when he played against Mr. Zhuan before. The result of being far away from his level of strength. But perhaps because his body has long been accustomed to this super explosive state, this level 80 bottleneck is very difficult. He estimated that even if he used the power of qi, blood and soul every day, it would take at least half a year to break through this level 80 bottleneck. Half a year breaking through the first level in half a year was a bit unaccustomed to him, who had always been upgrading like drinking water. But then I thought about it, being able to break through the 8 rings Soul Douluo at the age of 20, this kind of cultivation speed is already incredible. Thinking of this, Ming Jiang's mood suddenly improved a lot. As expected, sometimes you still can't just compare with yourself, you still have to compare with normal soul masters. Ming Jiang stood up from the bed and subconsciously retracted his arms. But when he saw that there was no Meng Hongzhen next to him, Ming Jiang paused. As soon as he got up from the bed, Meng Hongzhen would come to the bedside to support him. In order not to have too much contact with Meng Hongzhen, he would not let Meng Hongzhen support him when she came over. He always kept to his arms. But now that Meng Hongzhen was not here, he really felt a little uncomfortable. Oh, that's good, Ming Jiang sighed softly, walked to the window, bathed in the scorching sun at noon, and stretched. As an underground worker, his current task is to upgrade the level of Soul Guide in Ming Hall as soon as possible, so as to gain a higher status in Ming Hall and gain access to more Soul Guide technology. Isn't it that all the work done in the early stage was just to make Jing Hongzhen and the people in Mingdadeng relax their vigilance? When I was watching TV series in my previous life, I could feel the hard work and helplessness of those underground workers through the screen. Now that I have become this level of identity, I can truly understand the hardship of this kind of thing. While quietly looking at Mingdu under the scorching sun by the window, Ming Jiang's eyes flashed with determination. Ming Jiang, the hall master is calling you, Ma. Rulong's voice sounded outside the door. Coming, Ming Jiang closed the window, blocking out the sunlight outside the room, and walked out towards Ming Hall. Along the way, Ming Jiang's brain was running as he walked. When he came back before, Jing Hongzhen said he wanted to go to Shrek. If he guessed correctly, Jing Hongzhen should have failed at Shrek. He doesn't know much about Jing Hongzhen's strength. After all, Jing Hongzhen has never made a few moves, but to be able to become the leader of Ming Hall, Jing Hongzhen is at least above the level of Super Douluo. It's strength, not cultivation. The strength of a soul mentor has a lot to do with his cultivation, but it is not directly related. After all, a 9th level soul mentor is enough to compete with a Super Douluo with a few powerful 9th level soul tools. But the strength of Super Douluo is in Poseidon Pavilion. He can't say that it can shake things up, I can only say that it can't make much waves. He is very familiar with how many powerful people there are in the Poseidon Pavilion, including more than 10 Super Douluo. Not to mention that there is Mr. Mugard in the Poseidon Pavilion. No matter how many 9th level soul tools Jing Hongzhen carries, it is impossible to cause trouble in Shrek Academy. Even with a teacher's temperament, Jing Hongzhen should have suffered a big loss in Poseidon Pavilion. After all, the leader of Ming Hall, Jing Hongzhen, traveled thousands of miles to visit Poseidon Pavilion. It's unreasonable not to give him a gift, right? Sure enough, when Ming Jiang saw Jing Hongzhen, although there was no expression on Jing Hongzhen's face, there was a trace of extremely suppressed anger deep in his eyes. This is definitely a loss. Ming Jiang understood it in his heart, but his face still showed a puzzled look. Hall Master, why did you call me here, Ming? Jiang's voice still had a hint of weakness, but it was much better than before. Jing Hongzhen glanced at Ming Jiang, and without having time to mourn the loss of his 4 8th level soul tools and 5 9th level soul tools, he stretched out his hand to signal Ming Jiang to sit down. Ming Jiang, I went to Shrek Academy this time and met an old man named Moon in the Poseidon Pavilion of Shrek Academy. Do you know this person? Jing Hongzhen asked softly, his tone casual as if he was having a normal chat. But in fact, the existence of Mr. Mew is a secret in Shrek Academy. After all, in today's Douluo continent, the most powerful person in Shrek Academy is Old Zhuan. When Ming Jiang heard this, his eyes narrowed, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Then, a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed across his face, as if he didn't know whether to say something or not. Ming Jiang, you are now a member of my Ming Hall, do you understand, Jing? Hongzhen reminded Ming Jiang in a kind tone, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. After returning from Shrek Academy, his guard against Ming Jiang has actually been reduced a lot. He had previously asked Mr. Mew in the Poseidon Pavilion if he could replace Hou Yuhao with Jiang Ming. In fact, he was testing Shrek's attitude towards Jiang Ming and Ming Jiang. Judging from the attitudes of Elder Mew and Elder Zhuan, there is no doubt that Ming Jiang's identity is the disciple who defected from Shrek Academy. Moreover, Ming Jiang's status should not be low when he was at Shrek Academy. Whether it is Mr. Zhuan or Mr. Mew, whose name I have never heard of, they are both absolute strong men in Shrek Academy. To be able to attract their attention and arouse such a strong reaction, Ming Jiang is in the history of history. The status of Lake College is definitely not low. But compared to Jiang Ming, it is indeed a bit worse. Not only Shrek, but also Jing Hongzhen felt the same way. That Jiang Ming is really too perverted. Ming Jiang, a 20-year-old soul emperor, a 7th level soul master, and an absolute genius, was completely overwhelmed by Jiang Ming. However, even though he has relaxed some of his vigilance, Ming Jiang used to be from Shrek Academy after all. If one day this kid is taken back by Shrek again, it will be a bit heartbreaking. So, now he wants to force Ming Jiang to be completely hostile to Shrek Academy. Only in this way will Ming Jiang and Ming Dadang be tied together. Finding out more secrets of Shrek Academy from the mouth of Ming Jiang River is the first step. Ming Jiang heard Jing Hongzhen's reminder, struggled and hesitated for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. Hall Master, I understand, he seemed to have accepted his fate. He looked at Jing Hongzhen and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, the outside world has always thought that the strongest person in Shrek Academy is Mr. Zhuan, but in fact, the strongest person in Shrek Academy, the real master of Poseidon Pavilion, is the old man named Mun you mentioned. A smile appeared at the corner of Jing Hongzhen's mouth. As soon as Ming Jiang said this, the chance of him returning to Shrek Academy became smaller. As for Ming Jiang's words, he had already made a judgment in his heart. From the way that Mr. Zhuan respected Mr. Mew when they were in the Poseidon Pavilion, it can be easily seen that Mr. Above. Then, do you know what Mr. Mew's cultivation level is? Jing Hongzhen continued to ask. Ming Jiang has already gone through the stage of hesitation and struggle now, and he is simply speaking out. Zhuan Lao is a 98th level Super Douluo, and Mew Lao's cultivation is even stronger than Zhuan Lao's. He is a 99th level Extreme Douluo that is rare in the world. The title is Dragon God. Jing Hongzhen's face was solemn, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. 99 level Ultimate Douluo. This is the true peak strength of a soul master, the ceiling level. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively at that time, otherwise even if I tried my best, I would probably be easily suppressed by that strong man, which would be completely meaningless. As for Dragon God Douluo, he is about the same age as Yan Xiao's. When Mr. Mew traveled across the continent, he was not even a liquid. It is really impossible to remember. How many title Douluo level experts are there in Shrek Poseidon Pavilion? Jing Hongzhen was not satisfied after hearing about Mr. Mew's true strength. Now that he has decided to force Ming Jiang, if you are the enemy of Shrek, then you have to fight to the end. As long as Ming Jiang reveals more secrets about Shrek Academy, the less likely he is to return to Shrek. Coupled with the grievances between him and Jiang Ming, after Ming Jiang There's only Ming Dadang and the Sun and Moon Empire. Jing Hongzhen's calculation in his mind was very good. If the situation was in his control, then there would be no problem for him to do so. But in the end, what he saw was just what someone wanted him to see. A titled Douluo expert from Poseidon Pavilion, Ming. Jiang frowned, his sword eyebrows furrowed sharply, and he became even more hesitant. This is really a secret, should I say it or not? Ming Jiang, Ming Hall is your future home, Jing. Hongzhen hesitated again when he saw Ming Jiang. His face he once again showed a kind expression, both reminding and comforting. Hall Master, I really don't know very well. I am not as valued as Jiang Ming and Shrek, and what I study is soul guidance. Basically, the powerful title Douluo in Shrek. I haven't had much contact with it, Ming Jiang said in a very embarrassed tone. This was indeed true. Except for a few elders from Poseidon Pavilion, he really didn't know very well how many title Douluo experts there were in the academy. After all, he didn't have a gold soul coin, so not everyone would like him. That's it. Jing Hongzhen's eyes flashed as he sat in his seat and pondered. When he went to Shrek Academy before, he saw the lineup of Numenon sect and Shrek. The Numenon sect has more than 20 strong men above the Contra level, and there are more than 30 in Shrek Academy. And he estimated that Shrek's lineup might not be all of them. After all, it was at their base camp, and some strong men must be left behind to protect the students. So it is conservatively estimated that there are at least 40 experts above Shrek Contra level. Among these people, there are probably more than a dozen powerful ones above the title Douluo level. Oh, Shrek is still Shrek. The background of this powerful soul master is indeed extraordinary. Of course, even if he knew that there were so many powerful soul masters in Shrek Academy, Jing Hongzhen did not panic at all. A dozen title Douluo are very strong, but their Ming Dadang, or Sun Moon Empire, has more than a dozen 9th level soul masters corresponding to the title Douluo. Even, the number is far more than that. It's just that the 99th level dragon god Douluo Moon may have an impact on future plans, Jing Hongzhen thought in his heart, while Ming Jiang on the side was also thinking. How to leak the precious Shrek secrets without leaving any trace. Is there a problem with leaking Mr. Mew? No problem. Mr. Mew's strength was there. How dare Jing Hongzhen come to visit him after knowing Mr. Mew's cultivation level? Impossible. Of course, after telling Mr. Mew's cultivation level, Shrek's mystery was somewhat weakened. But at least, as long as Mr. Mew is here, no one else dares to move. And such a peaceful life only needs to last 20 years, and the younger generation of Shrek will completely grow up. It doesn't even take 20 years, it only takes 10 years. Zhang Lexun can become a title Douluo. And he, 10 years from now, even if his current cultivation speed is greatly reduced, how can he still be a title Douluo in 10 years? When the time comes, when he combines with the 9 elves, it should not be a big problem to rival the ultimate Douluo. It's a pity that 10 years is too little time for the development of soul guidance devices. And can Mr. Mew really last 10 years? He once asked Xiao Ling to see Mr. Mew's physical condition. What Xiao Ling said at that time was that Mr. Mew's body was eroded by some extremely terrifying and overbearing toxin. This poison not only had an extremely adverse effect on Mr. Mew's body, but also consumed Mr. Mew's vitality. Xiao Ling estimated that if Mr. Mew did not take action, and with the treatment of Mr. Zhuang of Poseidon Pavilion, he should be able to survive for 10 years. This is the most optimistic situation. The room fell into silence for a while. Both of them were thinking. It could almost be said that they were on the same channel, but they were really in opposite directions. After a while, Jing Hongzhen looked at Ming Jiang and said in a deep voice, "You are still injured, go back first. When you are healed, you will follow me to study soul guidance tools. You are very talented in soul guidance tools. It is their failure that Shrek does not value you. Next, I will do my best to train you, Ming." Jiang was overjoyed and quickly stood up and bowed to Jing Hongzhen. "Thank you, Master." Jing Hongzhen smiled and said, Go, heal your injury quickly. I'm looking forward to having you here. How far can a soul master go on this path, Ming?" Jiang nodded solemnly, turned and left. Closed the door, Ming Jiang walked in the technological corridor of Ming Hall, with a hint of a conspiracy successful smile on his lips. Finally, Jing Hongzhen finally let down his guard against him. Next, he should be able to come into contact with Ming Dadang's truly advanced soul guidance technology. The 8th level soul master is just around the corner. In the room, Jing Hongzhen looked in the direction of the door, with a shrewd look in his eyes. He's extremely optimistic about Ming Jiang's soul mentor talent. In fact, Ming Jiang's soul mentor talent is even stronger than that of his grandchildren. Although Shrek lost those high-level soul tools this time, Ming Jiang became his disciple. This loss is not too big. Shrek. We'll see. End of this chapter. Chapter 321. A wise man never falls in love. Brother, you lied to me, Meng. Hongjin stared with big eyes, a pair of cute eyes full of anger. Even the long burgundy hair seemed to be windless. The feeling of movement was as if her anger was enough to make her long hair stand up. Xiao Hongchen put down the soul guide in his hand and looked at his sister, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Lied to you? What did I lie to you about? When Meng Hongchen heard this, he became even more angry and said loudly, Brother, you said you want me to be more indifferent to brother Ming Jiang, then he will think of my kindness and then take the initiative to come to me. Xiao Hongchen blinked and recalled carefully. It seemed that such a thing was indeed the case. Yet, what's wrong? Meng Hongchen stared at his brother, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. What's wrong? Brother, it's been a month. I haven't seen brother Ming Jiang for a month. He didn't come to see me, Meng. Hongchen sounded angry at first, but the more he talked, the more he said. Feeling wronged, even the water in Ling Ling's eyes was filled with water. Obviously, it was very difficult for her not to see Ming Jiang for a month. Of course, what was even more uncomfortable was that Ming Jiang did not take the initiative to come to her. This Xiao Hongchen put away the soul guide in his hand, looked at his sister Meng Hongchen tentatively, and asked softly, Is there a possibility that Ming Jiang doesn't like you? Before Xiao Hongchen finished speaking, he saw the mist in his sister's eyes getting thicker and thicker, as if she was about to cry in the next moment. Headache. What a headache. Xiao Hongchen felt that dealing with his sister's emotional affairs was more of a headache than making a level 6 or even level 7 soul guide. But, this is my own sister after all. Brother Ming Jiang, does he really not like me? Meng Hongchen's voice had a hint of crying, and her delicate little face looked like the injured little quail was extremely depressed. The little girl's fantasy of love is very beautiful and very persistent, especially at Meng Hongchen's age, when the heart of spring is budding. Such young and beautiful emotions were deliberately and ruthlessly expressed by Luo Hua. This hit the girl's heart so hard that her mood suddenly hit rock bottom. Seeing the sad look on his sister's face, Xiao Hongchen felt very helpless and even resented her. My sister is so talented and beautiful, why does she like that bastard Ming Jiang? Isn't it just that his talent as a soul master is better? His talent as a soul master is better, he is more handsome, what else is there? Is he worthy of being so liked by his sister? That? Actually, not necessarily. After all, Xiao Hongchen still couldn't bear to see his sister so sad. After scolding Ming Jiang for a while in his heart, he slowly said, Ming Jiang doesn't come to you, maybe because he is currently healing his wounds with all his strength. Practice hard and don't have time. Look, Ming Jiang was so seriously injured by his elder brother Jiang Ming. If it were you, would you want to become stronger quickly and take revenge? Meng Hongchen frowned slightly, then nodded his head. Indeed, if she was beaten so seriously, she would definitely want to take revenge. Right, so Ming Jiang doesn't come to you, it's very likely that he is practicing now, or trying his best to recover from his injuries, or he is studying soul guidance devices. After all, Grandpa didn't I say that as long as Ming Jiang's cultivation reaches the level of soul saint, he will hopefully become an 8th level soul master. As he spoke, Xiao Hongchen felt a little emotional in his heart. He has always been an extremely proud person, and even looked down upon some of the geniuses in Ming Hall. But as for Ming Jiang, this guy's talent in soul guidance tools and soul masters are only a little bit worse than him. So, he is qualified to be his brother-in-law. And it is precisely because of Ming Jiang's encouragement that he has recently worked extra hard on the research of soul guidance devices and has gained some insights. Soon, he will be able to make a level 6 soul guide. Before the age of 20, it is not difficult to become a 7th level soul engineer, and there is even hope of touching an 8th level soul guide. As for the martial soul, when he reaches level 80 and absorbs the soul beast embryo, he will either have a twin martial soul, or possess 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. By then, Ming Jiang will no longer be able to boldly call him Beimeo. Xiao Hongchen is still the #1 genius in mainland China. Ha ha ha. Of course, this is all a story for later. For now, Ming Jiang is firmly suppressing him with his age advantage, both in terms of soul master and soul master. Damn it. Is that so? When Meng Hongjin heard his brother's explanation, Shui Ling's big eyes lit up again. If this is the case, then it's not that brother Ming Jiang doesn't like her and doesn't want her to disturb him, it's also because he wants to practice wholeheartedly and increase his strength. Thinking of this, Meng Hongjin felt much more comfortable. Thank you, brother. I will go practice as well. Brother Ming Jiang is still working so hard even though he was injured. I can't fall behind too much. After saying that, Meng Hongjin turned around and left go. Xiao Hongjin looked at his sister's leaving figure and shook his head in distress. My sister, as my sister, must have enough IQ, but why does it feel like my IQ has dropped when facing Ming Jiang? Sure enough, a wise man never falls in love. After saying that, Xiao Hongjin took out the soul guide again, holding the carving knife, and studied it intently. Although what he just said to his sister was mainly to comfort her, it was actually somewhat objective and factual. Anyway, if according to his temperament, he was beaten and seriously injured like that, this scene must be recovered. And he went to see Ming Jiang a few days ago, and this bastard was indeed practicing. HMPH. You practice, and I practice too. Not only do I want to practice, I also want to practice longer than you. Sooner or later, one day, when my strength exceeds yours, I must make you apologize. When Xiao Hongjin thought about the scene where he surpassed Ming Jiang in strength and beat the shit out of Ming Jiang, his heart was filled with motivation. Soon, he was immersed in the research of soul guidance devices. On the other side, Ming Jiang once again ended his journey to hit the 80-level bottleneck. How should I put it? It failed again. But this time the feeling of the bottleneck shaking became stronger. Ming Jiang estimated that the breakthrough might not take half a year. Ming Jiang got up from the bed and went to Ming Dadang's laboratory. Today's soul power training is over, and we will go to listen to the lectures of the 8th level soul master of Ming Hall. If we are lucky, we can also watch the 8th level soul master make an 8th level soul guide. In Ming Dadang, this is a treatment that only 7th level soul masters are eligible for. For Ming Jiang, even if he has not started making an 8th level soul guide yet, he can still gain a lot. However, when heading to the laboratory, Ming Jiang saw a figure he had not seen for a long time. Brother Ming Jiang, Chapter 322, asking for advice from the boss. Meng Hongjin walked towards Ming Jiang with a green smile on his face. Ming Jiang was stunned. He hadn't seen Meng Hongjin for a month and thought that Meng Hongjin had lost interest in him. Brother Ming Jiang, are you going to the laboratory? Meng Hongjin looked at Ming Jiang, exuding enthusiasm and vitality. But what surprised Ming Jiang was that after Meng Hongjin came over, he didn't hold his hand, but kept a certain distance. This is different from Meng Hongjin's previous temperament. Well, go to the laboratory and see if any teacher is teaching. Ming Dadang's courses emphasize a combination of theory and practice. Regarding soul guides, it takes forever to get started. It is faster to learn than just a few words in a book. So when teachers at Ming Dadang teach students, except for some special and particularly precious soul tools, they basically use real objects for teaching demonstrations. As for even special soul guiding devices, for example, custom-installed soul guiding cannonballs, this thing really cannot be used for teaching demonstrations. If you are not careful, everyone will end up lying on the board together. Brother Ming Jiang, you work so hard. Then go quickly, I have to go to class to study, but I can't lag behind you too much, Brother Ming Jiang. After that, Meng Hongjin turned around and walked towards the laboratory on the other side very neatly. Meng Hongjin is now a 5th level soul instructor. What she wants to learn is the knowledge related to 5th level soul instructors and 6th level soul instructors. It is quite different from the laboratories of 7th level soul instructors and 8th level soul instructors that Ming Jiang is going to. Far away. But Meng Hongjin's attitude is a bit strange. Little dream, Ming Jiang subconsciously stopped Meng Hongjin and wanted to ask her what had happened in the past month and why she had such a change. But when Meng Hongjin stopped and turned around, he swallowed back the words that were on his lips. Come on, Meng. Hongjin was stunned for a moment, then showed a sweet smile. Brother Ming Jiang, come on. The conversation was very strange, and Ming Jiang himself felt a bit strange anyway. However, it would also be a good thing if Meng Hongjin focused all his energy on practicing and researching soul guidance devices. After all, he couldn't really become a member of Ming Dadang. He would still have to go back after all. Shrek Academy, and the people he loves. In the Ming Dadang Senior Soul Engineer Laboratory, Ming Jiang listened carefully to the lecture by the teacher named Zhuan Ziwen on the stage, frantically absorbing the knowledge of soul tools like a sponge. This teacher named Zhuan Ziwen is only in his 30s, but he is already an 8th level soul master. Even younger than Fan Yu. Obviously, in the research of soul guides, this teacher Zhuan Ziwen is much better than teacher Fan Yu. After all, the soul master rating at Shrek Academy is much simpler than that at Ming Hall. However, when the teacher explained the soul guide, his attitude was not very good, and he was even a little hasty, giving Ming Jiang the feeling that he wanted to end it quickly. Some students are dissatisfied with Zhuan Ziwen's attitude. After all, their talents in soul guidance devices are different. The lectures are fast, and some students can barely keep up, but some students it was just a black eye. But Zhuan Ziwen doesn't care about this. Aside from paying a little attention to the few 6th grade disciples of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy that he was going to take, he actually didn't pay much attention to the classes required by Ming Hall. Why? No time. Being able to become an 8th level soul master in his 30s requires more than just talent. To achieve such an achievement, he spent all his time on soul power cultivation and the research on soul guidance devices. Soon, under Zhuan Ziwen's hurried lecture pace, the class ended quickly. The second when get out of class was over, Zhuan Ziwen didn't even make a move to stop. He reached out and brushed the soul guide on the table, raised his feet and walked out of the laboratory, leaving behind a huge amount of knowledge. The 7th level soul mentors of the brain. Ming Jiang was still digesting, but when he saw Zhuan Ziwen running away, he quickly got up and chased after him. Although the teacher's pace was fast during his lecture, Ming Jiang could still tell from what he said that he was a big shot. Yes, boss. He has also listened to the courses of other 8th level soul instructors, but Zhuan Ziwen's class is the one that he feels the most. The pace of the class is fast, but the things are real, but it is a bit challenging for students' understanding. But Ming Jiang can still keep up. Teacher Zhuan Ziwen, wait, Ming. Jiang quickly followed Zhuan Ziwen, took out a thick notebook, and pointed at an ordinary person who would get dizzy just by looking at it. The dazzled Korore asked questions sincerely with a tone of seeking knowledge. Teacher Zhuan Ziwen, can you help me find out what's wrong with my Korore, Zhuan? Ziwen's eyes flashed when he heard Ming Jiang's words. A hint of impatience. He has to hurry back to his laboratory and continue to study his own things. During this period, his research on the humanoid soul guide had hit some bottlenecks, and he was feeling a little upset at this moment. As for coming here to take classes, it is also a mandatory requirement of Ming Hall, 1 class a week. In the beginning, he still had a sense of responsibility, but those 7th level soul masters couldn't keep up with his rhythm, so he started to mess up and tell his own story. As for whether there are students who don't understand and come to him to ask questions, of course there are. But those questions were very simple. After he answered a few, he became even more impatient. The student in front of him should also be annoying him with some simple questions, so Zhuan Ziwen naturally didn't look good. In the past, Zhuan Ziwen just ignored it. However, this student has made such a thick notebook, which seems to be quite serious. Let's take a look. How many times have I talked about the core array? What are you doing, Zhuan? Ziwen hadn't finished speaking, his eyes fell on Ming Jiang's notebook, and he frowned. The child wrinkled up. This core array is a bit like the central core array of the humanoid soul guide. Did you study it? He happened to be studying the humanoid soul guide recently and saw this core of Ming Jiang. After the formation, he immediately reacted. The central core array is okay, but the lines here are wrong. Before Ming Jiang could answer, Zhuan Ziwen directly pointed out the core array on his notebook error. I guess you want to use the superimposed magic circle here. This idea is not bad, but although the superimposed magic circle has a great effect, there are some details that cannot be ignored. For example, here, now it seems that there is no problem, but once it is put into the shell and driven, it cannot be carried at all, and it may even cause the magic circle to explode. Come on, I told you that you should add one here. Chapter 323 Breaking Through Level 80, Silver White Elf. This world has never lacked geniuses. Whether they are soul masters or soul mentors, there are too many geniuses. Even if Ming Jiang is very good and strong in soul mentor talent, he still needs to learn from other outstanding talents. Learn from the soul master. Zhuan Ziwen is also an absolute genius in the research of soul guidance devices. Ming Jiang has learned a lot from him and has a better understanding of his future concept of soul guidance device armor for clear understanding. Yes, he has already planned to plan his own soul guidance armor. The future world must be a combination of the strongest soul guide and the strongest soul master, but there are also differences between the strongest soul guides. Level 9 custom installed soul guided artillery shells, are they strong? Of course it's very strong. But this thing is not the most suitable soul guidance tool for soul masters. Even if there are level 10, level 11, and level 12 custom installed soul guiding cannonballs and custom installed soul guiding cannonballs coming out in the future, they will not be able to use them. It is the most suitable soul guide for soul masters. This thing has been used to destroy everything since it was born. This is a weapon of war, but it is not the most suitable soul guide for a soul master. Of course, Ming Jiang will also research custom installed soul guided artillery shells, which will be indispensable in future wars. However, Ming Jiang still attaches great importance to the improvement of personal strength. He plans to start trying to make a set of soul guidance armor suitable for him when his cultivation level reaches the 8th level. Now, he plans to spend half a year to dig out more knowledge about the soul guidance armor from Zhuan Ziwen, a young 8th level soul master. Only when the theoretical foundation is solid enough can it become a strong guarantee for the production of soul guidance devices. Get out of class is over, Ming Jiang. Come with me. When get out of class was over, Zhuan Ziwen walked out of the laboratory and called Ming Jiang out. Didn't you say that your cultivation level has reached the bottleneck of level 70? When will you be able to break through? Zhuan Ziwen looked at Ming Jiang, with a look in his eyes that looked at other students. He disappeared casually, but asked very seriously. Well, I can't say. It may take a month, it may take 2 months. As you know, it will take a long time to break through the bottleneck of level 70 soul power. Ming Jiang thought for a while, but still couldn't give an exact time. In fact, not only Zhuan Ziwen, but Jing Hongzhen also asked about his cultivation level during this period. And he also directly explained that he had reached the 69th level of soul power and was stuck at the 70 level cultivation bottleneck. To gain greater attention, it is absolutely necessary to show part of your potential. Whether it is Ming Hall, Shrek Academy, or other forces, in addition to various human and sophistication aspects, resources have always been given priority to people with good talents and excellent potential. Indeed, the bottleneck of level 70 can be regarded as one of the more difficult hurdles in soul master training. In this way, you should stop coming to my place these days and concentrate on training. After breaking through level 70, I will take you to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. The knowledge you have now is comparable to that of most 8th level soul masters. When you break through in cultivation and your physical strength is greatly improved, you will be an 8th level soul master just around the corner. Zhuan Ziwen, he said in a deep voice, with a hint of emotion on his face. In Ming Hall, this 8th level soul master in his 30s is already young enough, and can even be said to be a genius. There are no talents in the entire Ming Hall that can rival him. Very few. Unexpectedly, this Ming Jiang could reach the level of an 8th level soul master in his 20s. It's really hard to compare people to death, and you have to throw away goods when comparing goods. Well, okay, but Teacher Zhuan, I still have a few questions. What do you think of this core array? If these lines are designed to be more streamlined, will it affect the soul power output effect? Ming Jiang didn't waste any time. Even on the way to Zhuan Ziwen's laboratory, he was asking about the core array of the soul guidance armor. Originally, there was no need for him to be so anxious, but as he became familiar with the circle of 8th level soul instructors in Ming Hall, he discovered something. Many senior soul engineers in Ming Hall are researching many soul guidance devices related to war. These studies are all confidential. In order not to make Jing Hongzhen suspicious, he did not inquire about this matter. However, various signs indicate that the Sun and Moon Empire is really going to make big moves. Based on what he saw, it is estimated that the Sun and Moon Empire will not take more than 10 years to make big moves. 10 years for him, half of his life has passed. It may seem like a long time, but for the 3 original empires of Douluo continent, and for Shrek Academy, 10 years is really a short time. The gap in soul guidance devices that had opened up over the past few thousand years between the Sun and Moon Empire and the other 3 empires could not be caught up in a short time. Even though the soul guidance department of Shrek Academy has undergone reforms and is trying its best to catch up with Ming Dadang, the gap is really too big. Let's compare the most obvious gap. Shrek Academy Soul Guidance Department, with a dean, deputy dean, and Fan Yu, there will be no more than 10 8th level Soul Masters. And there is no 9th level Soul Mentor. But Ming Jiang has not counted the number of 8th level Soul Masters in Mingdadang. After all, some Soul Masters don't like to deal with other people and only like to study their own soul guides, just like Zhuan. But even so, the number of 8th level Soul Masters in Mingdadang, as seen by Ming Jiang with his own eyes, is at least more than 20. He has met 3 of the 9th level Soul Masters in Mingde Hall. This does not include Jing Hongchen. This is only a part of what he has come into contact with himself. But just this part has already defeated the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. And there may be more hidden secrets. After all, compared with the other 3 empires on Douluo continent and Shrek, the scale of the Sun and Moon Empire is not a mere empire, but an entire continent. Shrek does not serve any empire, but Mingdadang is directly connected to the Sun and Moon Empire. In this way, the geniuses in the entire Sun and Moon Empire will gather in the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and the Mingde Hall. This advantage cannot be matched even by Shrek Academy, which has 10,000 years of foundation. After finishing the discussion with Zhuan, Ming Jiang returned to his room, hung a sign on the door of the room that he was undergoing retreat and breakthrough, and locked the door. The next moment, he disappeared from the room. Our world. After this period of evolution, this small world that was just born seems to be full of vitality. The breath of life is exuding, the power of the elements is full, and the entire world is almost exactly the same as the outside environment. However, this small world is now maintained by the elves. When will the world be able to function normally without the support of the elves? Then this will become a real world. Master, after entering our world, Ming Jiang felt the cordial calls of the elves, but now is not the time to play around with the elves. Ming Jiang's legs were hanging in the air and he was sitting cross-legged in mid-air. His eyes were slightly closed, and he adjusted his body to the best condition, preparing to try again to hit the 80-level bottleneck. After the continuous impact in the previous period, the 80-level bottleneck has been shaking a lot. Strive to break through level 80 within a month. Ming Jiang secretly thought in his heart, and then mobilized the huge soul power in his body to attack the bottleneck of level 80 again. The turbulent tide of soul power crashed into the 80-level bottleneck with overwhelming force. At the same time, the heart of Ming Jiang began to emit a strong golden light, and the power of qi and blood surged out from the heart. Along the blood vessels, it flows throughout the body. Boom! The tide of soul power hit the 80-level bottleneck, and Ming Jiang felt a huge roar in his mind, like a huge wave hitting a rock, the sound resounding throughout the sky. The bottleneck still stubbornly stands there. In the turbulent tide of soul power, the bottleneck shakes slightly, but it always stands firm. Come again, the attack failed, and Ming Jiang was not surprised. This bottleneck is too hard. He has been attacking this bottleneck for more than 4 months. He has to attack it once or twice every day. It has been more than 100 times now before he can make this bottleneck shake a little. This is a tough battle. Ming Jiang's estimated conservative time is about a month. Come again. Failed. Come again. Failed. Impacted again and again. Failed again and again. But, every time, we are one step closer to successfully breaking through the bottleneck. Time passes day by day. During Ming Jiang's retreat, several senior soul masters came to his residence to look for him. When they saw the retreat notice on the door, they were all shocked without exception. Breakthrough in retreat. Level 70. They all know that Ming Jiang is only 20 years old this year. 20-year-old soul saint. Even here in Mingde Hall, where various drugs and natural and earthly treasures are commonly used to quickly increase soul power, the 20-year-old soul saint is absolutely amazing. Not to mention, with Ming Jiang's ability, once his cultivation level breaks through the 7th level and he becomes a strong soul saint level, the 8th level soul master is almost certain. A 20-year-old 8th level soul engineer. The senior soul engineers who came to Ming Jiang were all shocked. And when the news that Ming Jiang was preparing to break through soul saint spread through the mouths of these people, the entire Mingde Hall exploded. The 7th level soul instructors feel that they are useless, especially some older teachers who have been stuck as 7th level soul instructors. That is called an explosion of mentality. People are about to break through when they are 20 years old, but they have not yet broken through when they are 40 years old, or even 60 or 70 years old. Even they knew in their hearts that Ming Jiang was a unique genius and could not be compared with him. But this psychological gap is really uncomfortable. And not only the 7th level soul masters, but also the 8th level soul masters. They felt as if a 100,000-year soul beast was chasing them behind them, and their sense of urgency was heightened. They all invested in the research and development of soul guidance devices, and the research efficiency actually increased by 10 percentage points. Jing Hongchen was very pleased with this phenomenon. As the leader of Ming Hall, he certainly thinks it is a good thing that the people below have been inspired with a strong passion for research. However, he himself was shocked by Ming Jiang's cultivation speed. Ming Jiang's eldest brother Jiang Ming could reach the level of Soul Saint when he was 20 years old, and had combat power comparable to that of a titled Douluo. This was already an absolutely evil talent. And Ming Jiang himself actually broke through to level 70 at the age of 20, and could also become an 8th level soul master. Tisk, 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 who are Ming Jiang's parents? He actually has such a strong inheritance? Or are Ming Jiang and his two brothers' martial souls mutated? It was really hard for Jing Hongchen to imagine what kind of peerless and powerful person he was who could give birth to two brothers, Ming Jiang and Jiang Ming. His grandson Xiao Hongchen's talent can already be regarded as the #1 genius in the Sun and Moon Empire, but compared with Ming Jiang, it is far behind. But fortunately, my granddaughter Ming Hongchen likes Ming Jiang. In this way, if the two of them can be combined, they're future children. Just thinking about the incredible talent of his great-grandson or great-granddaughter in the future, Jing Hongchen felt a sense of comfort in his heart, and he felt a sense of relief for what he had lost. The anger of those high-end custom-made soul tools has also dissipated a lot. What's more, when Xiao Hongchen's cultivation reaches the 8th level, he can use the Soul Beast embryo. With 100,000-year soul ring or twin martial souls, with Xiao Hongchen's talent, there is definitely hope that his future cultivation will reach the level of a 95th level Super Douluo. You know, the mandatory requirement for a 10th level Soul Master is to reach level 95. Coupled with Ming Hongchen and Ming Jiang, the future is promising. While Jing Hongchen was having a spring breeze on his face, the soul guide microphone on the side emitted slight soul power fluctuations. Jing Hongchen frowned and picked up the sound transmitting soul guide. After hearing what the other party said, the smile on Jing Hongchen's face gradually dissipated. "I'll be right over." After saying that, Jing Hongchen put down the sound transmitting soul guide and walked towards the most confidential laboratories in Ming Hall. Our world. Xiao Jing, do you think he can break through this time? It's been a month. Wrong. Who has flowing blonde hair and a body that has grown into the shape of a girl, looked at Jiang Ming with his eyes closed in the air and whispered softly asked. This. It should be soon. I feel that the aura on his body has reached a certain peak, and maybe it only takes one impact to break through. Xiao Ju flapped his arms behind him. On the blue and purple wings, he also looked at Jiang Ming and said uncertainly. However, human beings are really blessed by nature. It will take at least tens of thousands of years for me to cultivate to this level, and he is only 20 years old. Xiao Jiao sighed and said with some emotion. Yes, indeed. However, human lifespan is also short. Even the strongest titled Douluo among humans only has a lifespan of a few hundred years. In this regard, humans are still not as good as us soul beasts. Wrong nodded. That makes sense. Xiao Ji nodded in agreement, then looked around and asked with some confusion, where is that big insect? In our world, apart from the elves, there are only a few truly intelligent beings. Wind and thunder suppress the prison beast, the small prison. The strange velvet Tongshan chrysanthemum, velvet. Ice silkworm, Mangbing. Actually, there is another one named Jade Scale 9 Absolute Flower, but that guy's cultivation level is too low. Even if he has been cultivating hard in our world and has the support of Xiaoling, he has not yet reached 100,000 years of cultivation. She is probably sleeping at Xiaobing's side. She has become more and more sleepy recently. Wrong. Responded softly. Deep in a glacier, Mangbing was lying on a huge bed of ice. Although his body was like a silkworm, his posture seemed to have an eye-catching grace. At this time, Mangbing closed her huge eyes tightly, and her body continued to release an icy breath. A trace of ice mist lingered around her body, forming a cocoon-like shaped space. And in this cocoon-shaped space, a strong aura of a soul beast that does not belong to the ice silkworm is gestating. As the ice cocoon slowly formed, Mangbing's body inside was also undergoing some subtle changes. There seemed to be pieces of scaly material emerging from the long silkworm-like body. What was even more eye-catching were the two large bulges on her head. The two big bulges exude the most orthodox, dragon aura. Isn't this big bug going to evolve into a dragon? Jiang Ming, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked like an ice emperor, looked at everything that happened on the ice bed. Handsome, a hint of curiosity flashed across his face. Ice silkworm evolves into ice dragon? This evolutionary route is indeed a bit weird. However, since you are already my contracted beast, let me help you. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand, and the whole land of ice and snow, the ice attribute energy, seemed to have received an order and rushed towards the ice bed where Ming Ming was. In an instant, the ice cocoon that was originally progressing slowly and could still see Ming Ming immediately became hazy, and Ming Ming could no longer be seen. Huh? What happened to Jiang Ming? Our world is not small, but it is not big. After all, with the power of the 7 elves, the space that can be supported is still relatively limited. Period. So, other powerful life forms in the world can sense the changes that occur in the glacier. I don't know, it probably has something to do with Ming Ming. I think she seems to be evolving recently. How about we go take a look? It's better not to go, it's very cold there, compared with extreme environments like glaciers. Wrong, a non-attributed grass jelly prefers to stay in a more normal environment. Moreover, Jiang Ming's is about to hit the bottleneck again. After a whole month of non-stop impact, the bottleneck in Jiang Ming's body that symbolizes level 80 soul power is already on the verge of collapse. In this state, the breakthrough is not far away. It's over, Jiang Ming said to himself, and then mobilized his soul power and blood again. He has done this step nearly 1,000 times, and it has become an inertia. Boom. The waves of soul power came in waves, carrying an overwhelming momentum and rushing towards the crumbling bottleneck ahead. The energy and blood assist. When the soul power passes through the meridians, it helps the fragile meridians to support the pressure. Otherwise, Jiang Ming's meridians would definitely have problems after a full month of continuous impact. Not long after, the wave of soul power bombarded the 80-level bottleneck, and the bottleneck shook even more, almost toppling over in the next moment. But it still didn't fall down, just a little. Fuck. I don't believe it. Let's do it again. Jiang Ming's face turned stern, and he forced the receding tide of soul power to rush up again. This kind of forcibly stimulating soul power will actually cause great damage to the meridians, and may even be dangerous. But Jiang Ming doesn't care anymore. If his meridians are injured, he will be injured. This bottleneck has trapped him for nearly half a year. After nearly 1,000 soul power attacks, this time he must break through this bottleneck with all his strength. It's true that you just take advantage of your physical strength to do this. Wrong, sensed Jiang Ming's behavior of forcibly stimulating his soul power, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his pretty face. But even though she said that, the next moment, her whole body turned into golden light and entered Jiang Ming's heart. A strong golden light instantly bloomed in Jiang Ming's heart. The light spread along the veins connected to the heart towards Jiang Ming's body, providing a layer of powerful protection for the meridians that were impacted by the huge soul power. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was finally able to let go and act, and the soul power he had gathered even strengthened a bit. Boom. This time the impact of soul power was stronger than any before. The 80-level bottleneck that had not fallen for a long time finally fell. At the same time that the raging tide of soul power rushed through the cultivation bottleneck representing level 80, 7 soul rings instantly appeared in front of Jiang Ming. 7 blood-red 100,000-year-old soul rings. These 700,000-year soul rings represent the 7 elves in Jiang Ming's second martial soul elf book. At the same time that Jiang Ming's cultivation level broke through level 80, a white soul ring appeared next to 700,000-year soul rings. At the same time, the pages of the Book of Elves in the outside world were quietly opened. The first page, Jiang Ming. The second page, Jiao Wen. The third page, Jiang Ming. Page 4, Jiao Ling. Page 5, Jiao Lian. Page 6, Jiao Fen. Page 7, Jiao Wang. The previous 7 pages were turned over one by one. When turning to the 8th page, a small figure appeared. The size and outline of this figure are similar to when Jiang Ming and the others first appeared, in their most initial baby state. Like other elves, this elf has a color that indicates its abilities and attributes. This is an elf whose body is mostly silver white. Its hair, body, and the entire body, except for its eyes and decorative clothing on its body, are all noble silver white. And those eyes are a deep black purple color. Just looking at them makes people feel dizzy and confused. He slowly flew out of the Book of Elves, looking at everything in the room with his dark purple eyes, with some doubts in his eyes. But the silver white elf disappeared instantly, and then appeared in another corner of the room. The distance between the two locations was more than 5 meters. This is space teleportation. Buzz buzz buzz, the silver white elf teleported around the room, seemingly looking for something. After teleporting more than a dozen times, he seemed to have exhausted too much energy and fell onto the bed with a bang. He stood up from the bed with some disappointment, a frown on his cute little face. Immediately, he seemed to sense something and looked at the Book of Elves. The next moment, the silver white elf's black-purple eyes lit up. He used his small hands that could hold the Book of Elves to struggle to turn the Book of Elves to the last page. There were actually some pages in the middle of the Book of Elves, but they couldn't be turned. The last page of the Book of Elves is an entrance to the world. The silver white elf entered the entrance without hesitation, and the room returned to calm again. Jiang Ming successfully broke through the 80-level bottleneck. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 700,000-year soul rings and a white 10-year soul ring appearing next to him. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. There are new elves coming out of the Book of Elves. Before Jiang Ming could wonder what the elf would look like and what abilities it would have, his eyes were suddenly covered by something. What the hell? Jiang Ming quickly reached out and took off the stuff stuck on his face, frowning and wanting to say something. But the next moment, with a light move of his hand, the thing disappeared. End of this chapter. Chapter 324, Get Out of Seclusion. Silver white light flashed in the space. Along with the fluctuations of the space, the falling silver white light had a mysterious luster, showing the magic beyond the world. Is this a new elf? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. After breaking through the 8th ring, his spirit book spirit will automatically add a spirit ring again, and a new spirit will appear. But now, next to the 700,000-year soul rings surrounding him, that white soul ring looked so conspicuous. Apparently, new elves have appeared. And looking at it like this, the power this elf controls is space? While Jiang Ming was looking at the silver white light flashing in the sky and thinking, the silver white figure that was drilling freely in the space suddenly stopped and fell straight towards the ground. Go. Hey, 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 Jiang Ming was startled. The external soul bone behind his back stretched out a pair of blue-purple wings. The wings vibrated, and the whole person turned into the flowing light caught the falling silver white figure. Woo! The silver white elf blinked his magnificent black-purple eyes and looked at Jiang Ming. A smile suddenly appeared on his petite white face. Immediately afterwards, the silver white elf disappeared from Jiang Ming's hands again, leaving only a little bit of silver white brilliance. Jiang Ming looked around blankly, but did not find the silver white elf. Suddenly, Jiang Ming felt as if something was pressing on his head. He reached over his head and grabbed the silver white elf playing with his hair. Looking at this little guy, Jiang Ming was a little shocked. This little guy only has the power of a 10-year soul ring now, but he, a soul Douluo who has broken through the 80th level, can't even detect the trace of this little guy unless he is more careful. This is really awesome. Well, although the Book of Spirits Martial Soul already has the 8th soul ring, in fact his soul power is not level 81, but still level 80. With the power of a 10-year soul ring, it is really difficult for an 80-level soul master to increase his soul power by 1 level, so Jiang Ming is still at level 80 now. However, without the bottleneck of level 80, he has been able to continue practicing and improve his soul power level. Wow! The silver white elf fluttered twice in Jiang Ming's hand, seeming to have recovered a little physical and soul power, and then disappeared from Jiang Ming's hand. Then, Jiang Ming felt another weight on his head. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and captured the silver white elf again. The silver white elf disappears for a while, then flashes again. Catch again. Flash again. After more than a dozen games, Jiang Ming gave up. Okay, if the little guy likes it, let him be on top of his head. Anyway, there's nothing to avoid in our world. As long as it doesn't look like this outside. Congratulations, Master, for your breakthrough in cultivation. In the sky, the sun and the moon flashed at the same time. Xiao Guang and Xiao and walked out of the sun and moon respectively and came to Jiang Ming's side. Period. A very eye-catching and powerful figure emerged from the glacier and the volcano. In the dense forest, Gleaming green light gathered in the sky, and the little spirit with long emerald hair and an aura of life that made people want to get close to each other fell from the sky step by step with bare feet. The sky was turbulent, and the clouds were swept by the strong wind, which was scary, but when it reached the ground, it turned into a breeze. The breeze turned into a small wind dressed in green clothes, walking slowly. Perhaps the most unremarkable appearance was that of Xiao Wang, who opened a hole directly under Jiang Ming's feet and appeared just like that. After these years of practice and opportunities, these 7 elves have at least 100,000 years of cultivation, and have completely evolved into mature forms. In comparison, the silver-white elf making a nest on Jiang Ming's head looked extremely petite. Master, congratulations on your breakthrough to level 80, all the elves congratulated one after another. Jiang Ming's breakthrough in cultivation is not only good for Jiang Ming himself, but also has huge benefits for the world. After all, this world was created by elves like them, and the source of their elves' power is in the Book of Elves, which is also Jiang Ming's martial spirit. The stronger Jiang Ming is, the more stable and perfect the world will be. While congratulating Jiang Ming, the elves looked at the silver-white elves on Jiang Ming's hair with curious eyes. Although they all came from the Book of Elves, speaking of which, they didn't know each other. Even Xia Bing and Xia Olian sometimes quarrel because of conflicting attributes. Ahem, he will be your new partner from now on. Let me give him a name, Jiang. Ming pointed to the silver-white elf on his head and thought for a moment. Fan. Just call him Xiao Kong, Xiao Guang, Xiao En, Xiao Bing, Xiao Ling, Xiao Lian, Xia Fin, Xiao Wang. The 7 elves were speechless at the same time, and even Xiao Wang, who had always been honest, wanted to complain. Xiao Ojiu and Rongrong on the side were also helpless. Huh? Doesn't it sound good? Jiang Ming frowned slightly as he looked at everyone's expressions. He thinks it's pretty good, cute and capable, it's obvious at a glance. The silver-white elf seemed to understand what Jiang Ming meant. He squatted on Jiang Ming's hair and clapped his hands with a smile. It seems that you like this name too, little one, so let's call it this, Jiang. Ming smiled and decided on the name Xiao Kong for the silver-white elf. The other elves were speechless for a moment and then readily accepted it. After all, they are all juniors, and this new elf can't be special, so it's better to just follow the crowd. By the way, Master, Meng Bing is already evolving. Judging from her appearance, she should evolve into a form related to a dragon-like soul beast, Xiao Bing suddenly said, and said to Jiang Ming, take a look at Meng Bing's current situation. Huh? Has Meng Bing's evolution begun? Jiang Ming was stunned at first, but he wasn't too surprised. He had paid attention to Meng Bing's condition before. After all, the 2 bulging bumps on Meng Bing's head were so conspicuous that it was impossible not to notice them. Well, I have used the energy in the glacier to make a cocoon for her, and she is evolving now, Xiao Bing nodded and said softly. That's it. Xiao Bing, please look at Meng Bing more. If you have any questions, tell me as soon as possible, Jiang Ming warned. By the way, how long will it take for Meng Bing to evolve this time? Jiang Ming suddenly asked. He remembered something. In the past, the color of his soul ring was concealed by Meng Bing's simulation skills. With Meng Bing's evolution, he would no longer be able to display his soul ring outside. It's better if the time is short, but if the time is long, it will be easy for flaws to be exposed outside. It's hard to say, but it will take at least half a year depending on the situation, Xiao Bing said uncertainly. The length of time for evolution varies from person to person. Just like these elves, after obtaining enough energy, the time required to evolve is only a few hours or a few days. As for Meng Bing, the difficulty of evolving from an ice silkworm to a dragon-like soul beast is honestly a bit high. After all, the life levels between the 2 races are quite different. Half a year. Half a year is okay, Jiang Ming frowned, thinking about how to avoid releasing the soul ring in the past 6 months. First of all, retreat is a good excuse not to appear in front of others. Even if he has been in seclusion for a month, there will be no problem even if he is in seclusion for another month. The bottleneck of a soul master at level 70 is not that simple. It is not unusual for him to break through in seclusion for 2 months. Of course, it would be a bit special to be in seclusion for half a year. It took so long that Jiang Ming was not sure whether Jing Hongzhen would forcefully break down his door and rush in. Well, a month later, He directly said that he wanted to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings and go out for a trip. After staying outside for a few months, I came back and studied the soul guidance device in seclusion for a while with teacher Zhuan Ziwen. Well, perfect. After making the plan, Jiang Ming didn't think much and started practicing on the spot. Xiao Kong's current soul ring is only a white 10-year soul ring. He plans to use this month to upgrade Xiao Kong's soul ring to 1,000-year level. 10,000 years requires some opportunities, but 1,000 years is not very difficult for Jiang Ming, who is already a strong contra player. As for asking other elves to help increase the life of Xiao Kong's soul ring, this is not feasible. Before, the 6 elves were able to work together to forcibly upgrade Xiao Wang's 10-year soul ring to a 100,000-year soul ring. That was because there was no need for support in this world. But now, if it is the same as when I helped Xiao Wang increase the age of his soul ring, the large-scale loss of the energy of the 6 elves will have a great impact on the world. Besides, Jiang Ming is not in a hurry now. Take your time, it won't be a big problem. After moving his body and using some of the combat skills he had mastered, Jiang Ming fell into practice again. Xiao Kong, who was sitting on Jiang Ming's head, also imitated Jiang Ming and started practicing. As Jiang Ming and Xiao Kong began to practice, the space intensity in our world was also increasing very slowly. In our world, there is space intensity, but compared with the outside world, it is much worse. When Jiang Ming fought with the Ice Emperor before, he did not dare to let the Ice Emperor enter our world because he was afraid that the Ice Emperor's powerful strength would directly shatter the space in our world. The space here can support a battle at the level of an ordinary tidal Douluo, but if it rises to a battle above the level of a super Douluo, then the world will be in danger of being destroyed. The appearance of Xiao Kong can enhance the spatial intensity of this world. It's just that Xiao Kong is still very weak now. When he evolves into the 100,000-year maturity stage with other elves, the space of our world will be greatly strengthened. When the time comes, this place will be able to withstand the battles of Super Douluo level experts. 1 month of practice seems to be a long time, but in fact, it is indeed not short. Jiang Ming didn't feel much. After all, in our world, there are still a group of people who can chat with him. When you are tired and bored from practicing, you can talk to the elves, you can go to the glacier to see the evolving Menbing, you can go to the forest to see the thriving Xiaobi, Bilin Jiu Johua. Even in the forest, Xiaoling asked Xiaobing and Xiaolian to help simulate the ice and fire eye and made a small ice and fire eye. From the appearance point of view, this fake ice and fire eye is at least 90% similar to the ice and fire eye in the sunset forest. Of course, the effect cannot be compared with the ice and fire in the sunset forest. The ice and fire eyes of the plant-type soul beasts in the sunset forest can be cultivated 10 times faster, but here, the effect is only 3 times greater. But even so, it is extremely good. Furthermore, Xiaoling also tried to use the power of the world to create these fairy grasses based on the breath of the fairy grass that he felt when the ice and fire eyes completed 100,000 years of evolution. But unfortunately, the current world is not perfect enough, and it is not possible to get these fairy grass out. There are more and more things in our world, and they are becoming more and more exciting. Jiang Ming is practicing and helping Xiao Kong improve his soul ring cultivation while lingering in it. Outside, Zhuan Ziwen has come 10 times during the 2 months of his retreat. The first month was fine. Everyone knew that a breakthrough in cultivation was not that simple, so Zhuan Ziwen only came once or twice. The same goes for everyone else. But after the second month started, many people couldn't sit still. The cultivation bottleneck of level 70 is a hurdle. It is difficult to break through, but it doesn't mean that you can't break through it in 2 months, right? A genius who can reach the Soul Saint bottleneck at the age of 20 will not be trapped by the 70-level bottleneck for so long. As a result, under the attention of the senior soul masters of Ming Hall, Jiang Ming was in Ming Jiang's room, and the flow of people began to increase. Almost every day, a new senior soul engineer would come here to take a look. Some people have joy in their eyes, some people have worries in their eyes, some people are relieved, and some people are nervous. It can be said that there are various aspects of life. Even Jing Hongzhen, the master of Ming Hall, came to the door in person when Jiang Ming was in seclusion for 2 months. Looking at the sign saying "Do not disturb," Jing Hongzhen frowned. Is he still in retreat? Hearing this, an 8th-level soul engineer next to Jing Hongzhen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Don't you see it yourself? Of course, if you are so slanderous in your heart, you cannot say it with your mouth. Yes, Hall Master, Ming Jiang hasn't come out for 2 months. Jing Hongzhen's eyes narrowed, and he was about to smash the door directly and go in, but found that the door in front of him has quietly opened. What appeared in front of Jing Hongzhen and a group of senior soul masters was a man dressed casually, with a messy stubble covering his chin, hair like a bird's nest, and thick black eye circles. How can I put it this way? The first moment he saw Ming Jiang like this, the first thought that came to Jing Hongzhen's heart was, where did this beggar come from, and why was he in Ming Jiang's room? And it was only after he took a serious look at the man's face that he recognized it. This is Ming Jiang. Master? And teachers, what can you do, Ming? Jiang stretched out his hand, yawned, and asked listlessly. End of this chapter. Chapter 325. This guy definitely has a trump card that we don't know about. Is this a breakthrough in cultivation, Jing Hongzhen asked in a deep voice. Although he was a little surprised by Ming Jiang's sloppy posture, it was not the point for him. The key point is, has Ming Jiang broken through level 70? Just as Ming Jiang was about to answer, another yawn came out of his mouth. Cultivation level, I just broke through. Are you all here to welcome me out of seclusion, Ming? Jiang spoke in a light tone, but he heard a voice at the door. In the ears of the soul teachers, some people sighed and some were envious. Ming Jiang has been staying at Ming Hall for a long time, and they all know his talent as a soul mentor. It can be said that as long as Ming Jiang's cultivation reaches level 70 and he obtains the soul ring, it will definitely not be difficult to become an 8th level soul mentor. A 20-year-old 8th level soul engineer. Shame on me. Congratulations, what a talented young man. It's really impressive to have such a devilish talent. A group of senior soul masters looked at each other, and everyone saw the lonely look in each other's eyes. To be able to enter the Ming Hall, their talents as soul masters are naturally outstanding, and they are also called geniuses. But now, they have truly seen what a true genius is. How terrifying. I'm going to have a drink. Is anyone going with me? A senior soul engineer who was very old and whose hair and beard had been dyed white said in a slightly hoarse voice. Add me, teacher. Chen, let's go. I'll go too. Go. Together, go together. 1. The soul teachers responded that they needed alcohol to numb the deep feeling of powerlessness in their hearts. It's not that I feel uncomfortable, it's just that I can't explain why, I just want to drink. Soon, only Jing Hongzhen and Zhuan Ziwen were left at Ming Jiang's door. Hall Master, Teacher Zhuan Ziwen, how about you come in and talk, Ming? Jiang gave up his position and suggested. There were too many people at the door just now, and he naturally didn't want a group of people to enter his room. Okay, let's go in and talk. Jing Hongzhen nodded and led Zhuan Ziwen into Ming Jiang's room. Walking into Ming Jiang's room, Jing Hongzhen found that although Ming Jiang's image was a bit messy, the room was quite clean. Ming Jiang, when are you going to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings? Do you want my help? Before Ming Jiang asked the two of them to sit down, Zhuan Ziwen asked said impatiently. He recognized Ming Jiang's talent in researching soul guidance devices, especially his unique insights into humanoid soul guidance devices and soul guidance armors, which inspired him a lot. The faster Ming Jiang absorbs the soul ring, the faster his cultivation level breaks through, and the more breakthroughs he can make in the design of soul guidance devices. By then, he may be able to get more inspiration for what he studies. Hunting soul beasts? I plan to talk about it in a few days. I am a little tired from practicing these days, so I will rest for a few days. Ming Jiang looked exhausted and laid down on the sofa. Teacher Zhuan, Ming Jiang has been in seclusion for 2 months in order to break through his cultivation. Don't rush him and let him rest for a few days, Jing Hongzhen chuckled. For him, Ming Jiang's ability to break through level 70 at this age already fully meets his expectations. Okay, if you need help, just tell me directly. I can still help with the soul rings you need at level 70, Zhuan Ziwen heard this. When the Lord said this, it was not easy to urge Ming Jiang. Okay, Ming Jiang smiled and nodded. Jing Hongzhen on the side also said that if Ming Jiang needs help when obtaining the soul ring, he can also take action. With the help of Jing Hongzhen, the title Douluo, and the 9th level soul master, even hunting down a 100,000-year-old soul beast for a soul ring is possible. Faced with the good intentions of the two senior soul masters, Ming Jiang agreed to them one by one, but he had no intention of getting involved with them when he obtained the soul rings. Without him, Meng Bing is evolving. Once he absorbs the soul ring, He cannot avoid revealing his true strength. And he really has no idea of hunting soul beasts to absorb soul rings now. After having the 8th soul ring in the Book of Spirits, he could continue to practice, but he still had to pretend. After all, Jing Hongchen and the others didn't know that he was a twin martial soul, so they still had to do some face-saving projects. Jing Hongchen and Zhuan Ziwen left quickly. Ming Jiang took care of his image in the room, planning the next time in his mind. He has acquired a lot of advanced soul guidance technology at Ming Hall during this period. Next, he will take the opportunity of obtaining the soul ring to bring these technologies back to Shrek. As for the 8th level soul mentor, in fact, during the time when his cultivation was stuck at level 79, he already had the ability of an 8th level soul engineer. Normally, he hides his clumsiness in Ming Hall, and even deliberately makes some simple mistakes, which makes the senior soul engineers of Ming Hall think that he has access to the 8th level soul guidance device. But it still lacks sufficient strength, needs a breakthrough in cultivation, and needs precipitation. In fact, he has already made his first 8th level soul guide in our world. So, his next target is not the 8th level soul master, but the 9th level soul master. In the 3 empires that originally belonged to the mainland, there is currently no 9th level soul master in Shrek Academy. If he can become the first 9th level soul master, it will be an excellent start for the forces original belonging to Douluo continent, and it will also be of extremely great significance. To summarize, the next task. First, bring the soul guidance device technology obtained at Ming Hall during this period back to Shrek. Second, use the fastest speed to become a 9th level soul mentor. Third, quickly cultivate to title Douluo. Fourth, delay the arrival of war as much as possible. Thinking of the 4th item, Ming Jiang couldn't help but frown. The more things he comes into contact with in Mingdedang, the more he will know how great the advantage the Sun Moon Empire has in soul guidance devices. With this advantage, just add a little bit of ambition, and the war will break out. According to the information he currently has, Mingdedang, or in other words, the Sun and Moon Empire, has this ambition. It's a bit troublesome. After Ming Jiang finished sorting out his sloppy image, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the room. Outside are bustling high-rise buildings. Whether compared with Qingshu City or Shrek City, the sense of technology here is more than one level higher. Once the war starts in the future, this difference in level will become a suppression of strength. So, we must get up quickly. A few days later, Ming Jiang left a letter in his room, packed his bags, and left Mingdu. In fact, Ming Jiang's journey was not secretive. He left Mingdu openly and even greeted some acquaintances on the way. However, when Jing Hongchen and Zhuan Ziwen heard the news of Ming Jiang's departure, they both frowned and came to Ming Jiang's room. In terms of strength, Ming Jiang has no problem hunting a 10,000-year-old soul beast as his 7th soul ring. But if there is only Ming Jiang, it will not be a good thing to be able to successfully hunt the 10,000-year soul beast. Ming Jiang's cultivation level is there. If his personal ability is not enough, he will have great limitations in the selection of soul beasts. This is why Jing Hongchen and Zhuan Ziwen offered to help Ming Jiang hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Hall Master, what on earth is this guy Ming Jiang going to do? Zhuan Ziwen took the letter left by Ming Jiang from Jing Hongchen and read it with a frown. Master, or Teacher Zhuan, when you read this letter, I have already left Mingdu. Thank you for your kindness in wanting to help me obtain the soul ring, but I have some ideas of my own. 7th ring. Although my major is soul master, I don't want to be suppressed by that bastard all the time. I plan to give it a try. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be back soon. If something unexpected happens, I hope nothing happens. Zhuan Ziwen looked at the contents of the letter and was confused. What is this? Why couldn't he understand what Ming Jiang wanted to express? Hall Master, this, Jing Hongchen sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This kid, I still can't let go. Zhuan Ziwen couldn't quite understand the words in the letter, but he could read it. Hall Master, who is that bastard Ming Jiang is talking about? Also, what does he mean by his plan? Zhuan Ziwen looked at Jing Hongchen, hoping that the Hall Master could give him an explanation. Confused, Jing Hongchen said in a deep voice, Teacher Zhuan, do you know that Ming Jiang has an older brother? Zhuan Ziwen frowned and recalled it carefully. Then he shook his head. He really doesn't know. Ming Jiang's brother is Jiang Ming. In the Continental Senior Soul Master Elite competition half a year ago, he used his absolute strength to defeat all the participating teams in the competition. Jing Hongchen said slowly. But what does this have to do with Ming Jiang? Zhuan Ziwen still doesn't understand. The relationship between the two of them is extremely bad. They can even be said to be enemies, and Ming Jiang has always been the weak one. Jing Hongchen continued. In the finals of the competition, Ming Jiang was beaten by Jiang Ming in order to distract Jiang Ming and prevent our Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy from losing so ugly. He almost beat Ming Jiang to death. Zhuan Ziwen's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Ah! Why do they brothers do this? Jing Hongchen shook his head and said, there are many things that are difficult to say. Brothers will also turn against each other, the two of them. In the next few minutes, Jing Hongchen gave Zhuan Ziwen explained the grudge between Ming Jiang and Jiang Ming. Well, an explanation based on what he learned. After listening to Jing Hongchen's words, Zhuan Ziwen's face became a little solemn. So, the bastard Ming Jiang is talking about is his elder brother Jiang Ming? Then what is he going to try? Zhuan Ziwen asked again. If Ming Jiang wants to catch up with his elder brother, want to surpass his elder brother, and wants to take revenge, shouldn't he improve his strength? Jing Hongchen glanced at the letter in Zhuan Ziwen's hand and said in a deep voice, according to the information we obtained, Jiang Ming has at least 100,000-year soul ring. If Ming Jiang wants to surpass Jiang Ming, then he has this 7th soul ring. He's crazy. Zhuan Ziwen's eyes widened instantly, his eyes full of disbelief. Even if Jing Hongchen hadn't finished speaking, he could guess what Jing Hongchen was going to say next. Jiang Ming has at least 100,000-year soul ring. If Ming Jiang wants to surpass Jiang Ming, 100,000-year soul ring is essential. In fact, for a soul master, 100,000-year soul ring is also a semi-essential factor to reach the top. Because, if you want to surpass the 9th level soul master and become the 10th level soul master, in addition to having extremely profound attainments in soul guidance tools, your soul power cultivation must also be raised to above level 95. This is a hard condition. There is an unwritten saying in the soul master world that as long as one has 100,000-year soul ring, then as long as there are no accidents, this soul master will definitely be able to cultivate to a super fighter above level 95 in the future. Luo. Of course, a soul master without 100,000-year soul ring can also cultivate to a super Douluo, but if you want to compare with Jiang Ming, there is a huge gap. Hall master, let's call Ming Jiang back quickly. He is only at level 70. Even if he is an 8th level soul master, he cannot hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast alone. Exclamation mark. He is looking for death. Zhuan Ziwen said eagerly. Don't say that Ming Jiang has not become an 8th level soul master yet. Even if he has become one, can an 8th level soul master hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Obviously impossible. Zhuan Ziwen didn't even understand why Ming Jiang did this. If you want to hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast and obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, you can let Jing Hongchen help. Why should you die alone? Mr. Hearing this, Zhuan Ziwen frowned tightly. Indeed, Ming Jiang does not seem to be such an impulsive person. It is impossible for him not to know that with his current strength, it is completely impossible to hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast. But why does he do this? This kid must have some trump card that we don't know about. He is sure to hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Jing Hongchen said softly, with a strange gleam in his eyes. Huh? It's impossible. With his current strength, even if he has a trump card, it's impossible for him to hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Zhuan Ziwen really can't imagine it. How could Ming Jiang, a soul master who had just broken through the 70th level, plus the strength of an 8th level soul master at most, hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast? I don't know either, but when he comes back, everything will be clear. After saying that, Jing Hongchen turned and left Ming Jiang's room, leaving only Zhuan Ziwen who still couldn't understand. On the other side, Jiang Ming, who had left Mingdu, encountered a minor trouble. He seems to be going the wrong way. Originally, after he left Mingdu, he wanted to circle around to see if anyone was following him and to be on guard. But after going around and around, he didn't know where he came. But judging from the direction, this should be to the west of Mingdu, is it Zishan? Jiang Ming frowned, but then he stopped thinking about it. After making sure that no one was following him, he planned to leave the Sun and Moon Empire as quickly as possible. However, dozens of kilometers away, where Jiang Ming had not noticed, a group of mysterious-looking soul masters wearing black robes were operating near Zishan. End of this chapter. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.